Chapter 42. The Free Swordsman, the fierce lone wolf Murongu, had fallen. Even in death, he still did not understand why he had died. He had clearly blocked one move. He died with his eyes wide open. Ling Xiao walked back to Bai Yushi's side as if he had done something insignificant. Hu Lu and Hu Qi both looked at Ling Xiao respectfully. They didn't know how the young master had killed Murongu just now. All of his sword moves had been blocked, but in the end he still died. Ling Xiao's move shocked everyone, but unfortunately, there weren't many people watching from afar. Ling Xiao walked in front of the unconscious Li Qingqing, raised his leg and kicked towards Li Qingqing's lower abdomen, and said indifferently, "Stop pretending to be dead." Li Qingqing felt pain, and her eyes faintly woke up. The first thing she saw was Ling Xiao's delicate and pretty face. However, her first reaction was as if she had seen a ghost. She cried out in horror, "You can't kill me! Weren't you very arrogant just now? You made me beg for death." Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of pity for this kind of evil bitch. He fiercely slapped her face. "Huh!" The slap was loud and ear-piercing. Li Qingqing's ears were buzzing nonstop. She was stupefied. She had never been hit by anyone since she was young, but now she was slapped by an unrelated person. That burning pain made her cry out loud. "If you cry again, I'll kill you right now." Ling Xiao shouted impatiently. Li Qingqing was afraid of death and obediently stopped crying. However, her eyes revealed a vicious expression, as if she wanted to eat Ling Xiao alive. "I know you really want to kill me, but you won't have the chance. If you know what's good for you, quickly kowtow to my woman and admit your wrongs until she forgives you. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Ling Xiao said sinisterly. Bai Yushi was the first woman he had a relationship with in his life, and she was a very kind and lovely woman. Today, she was almost bought to be a prostitute. How could Ling Xiao not be angry? Ling Xiao could not be considered a good person. He was a person who valued the people around him very much. He could ignore the life and death of others, but for his family or friends, even if he did not want his life, he could not let others bully or hurt them. "You want me, the grand young miss of the Li family, to beg for mercy from a servant? That's impossible. How could Li Qingqing endure such humiliation?" Bai Yushi's heart softened when she saw Li Qingqing's pitiful appearance. She tugged on Ling Xiao's sleeve and said, "Young master, I think it's fine. I'm fine anyway." Ling Xiao glanced at Bai Yushi, touched her cheek, and said tenderly, "If it wasn't for Xiao Mei telling me in time, you would be..." "Sigh, Yushi, you're too soft-hearted. If she didn't kowtow to you and admit her wrongs today, I definitely wouldn't let her go." After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned his gaze over, and his cold eyes pierced straight into Li Qingqing's heart. "I'll ask you again, are you going to kowtow or not?" "No, even if I die, I won't kowtow." Li Qingqing screamed and tried to get up and escape. "Reckless." Ling Xiao frowned, and the blue crystal sword in his hand swung towards Li Qingqing. Just as the sword light was about to hit Li Qingqing, a ball of fiery light appeared out of nowhere and destroyed Ling Xiao's sword light. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked in a direction. The one who stopped Ling Xiao from killing Li Qingqing was Lone Eagle, who had been watching the battle from afar. "What do you mean?" Ling Xiao looked at the one-eyed Lone Eagle and asked in annoyance. Lone Eagle and Ling Xiao looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a sense of stage fright. He immediately revealed a friendly smile and said, "Young master, please don't misunderstand. I just don't want young master to get into unnecessary trouble." Ling Xiao smiled disapprovingly. "Do you think I'm afraid of the Li family?" "No. You should have heard of the saying that a powerful dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. Perhaps you have a lot of power in other places, but in Meteorite City, it's best not to offend the Li family." Lone Eagle thought that Ling Xiao was definitely a foreigner and tried to persuade him out of good intentions. At the same time, he was thinking that it wouldn't be strenuous to please both sides. "Yes, you can't kill me, or my family will definitely not let you go." Li Qingqing was covered in cold sweat and said with lingering fear, "Ha! Li family, do you think our Ling family is afraid of the Li family?" Ling Xiao laughed wildly. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally announced his identity. In any case, it would be a waste if he didn't use the family's name. Moreover, he had the Grand Elder as his master, so who would he be afraid of in Meteorite City? If he Shiwen revealed his name, perhaps no one would dare to make a move against him. The highest elder's name was not just for show in Meteorite City. As his disciple, Yi Shiwen naturally wouldn't let others bully him. Ling family. The lady killers who were watching from afar heard it loud and clear. It's actually someone from the Ling family. Could it be the Ling family's Ling Xiao, the genius that was once praised as a once-in-a-century genius in Meteorite City? That's possible. I heard that he was accepted as a successor disciple by the Ling family's Grand Elder. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such an expert protecting him. This combat power is really amazing. A mid-level profound practitioner can even kill a mid-level profound practitioner. This is too terrifying. No wonder he isn't afraid of the Li family at all. It turns out that he doesn't put the Li family in his eyes at all. Lone Eagle, who was beside Ling Xiao, also looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. He also didn't expect that this person was also from one of the 3 major families in Meteorite City. Moreover, he was the young master of the strongest Ling family. No wonder. So, with young Master Ling, I'm Lone Eagle. Forgive me for my rudeness. Lone Eagle cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. His attitude was a little more respectful, but he didn't lose his elegance. Then tell me, can I kill her? Ling Xiao pointed at Li Qingqing and said, This question made Lone Eagle speechless. So what if it's a Ling family? Do you really think our Li family is afraid of you? A voice came from afar. The Li family finally came. The 2 people who came were the Li family's 2 deacons. One was a mid-level profound practitioner, and the other was a low-level profound practitioner. They were both around 36 or 37 years old. The mid-level profound practitioner was called Li Jun, and the low-level profound practitioner was called Lian Hu Lu, and Hu Qi immediately became alert. After all, this was the Li family's territory. They absolutely couldn't let anything happen to their young master. When Lone Eagle saw that the Li family had come, he quickly retreated to the side and didn't speak anymore. The matter between the 2 major families wasn't something that a mid-level profound practitioner like him could casually intervene in. If he offended either side, there would be no place for him in Meteorite City. When Li Qingqing saw the people who came, she let out a sigh of relief and said to Li Jun and Li En, You guys quickly kill them. They destroyed the intoxicated fragrance restaurant and even killed a few of our Li family's guards. Ling family's people, why did they come to our Li family to behave atrociously? Could it be that they think our Li family is easy to bully? Li Jun glanced at Li Qingqing, then stared at Hu Lu and Hu Qi and asked him politely. Hu Lu and Hu Qi were silent because they didn't know the cause of the matter. Their mission was to prioritize the young master's safety. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to Li Jun and Lian. He disdainfully said to Li Qingqing, Do you think they can save you? When Li Qingqing saw Ling Xiao's cold smile, she didn't know why, but she felt a kind of creepy feeling. In the next moment, Ling Xiao made his move. The blue crystal sword stabbed towards Li Qingqing without any warning. Thief, you dare! Li Jun was the first to notice Ling Xiao's move. He immediately shouted and was about to make a move to stop it. But unfortunately, Hu Lu and Hu Qi both blocked in front of him. Li Qingqing was a mid-level profound practitioner, but unfortunately, she didn't have any chance to resist in front of Ling Xiao. Her body was pierced by Ling Xiao's longsword. Li Jun and Lian watched helplessly as Li Qingqing died on the spot. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. This Ling family's young master was too arrogant. He actually killed the Li family's young lady in front of the Li family's deacon. This was completely a provocation and a naked slap to the Li family's face. Brad, I want you dead. Li Jun's expression was extremely ugly. His body shook, and the long sword on his back flew out. He grabbed it in his hand and slashed at Ling Xiao. A ray of fire flew towards Ling Xiao. Oomph. Hu Qi snorted coldly and attacked with the long sword in his hand. A ray of blue light fiercely collided with the ray of fire. Boom! A huge sound caused the ground to cave in. For a moment, Li Jun and Hu Qi were fighting together. Lian didn't mind fighting with Hu Lu as well. Li Jun was of the fire attribute, while Hu Qi was of the water attribute. Water subdued fire, so Li Jun was almost suppressed by Hu Qi. He couldn't even release his fire qi. Lian was a low-level mystic cultivator, one level lower than Hu Lu. How could he be Hu Lu's opponent? The four fought for a while. Lian was the first to be injured by Hu Lu. Li Jun hurriedly forced Hu Qi back and retreated to Lian's side. Li Jun then roared at Hu Lu and Hu Qi. Do you really want the two clans to start a war? Li Jun and Lian did not dare to attack again. If the other party hardened their hearts and killed them even if they were injured, then it wouldn't be worth it. Anyway, their young mistress was already dead. There would be someone important in the clan to seek justice. He, the one who wants the two clans to start a war, is this young mistress of yours. She actually dared to capture my woman and sell her. Even if she died 1,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. Ling Xiao pushed Hu Lu and Hu Qi aside and sneered. You? Even so, our Li clan will give your Ling clan an explanation. It's not worth it to kill our young mistress, Li Jun said with a livid face. She asked for it. Who could she blame? All right, I don't have time to waste with you. We're going back. If you want to seek justice for your young mistress, remember to ask your clan leader to come personally. I'm called Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao said in a bad mood. Then, he pulled by Yushi's hand and turned to leave. Hu Lu and Hu Qi also followed, but they did not relax their vigilance. Li Jun and Lian looked at Ling Xiao leave with a face full of resentment, but they did not dare to stop him. In their hearts, the phrase, I'm called Ling Xiao, lingered. Who in Meteorite City did not know that the Ling clan's Ling Xiao had been accepted as a successor disciple by the Ling clan's elder? Who would dare to openly kill Ling Xiao? Even the Li clan leader did not have the guts to do so, let alone them. They could only watch as Ling Xiao and his group left. Let's go back and report this to the clan leader. We can't make a decision on this matter. Lian patted Li Jun's shoulder and sighed. Li Jun shook his head and left with Lian while carrying Li Qingqing's corpse. Chapter 43. Ling Xiao pulled Yushi along and walked for a while. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Aren't you tired after following me for so long? Still not coming out? Hu Lu and Hu Qi were instantly on guard. They didn't feel anything wrong along the way, but their young master said this. They were used to seeing their young master's abnormal ability, so they were very convinced of his words. Sure enough, in a hidden corner, Lone Eagle jumped out. At this time, Hu Lu and Hu Qi were about to make a move. They thought that Lone Eagle definitely wanted to harm their young master. Don't attack, young masterling. I came to rely on you. Lone Eagle took a step back, waved his hand, and called out to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Lone Eagle with interest and said, Rely on me? What qualifications do you have? Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of hot-headed young master who thought that his character would explode and casually take in a person of unknown origin. Solitary Eagle seemed to have been prepared for this. He took out a brocade box and handed it over, saying, Young Master Ling, this is a strange spiritual herb that I obtained by chance in the desolate mountains. I hope that young Master Ling will like it. Ling Xiao gave Hu Qi a look, and Hu Qi went over and took the brocade box from Lone Eagle's hands. Then, Hu Qi opened it and handed it to Ling Xiao. This is... Ling Xiao looked at the spirit herb in the brocade box that was emitting a gray halo. Its stem was very thin, its leaves were very large, and there were gray flowers blooming on it. For a moment, Ling Xiao couldn't remember what kind of spirit herb it was. In fact, Lone Eagle himself didn't know what this spirit herb was called, nor did he know what rank it was. He just snatched it from a few adventurers and originally planned to buy it from the spirit herb hall. However, in order to curry favor with Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to give it up. In any case, he didn't know if it was really a high-grade spirit herb, and he didn't lose anything. Ling Xiao closed a rust box, then faintly said to Lone Eagle, You want to follow me? Lone Eagle hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, young Master Ling. With your strength, I believe that you can join any family and become a deacon. Why did you choose to follow me? Ling Xiao questioned. Ah, I believe in my feelings. Young Master is a dragon among men. As long as I follow Young Master, I believe that one day my name will spread throughout Meteor City, Solitary Eagle replied after a moment of hesitation. Ling Xiao smiled non-committally and said, "You can follow me, but you have to be sincere enough." Lone Eagle glanced at Ling Xiao and knelt down without hesitation. "Young Master, please accept me as your servant." "Haha, then from today on, you can be my servant. When you satisfy me, I won't mistreat you." Ling Xiao accepted the brocade box with a smile. "Thank you, Young Master," Solitary Eagle replied. North of the city, in a courtyard of the Leaf family. "Bastard, who the hell killed my daughter?" A loud voice roared. An old man in his 50s stood in the hall. His face was full of anger, and his eyes were red as he looked at his daughter's corpse on the ground. He was Li Qingqing's father, Li Yuanlong. Beside him stood a woman who was constantly crying. It was Li Qingqing's mother, Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi grabbed Li Yuanlong's hand and cried, "Yuanlong, you must dismember the bastard who killed my daughter and destroy his entire family. Let him die in peace." Zhao Shi's words were very vicious and terrifying. Li Qingqing had inherited her mother's personality. "Li Jun, what do you think happened?" Li Yuanlong patted his wife's shoulder and asked Li Jun in a low voice. This was done by the Ling family. Li Jun hesitated for a moment and didn't dare to hide anything. "Ling family." Li Yuanlong was shocked at first, but the anger on his face didn't diminish. He waved his hand, and a 1,000-year-old redwood chair was instantly shattered. "Pa, you've gone too far. Don't think that our Li family is easy to bully." Li Yuanlong roared angrily. Of the three great families, the Ling and Li families had always been at odds with each other. Only the Luo family didn't offend either side and stayed in the middle. The younger generation of the Ling and Li families occasionally had friction, but no one dared to kill them because the two families didn't want to start a war. That would only benefit the Luo family. Now that Li Yuanlong's daughter had been killed by Ling Xiao, Li Yuanlong, as the eldest son of the current family leader and the successor of the next family leader, couldn't take this lying down. He had to make the Ling family hand over the murderer, or else Meteor City, Lan family. The Lan family had only been established for less than 200 years, but they were developing faster than some of the older families. This was because every generation of the Lan family was ambitious and wanted to squeeze into the ranks of the great families as soon as possible. In addition to consolidating their own strength, they also constantly carried out marriage alliances with other small and medium-sized families. Their goal was to establish a good relationship with the Lan family in Meteor City so that they could meet with fate. Of course, this wasn't the true reason for the Lan family's rapid development. The main reason was that every generation of the Lan family leader had unfathomable strength. In order to become the Lan family leader, the first requirement was to have the strength of a spirit master. Only then would one have the qualifications to lead the family. Therefore, every generation of the Lan family had geniuses. The main reason was because of the fierce competition. Everyone believed that if one didn't break through to the mystic realm before the age of 25, they would never have the chance to fight for the position of family leader. Even the position of an elder would be difficult to obtain. Lan Quanxing was one of the best in the Lan family. Other than his own hard work and Tenbin, he was the grandson of the current Lan family leader. Since young, he had received much more training resources than the average disciple of the Lan family. This allowed him to break through to the mystic realm before the age of 25 and become a mystic realm expert. Unfortunately, he died before he could enjoy the pleasure of becoming a mystic realm expert. It was already afternoon when the Lan family received the news of Lan Quanxing's death. When the current Lan family leader heard the news of his grandson's death, he was so angry that he smashed the tea table in front of him into pieces. The Ling family has gone too far. The Lan family leader squinted his eyes and gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with a strong, killing intent. "Father, your son can't die in vain." A middle-aged man with a face full of sorrow pleaded. He was Lan Quanxing's father, Lan Dingshan. Lan Dingshan only had a son and a daughter. He was extremely fond of his son and had been strict with him since he was young. He had decided to groom his son into the successor of the next generation's family leader. Who would have thought that his son would die before him? His heart was filled with grief and indignation. He made up his mind to kill the Ling family's Ling Xiao to avenge his son. Hatred had already clouded his rationality. He didn't know that his actions would only bring about the destruction of his family. The Lan family leader sighed heavily. After walking back and forth with his hands behind his back, he asked Lan Dingshan, "What's the reaction from the Li family?" The Li family leader requests for father to go and interrogate Ling Tsong. Lan Dingshan replied, "What's the use of that? If Ling Xiao was still that trash, then Ling Tsong might even put righteousness before family. Now that Ling Xiao has been accepted as the successor of the Ling family's elder, the Ling family will definitely not hand over Ling Xiao." The Lan family leader coldly snorted. He paused for a moment before continuing, "But this time I must go. Otherwise, they will think that our Lan and Li families are afraid of the Ling family." The news of Ling Xiao's battle in the intoxicated fragrance pavilion spread throughout Meteorite City the next day. Everyone knew that the genius of Meteorite City had returned. With the strength of a mid-level profound practitioner, he had killed 2 mid-level and 2 high-level profound practitioners from the Li family. The Lan family's new generation expert, Lan Quangxing, had even been cut in half. The lone wolf, Murongu, had also been killed, and a young miss from the Li family had been executed in front of 2 of the Li family's attendants. In a short period of time, Ling Xiao's prestige had shaken Meteorite City. Not just anyone would dare to offend 2 great families in a fit of anger for a beauty. At this point, Ling Xiao had been given the title of Laughing Overlord in Meteorite City. Today, Ling Xiao's home welcomed a guest, the Luo family's Luo Qingxuang. Luo Qingxuang's red satin dress accentuated her graceful figure to the fullest. Her curvaceous body would make any man's beastly desires explode. However, the thin sword wrapped around her waist was like a venomous snake, causing men to shrink back. Luo Qingxuang's temperament was clearly more beautiful than before. Her long hair was tied with a beautiful red butterfly cloth, making her look extremely alluring. Her clear eyes occasionally emitted a bright light. Needless to say, her profound strength cultivation must have greatly improved. Sitting in the hall of Ling Xiao's house was Ling Xiao's mother, Meng Xiyun. She looked at the slender and elegant Luo Qingxuang and said with a satisfied smile on her face, "Miss Luo, you can't find my Xiao-er?" Luo Qingxuang was stared at by Meng Xiyun, so she nodded her head in embarrassment and said, I heard that something happened to him yesterday, so I came to see him." Meng Xiyun was stunned for a moment, then asked nervously, "Something happened to my son?" After Ling Xiao, saved by Yushi, he did not return home. Instead, he went to the back of the mountain to train and did not mention anything about Bayushi's accident to his mother. After Bayushi returned, she did not dare to mention this matter to Meng Xiyun either. After all, it was not a good thing, and saying it would only make Meng Xiyun worry. Luo Qingxuang said in astonishment, "Auntie, don't you know what Ling Xiao did yesterday?" Meng Xiyun shook her head, her face full of worry. Then, she ordered the servant beside her to call Bayushi over. When Bayushi heard the call, she quickly ran over. When she saw Luo Qingxuang sitting in the hall, she did not know why she felt very uncomfortable. She then said to Meng Xiyun, "Godmother, are you looking for me?" Meng Xiyun went straight to the point and asked, "Yushi, tell me honestly, what did young master do yesterday?" Seeing Meng Xiyun's serious expression, Bayushi lowered her head and hesitated for a moment before telling her what had happened. "Godmother, don't blame young master. Young master killed to save me." The more Bayushi spoke, the more emotional she became. Tears flowed from her beautiful eyes as she begged Meng Xiyun. She was afraid that Meng Xiyun would blame Ling Xiao. After Meng Xiyun heard this, she knew that Ling Xiao was fine. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. She quickly pulled Bayushi's hand and said lovingly, "Good daughter, don't cry." "Xiao, I did nothing wrong. How could I blame him? I'm just worried that something might have happened to him. In the future, don't go out by yourself, okay? Bai Yushi stopped crying and nodded repeatedly. Auntie, can I see Ling Xiao? Luo Qingxuang asked with a slightly red face. Meng Xiyun immediately said, Of course you can. I'll call someone to call him back. I haven't seen him for more than half a month. Big brother, sister-in-law, are you there? At this time, an urgent greeting came from outside the house. Third brother, you're here. Why are you so flustered? Meng Xiyun quickly went out and asked. Chapter 44. It was Ling Zhan's third brother, Ling Tao. Ling Tao walked into the hall with steady steps and looked around. He frowned and said, Sister-in-law, where is Xiao? Meng Xiyun nervously asked, Why is he looking for Xiao? He's training in the back mountains. Xiao is in big trouble this time. Right now, the Li family and the Lan family's patriarchs are in the inner courtyard, asking the patriarchs to make friends on their behalf. They said that Ling Xiao must pay with his life. Ling Tao said with an extremely ugly expression. What? Meng Xiyun was shocked after hearing this. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Xiao is the Grand Elder's disciple. He won't let anything happen to him. Right now, the most important thing is for Xiao to find a place to hide. Ling Tao comforted her. What are you talking about, third brother? What trouble did Xiao cause? Ling Zhan walked in and asked. Ling Tao hurriedly explained the situation to Ling Zhan. Yushi, go call the young master back. Ling Zhan immediately ordered Bai Yushi. No, we can't let Xiao die. Meng Xiyun immediately grabbed Bai Yushi's hand and glared at Ling Zhan. What do you know? Our Ling clan isn't afraid of the Li and Lan clan. Plus, the Grand Elder will definitely stand up for Xiao. I want Xiao to come back so he can explain things to the Patriarch. I don't believe the Patriarch won't protect Xiao. Ling Zhan angrily said. Meng Xiyun was silent for a moment before resolutely saying, No matter what, I won't let Xiao risk his life unless I die. Big brother, I think we shouldn't let Xiao go to the inner courtyard. Ling Tao advised. Ling Zhan looked at Ling Tao with a puzzled expression. Ling Tao revealed an angry expression and said, The second and fifth elders strongly agree to give Xiao to the Li and Lan clan. Them again. Ling Zhan narrowed his eyes in annoyance. For a moment, the room fell into silence. At this time, an attendant hurriedly ran in and said, Master, there are 2 attendants outside looking for young Master Ling Xiao. Ling Zhan furrowed his brows and walked out, followed by the rest. The newcomers were 2 middle-aged men, both dressed in green robes. One of them was tall and thin, with eagle-like eyes and a protruding face. His expression was cold and handsome. The other man was slightly shorter, slightly plump, and had a gloating smile on his face. On his back hung a ghost-slaying broadsword, which was proportional to his body. Ling Chong, what brings you here? Ling Zhan looked at the skinny middle-aged man and asked indifferently. This person was the 5th elder's son, Ling Chong, who was also Ling Rui's father. He was known as the head steward and was in charge of the Ling clan's finances. He was a high-level mystic cultivator and was once considered as one of the candidates for the clan leader along with Ling Zhan. He and Ling Zhan had never been on good terms since they were young, but it was a pity that Ling Zhan always suppressed him. After that, when Ling Zhan's meridians were destroyed, he secretly made things difficult for Ling Zhan's family. Ling Chong laughed lightly, then said faintly, I am here to bring Ling Xiao to the inner courtyard. Please call him out. He thought to himself, Ling Zhan can actually cultivate Xianxia again? With one look, he could tell that Ling Zhan was already a low-level Xianxia cultivator. I wonder what my Xiao has done to trouble you, the head steward of the treasury, to invite him over. Ling Zhan laughed coldly. Everyone knew that he and Ling Chong were on bad terms. His strength was not as good as before, but his words did not let Ling Chong gain any advantage. Ling Zhan's words were referring to how a dignified head steward of the treasury was actually in charge of punishment. Actually, the fatty beside Ling Chong was the 4th elder Ling Wei's deacon, Ling Tang. I am here to help brother Ling Tang find Ling Xiao. Please call him out as soon as possible. We still have to rush back to the inner courtyard to report. Ling Chong snorted coldly. At this time, Ling Tang, who was at the side, said, "Yes, head steward Ling Chong and I coincidentally came together. So we came together. Please call Deacon Ling Xiao out." With one look, Ling Zhan could tell that the two of them came together, but he also knew that this was not the time to stall for time. He immediately said, "The Grand Elder has sent him to the back mountain to cultivate. If you have the ability, you can go invite him yourself." Ling Zhan brought up the Grand Elder's name, and the meaning behind it was obvious. Indeed, Ling Chong and Ling Tang both revealed a troubled expression. In the end, Ling Tang said with difficulty, "Ling Zhan, don't make things difficult for us. I am here on the Grand Elder's orders to invite Deacon Ling Xiao. Please call him back." "Ha! Deacon Tang, your words are too serious. Didn't I tell you that my unfilial son is in the back mountain? If you want to find him, go ahead. I'm not stopping you." Ling Zhan laughed lightly. At this time, Ling Tao reminded them seriously, "The back mountain seems to be the Grand Elder's cultivation ground." This time, Ling Chong and Ling Tang's faces turned even greener. In Meteor City, the Grand Elder's name was enough to suppress everything in the Ling family. Who asked the Grand Elder to be the #1 person in Meteor City? He was so powerful that no one dared to casually provoke him. "Let's go to the back mountain. I believe that the Grand Elder will understand." Ling Chong patted Ling Tang's shoulder and said helplessly. However, his eyes stayed on Ling Zhan, not concealing the sharpness in them. "Big Brother Zhan." Hearing Ling Chong's words, Mengxian nervously pulled on Ling Zhan's sleeve. Ling Zhan looked at his wife and patted the back of her hand. "Don't be nervous. With the Grand Elder here, nothing will happen to Xiao." Just as Ling Chong and Ling Tang were about to turn around and leave, Ling Chong stopped and indifferently asked, "Who is Ling Xiao's maid?" Bai Yushi didn't even think about it, and immediately said, "This servant is." Ling Xiao was deeply ingrained in her heart, and she was proud to be Ling Xiao's maid. Thus, when Ling Chong asked her, she reacted very quickly. "Yushi, what nonsense are you talking about? You are our goddaughter." Ling Zhan lightly shouted. Ling Chong revealed a trace of smile and said, "Deacon Tang, bring her back. Didn't you hear the elders say that the person in question should be brought along?" Ling Chong was very pleased with himself. Ling Xiao believed that this maid would obediently come out of the back mountain for the sake of killing the Li and Lan families. Ling Chong's plan was to force the snake out of its hole. "She is my goddaughter. Whoever dares to touch her will have to go against me." Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan could naturally guess Ling Chong's intentions. "Ling Zhan, are you not going to follow the elder's decision?" Ling Chong shouted at Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan did not look down on Ling Zhan and said, "If you have the ability, then show me or the fourth elder's hand. Otherwise, I won't let Yushi go with you. You clearly don't want to hand her over. The two of us are here on the elder's orders. If you insist on not handing her over, then don't blame us for being impolite," Ling Chong said coldly. "Come, who's afraid of who?" Ling Tao had always been someone who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. The moment he heard that Ling Chong was going to make a move, he immediately flipped his spear over. Ling Chong wasn't slow either, and his long sword flew out from his back like a rainbow. This time, Ling Tang hurriedly mediated, "Don't fight. Let's talk this out." Although Ling Tang was close to Ling Chong, it wasn't good for him to have a falling out with Ling Zhan and Ling Tao. After all, they were the son of the family head, and now that they had the support of the Grand Elder, he didn't dare to offend them. Ling Chong had already thrown caution to the wind. This was a good opportunity to get rid of Ling Xiao, and, at the same time, it was also a good opportunity to deal a blow to the family head's faction. He didn't care about Ling Tang's words at all. Today, he had to force Ling Xiao to appear. "Who's looking at my family's doorstep? How uncultured." A lazy voice came from behind the crowd. If it wasn't Ling Xiao, who else could it be? Behind him was the one-eyed solitary eagle. Yesterday, after killing the people, Ling Xiao went straight back to the back mountain. He didn't continue to cultivate, but instead chose to meditate for half a day. First, he meditated for half a day to recover his Xianxia, and at night, he soaked in the bathtub to absorb the medicinal energy. After a night, Ling Xiao had more or less recovered. He had killed the Li and Lan families' men, and he believed that the two families wouldn't let this matter rest. Thus, he had sent Solitary Eagle, who had submitted to him, to gather information. The news of the Li and Lan families' arrival came from Solitary Eagle's mouth. Ling Xiao didn't want to put his parents in a difficult position. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of the two families finding trouble with him, so he took the initiative to offer himself. Ling Xiao, young master, Luo Qingxuang and Bai Yushi exclaimed at the same time. Little chubby girl, why are you here? Ling Xiao looked at the beautiful Luo Qingxuang with a little astonishment. You bastard. Luo Qingxuang stamped her feet and said angrily. She didn't understand why this fellow would make her so angry every time, but she didn't know why a sweet feeling grew in her heart, and she couldn't get rid of it. Are you missing this young master? I've already said, if you become this young master's personal maid, won't you be able to see this young master every day? Really? Ling Xiao couldn't help but tease her. In his eyes, Luo Qingxuang and Bai Yushi were rare beauties. One was hard and the other gentle, and they were pleasing to the eye. You're still in the mood to laugh when you're facing a disaster. Luo Qingxuang's cheeks flushed red as she reminded Ling Xiao angrily. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Ling Chong and Ling Tang, who were looking at him. Oh, isn't this Lord Steward? Why are you in front of my house? Did my father not invite you in for tea? Father, you're really too much. Everyone who comes is a guest, so you can't be so rude. Ling Xiao put on a comical expression and said to Ling Chong in a strange tone. Luo Qingxuang was the first to burst into laughter, but then she used her delicate hands to cover her gaffe. Ling Chong was about to speak, but this time Ling Tang spoke first. Deacon Ling Xiao, the elders want you to go to the inner courtyard. Hurry up and come with us. Don't let the elders wait for too long. Ling Tang heaved a sigh of relief. It was best if Ling Xiao could appear on his own. Xiaoer, don't go. Before Ling Xiao could reply, Meng Xian immediately pulled Ling Xiao away. Ling Xiao ignored his mother's words and looked at Ling Tang and Ling Chong with a playful expression. Oh, so the elders want to invite you. I knew it. It's impossible for all of you to come to my house to drink tea so early in the morning. Besides, my house doesn't have that much tea to serve you. Cut the crap and hurry up and come with us. Ling Chong was especially annoyed when he heard Ling Xiao's strange words. Haha, if I leave just because you tell me to, then wouldn't I lose face? Ling Xiao spread his hands and laughed. You dare to defy the elders? Ling Chong asked coldly. Ling Xiao ignored Ling Chong and asked Ling Tang. Deacon Ling Tang, the elders want me to go over. Ling Tang nodded and replied, Yes, hurry up and come with me. All right, since Deacon Ling Tang is so interested, then I'll reluctantly go with you. Ling Xiao replied reluctantly. Ling Xiao's words made Ling Chong want to stab him to death with his sword. This was obviously disrespecting Ling Chong on the spot. Chapter 45. The Ling Family's Inner Courtyard. The Ling family's patriarch and the 8 elders were sitting in the main hall of the cabinet. There were also 2 unfamiliar elders in the VIP section. Everyone's faces were unsightly, and the 2 unfamiliar old men's faces were filled with anger. It was obvious that something unpleasant had just happened here. In the VIP seats, an elder dressed in gray spoke to Ling Tsong, who was sitting in the center of the hall. Clan leader Ling, I have come with leader Lan today to seek justice. Our 2 families have always minded our own business. Even though your Ling family is powerful, we are not to be trifled with. If you do not give us a satisfactory answer today, then we would rather die a broken piece of jade than live in dishonor. This old man was the current patriarch of the Li family, Li Zhongxian. The old man sitting next to him was the Lan family's patriarch, Lan Jinfeng. Ling Tsong narrowed his eyes. His usual calm demeanor was replaced by the aura of a leader. In front of these 2, he couldn't show any weakness. Patriarch Li, Patriarch Lan, this matter will be decided after Ling Xiao arrives. If you don't have the patience to wait, then our Ling family won't be sending you off, Ling Tsong said indifferently. Those who kill must pay with their lives. There's no room for discussion. Lan Jinfeng snorted. Patriarch Lan is right. Our Ling family will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. The fifth elder, Ling Yan, replied. Are you going to hand over our Ling family as well? The third elder, Ling Yuan, said in a strange tone. What did you say? The fifth elder, Ling Yan, frowned and stared at the third elder. You know what I'm saying. Our Ling family members are not people who can be killed as they please. The third elder, Ling Yuan, said to the fifth elder, Ling Yan. The Li family's patriarch, Li Zhongqian, released his aura and coldly said, Do you think our two families deserve to die? Everyone present was a top-notch expert, but in the face of the Li family's patriarch's aura, they all felt a sense of suffocation. The second elder, Ling Mo, waved his hand and said, I believe that our patriarch will not cover up the murderer. For the sake of the three families' peaceful development, he will definitely make the right decision and give you a satisfactory answer. Second elder's words were full of innuendo. First, he raised Ling Tsong up, then he placed him in the air, making it difficult for him to back down. If Ling Xiao kills someone for no reason, I will personally execute him. Ling Tsong's anger finally exploded. After saying that, he crushed the teacup in his hand into powder. At that moment, Ling Tsong's aura was released to the fullest, and an aura that was even more domineering than the Li family's patriarchs instantly enveloped the entire hall. Following this, Ling Tsong continued, If anyone dares to use my grandson as a sacrifice, even if I don't become the patriarch, I will still twist their head off. Ever since Ling Tsong became the clan leader, he hadn't had the chance to enjoy the happiness of a family. Every day, he had to work hard for the development of the clan. Every day, he had to deal with the second elder and the fifth elder. When it came to his grandchildren, he had never done his duty as a grandfather. Instead, one of his sons and grandsons had almost been killed by a scoundrel, and he had made them suffer for many years. As a father, and as the clan leader's grandfather, he had endured for far too long. Now that someone wanted to take his grandson's life, he finally exploded with the anger he had been suppressing for so long. Ling Tsong couldn't bear it anymore. If anyone wanted to take his grandson's life, even if I don't become the clan leader, I will still twist their head off. In that moment, the 2 or 3 elders who were on the second elder side were so frightened by Ling Tsong's aura that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At that moment, they finally realized that their clan leader wasn't a puppet that could be manipulated by anyone. Clan leader Ling, it looks like you don't plan on handing over the murderer to us. If that's the case, clan leader Lan, let's go. I don't believe that your Ling family can cover the sky with one hand. The clan leader of the Li family stood up and shouted angrily. At that moment, the second elder, Ling Mo, stood up and said, Clan leader Li, please wait. He then turned to Ling Tsong and said, Clan leader, I know that Ling Xiao is your grandson, but please distinguish between public and private matters. Don't disregard the interests of the family. Second elder, are you teaching me how to do things? Ling Tsong stared at the second elder and asked faintly. Ling Mo's heart trembled. He didn't expect Ling Tsong to ask him such a question. In his memory, this was the first time Ling Tsong had been so domineering. However, would he be afraid of Ling Tsong? The answer was no. For so many years, Ling Mo had always been at odds with Ling Tsong. Everyone knew of his ambition. The previous clan leader was his late father, and now he just wanted to take back his father's position. What was wrong with that? For a moment, the entire hall became silent again. At that moment, the sound of footsteps finally came from outside the door. Ling Tang entered the pavilion and bowed to everyone present. Clan leader, elders, Deacon Ling Xiao has arrived. The fourth elder, Ling Wei, waved his hand and dismissed Ling Tang. Ling Xiao swaggered in with a faint smile on his face. He bowed to Ling Tsong, who was sitting in the middle, and said, Ling Xiao greets clan leader and elders. The Lan family's clan leader, Lan Jinfeng, stared at Ling Xiao and asked, "You are Ling Xiao?" His eyes were filled with a strong, killing intent. "Who is this old man?" Of course, Ling Xiao could guess that the two old men sitting on the side were the current leaders of the Li family and the Lan family. However, he didn't know if the old man's surname was Li or Lan. Lan Jinfeng coldly snorted, "You don't have the qualifications to know who this old man is. Today, you will commit suicide in front of us, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, you will become the Ling family sinner." Ling Xiao pinched his chin and sized Lan Jinfeng up. He said with disdain, "You old man, I respect you and call you old man, but you actually want me to die. F***CK your grandmother. Why don't you commit suicide in front of me? I will go to your grave and piss on it to show my filial piety." Ling Xiao's words were so wicked that Lan Jinfeng was so angry that he almost made a move. Ling Tsong, who was sitting in the upper seat, said, "This is the Lan family's clan leader, and the other is the Li family's clan leader. They both said that you killed their grandson and granddaughter. Ling Xiao, did you do it?" Ling Xiao was still very respectful towards Ling Tsong, who was sitting in the upper seat. He immediately answered honestly, "I killed a few cats and dogs yesterday, but I don't know which one was the Li family's grandson or the Lan family's granddaughter." Bastard! When the Li family's clan leader, Li Zhongxian, heard this, he immediately shouted and shattered the tea table to the side. His entire body's aura enveloped Ling Xiao. Immediately, Ling Xiao felt as if an invisible hand had grabbed his throat, making it extremely difficult for him to breathe. Just as he was about to circulate his 3 parts returning energy to resist, Ling Tsong waved his hand, and the Li family's aura dissipated. "So this is the Ling family's people? How cultured, how arrogant. We've finally seen it for ourselves. Brother Lan, let's go." Li Zhongxian glanced at Ling Xiao and Ling Tsong before speaking to Lan Jinfeng. "Just wait to start a war with our 2 families." Lan Jinfeng nodded and then left behind some ruthless words. If it was just the Lan family, Lan Jinfeng definitely wouldn't dare to provoke the Ling family's prestige. But now that they were on the same boat as the Li family, how could they not be able to deal with the Ling family if they joined hands? "Wait, wait!" 2 voices rang out at the same time. One was from Ling Xiao, and the other was from the second elder. "What else do you have to say?" Li Zhongxian asked. Ling Xiao ignored the second elder and looked at Li Zhongxian. "Could it be that you plan to leave, just like this? Isn't that a bit too immoral? What? Could it be that you have the ability to make this old man stay? Or does your Ling family plan to bully me with numbers?" Li Zhongxian sized up Ling Xiao. He really couldn't understand why this brat was so arrogant. Could it be that he was so arrogant just because he had become the successor disciple of the Ling family's old man? "Ling Xiao, you have no right to speak here. Shut up." Second elder Ling Mo coldly snorted at Ling Xiao. "If I have no right to speak, then why did you call me over? Then I'm leaving. I won't send you off." Ling Xiao had long since seen through second elder Ling Mo's ambitions, so he pretended to leave. Second elder's face darkened, and he loudly shouted, "Impudent! How can you speak to your elders like this? Yesterday, you killed the granddaughter of the Li family's patriarch and the grandson of the Lan family's patriarch. Do you know your crimes?" Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the second elder with an amused expression. Then he looked around at the other elders. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed. "Huh, if you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. Do you all want me to commit suicide in front of these 2 old men? Xiao, don't be impulsive. Speak clearly. Grandpa will always stand by your side." Ling Tsong looked at Ling Zhao's lonely and helpless appearance. His heart felt a strong impact, and he absolutely couldn't let anything happen to this child. After he finished speaking, he left the main seat and instantly went to Ling Zhao's side. He was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to bear the pressure and commit suicide. Hearing Ling Tsong desperately protect him, Ling Zhao's heart warmed. At least this old man still had a bit of a human heart. In the past 2 years, Ling Tsong had never visited the Ling family's home. The grudge that Ling Xiao had against Ling Tsong had long since disappeared. Don't worry, Grandpa. Xiao isn't trying to take things too hard. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Song and was touched. Then he looked at the second elder and said, Second elder, I know that you and the fifth elder don't like my family, and you both want to replace my grandfather, right? Second elder was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes revealed a murderous look. Yellow-toothed child, how dare you slander this old man? Not only did second elder's face turn ugly, but the faces of the other Ling family elders also changed. Everyone knew that second elder wanted to replace Ling Song's position, but no one dared to say it. Today, Ling Xiao actually said it in front of everyone. Did this mean that Ling Song and second elder were going to have a falling out? I slander you? Haha, fine. Then let me ask you, why are you helping outsiders to deal with me? Don't you know that I'm the eldest grandson of the family head? Ling Xiao looked at second elder and circulated his returning energy to resist second elder's aura. Just because you're the eldest grandson of the family head, you can do whatever you want? In our Ling family, no matter who makes a mistake, they have to bear the consequences. You killed people from the Li and Lan families and try to start a war between the three families. You are the center of the family, second elder sneered as he stared at Ling Xiao. Haha, then you don't care about right or wrong and want to punish me. Then if it was the two families who kidnapped your wife and daughter and forced them into prostitution, would you remain loyal and allow them to humiliate you? For the sake of the family's benefits, would you not fight? Ling Xiao laughed as he retorted. Every word he said was powerful, and he didn't fear second elder at all. You're courting death. No matter how good second elder's cultivation was, Ling Xiao had touched his bottom line time and time again. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao with a single palm strike. This brat's words were like a slap to his face. Even Ling Song, the family head, didn't dare to speak to him like this. Chapter 46. Ling Xiao was quick enough to hide behind Ling Song. He even stuck his head out and yelled, Murder! Everyone present was an elder of the Ling family, and they all looked at Ling Xiao speechlessly. This bastard was too daring to publicly insult the second elder. At that moment, the fifth elder spoke up, Clan leader, you heard it all. Ling Xiao actually insulted the second elder. This is clearly an act of contempt towards the elders. Fourth elder, what punishment do you think he should receive? The fourth elder muttered to himself for a moment before sneaking a glance at Ling Song. He should be punished by crippling his arm as a warning. If he commits this offense again, his Xianxia will be crippled and he will be expelled from the family. Haha, what a heavy crime. Didn't any of you dig your earwax out just now? I'm only saying if not the truth. Does that count as looking down on an elder? Ling Xiao smiled calmly, without the slightest hint of fear. Do you think the elders can say if as they please? Fourth elder, shouldn't you be the first to carry out the punishment? The fifth elder urged, clearly looking down on Ling Song. Recently, the second and fifth elders have been a bit sullen. The main reason was because Ling Xiao had been accepted as the Grand Elder's disciple. Ling Song's faction had been very arrogant, and every time during the Elders' Council, they would be able to suppress them. Now was the perfect time to strike back at Ling Song's faction. Of course, it would be best if they could get rid of that brat Ling Xiao. Bah, I can't say if to the elders, so they can casually convict me? How ridiculous, Ling Xiao spat. He continued, and you, fifth elder, the fourth elder hasn't even said anything yet, and you're already rushing out to give orders. Do you think you're the clan leader? Do you think you're the fourth elder? Why don't you switch places? These words caused the fifth elder's face to turn ugly. His palms were covered in cold sweat. This brat was too direct. He immediately explained, I'm just speaking the truth. Is that not allowed? Of course you can. It's just that when you gave out orders just now, it really was awe-inspiring. Even the fourth elder and the patriarch had to step aside, ridiculed Ling Xiao. You? The fifth elder was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were wide open, but he was unable to refute. Ling Xiao, don't spout nonsense. Hurry up and explain the situation. Ling Song coldly interrupted the two of them. In his heart, he was breaking out in cold sweat for his bold grandson. Even at this time, he still dared to come out and act like a tiger. At this time, everyone quieted down. Li Zhongxian and Lan Jinfeng gave each other an obscure look. The two of them also quietly waited for Ling Xiao to speak. They wanted to see how he would explain. Ling Xiao put away his smile, and his face gradually became serious. He looked at Li Zhongxian and Lan Jinfeng and faintly said, "Did the two of you bring any gifts today?" As soon as Ling Xiao said this, countless questions hung in everyone's mind. How could this bastard's words be so irrelevant? They came to take his life, but he actually asked if they brought any gifts? The two of them didn't say anything and only heavily snorted. "I see that the two of you didn't bring any gifts. Then, don't leave here today," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Arrogant. The two patriarchs instantly stood up and shouted. Two imposing auras immediately pressed towards Ling Xiao. These two imposing auras were not just used to scare people, but were real. Even if it was a mystic realm expert, they would be directly shaken into serious injuries. Just as Ling Song was about to protect Ling Xiao, an aged voice rang out from outside the room. "Who dares to bully my disciple? Old master, if you still don't come, your handsome and invincible disciple will be killed by others." Ling Xiao raised his voice and shouted, "The Grand Elder is here." This thought flashed through everyone's mind in the cabinet. Li Zhongxian and Lan Jinfeng's imposing auras instantly disappeared. On the contrary, they were shaken a few steps back. Everyone was shocked when they saw this situation. The Grand Elder had made a move. "Welcome, Grand Elder." Ling Song was the first to respectfully greet him, followed by the Ling family's elders. The Grand Elder slowly walked into the cabinet with his hands behind his back. His originally fake old eyes suddenly became sharp. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the Li family's patriarch and the Lan family's patriarch. The Li family's patriarch and the Lan family's patriarch exchanged a glance with the Grand Elder. Their bodies trembled and they revealed a timid expression. In the end, the two of them braced themselves and greeted the Grand Elder, "Old Master Ling." The Grand Elder snorted and did not say anything. He directly went to the seat beside the patriarch and sat down. Only then did he faintly say, "Whoever dares to touch my disciple, I will destroy his entire family." After saying that, the Grand Elder did not speak again and closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, the second elder and the other elders all lowered their heads guiltily. This was the first time they had seen how protective the Grand Elder was, and their hearts gradually began to waver in their support for the second elder. The second and fifth elders also did not dare to breathe loudly and sat back down in their seats. Only Ling Song finally had a faint smile on his face. In his heart, he could finally relax for Ling Xiao. The one who was the most pleased was Ling Xiao. From the very beginning, he had already sent people to inform the Grand Elder. Although Ling Song would protect him, if he was unable to withstand the pressure and was executed by the Grand Elder, it would be very troublesome. He had been acting like this for so long in order to wait for the Grand Elder to appear. At this time, Ling Song seized the opportunity to speak. "Everyone sit down. Now, let Ling Xiao explain what exactly happened." After everyone was seated, Ling Xiao finally told the whole story from beginning to end. Naturally, there was no lack of exaggeration in the middle. "Clan leader, elders, tell me. My god sister, who is also the Grand Elder's god-granddaughter, was captured by others to be a prostitute. How can I tolerate this? Could it be that our Ling clan's people are cowards? Of course not. So I went to persuade Miss Li to release her. I said that I was a member of the Ling clan, but Miss Li said that even if the Ling clan's old man came, I wouldn't release her. She even called young Master Lan to kill me. I only acted to protect myself, and was forced to do so. As for young Master Lan, he was a mystic realm expert, so how could I possibly kill him? As you all can see, I'm only a middle-stage profound realm expert. If it wasn't for Hu Lu and Hu Qi rushing over, I'm afraid that I would have already died. How could I still be here to tell everyone about my sad past?" Ling Xiao clasped his hands behind his back, looking like a storyteller. "Nonsense. You clearly killed Quanxing with your own hands. Lan Jinfeng naturally wouldn't believe Ling Zhao's nonsense. At that time, there were many witnesses, and it was obviously different from what Ling Xiao said. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to Lan Jinfeng's words and continued to act pitiful. After young Master Lan was killed by Hu Lu and Hu Qi, I originally wanted to ask Miss Li to apologize to my little sister, and that would be it. Who knew that Miss Li not only didn't buy it, but also scolded my little sister as a fake, scolded our Ling clan as cowards, and said that if you had the guts, you should kill her. Speaking up to here, Ling Xiao paused for a moment, and then said, I'm a member of the Ling clan, so of course I'm a man. How could I possibly be a coward? So I could only kill her to prove that our Ling clan is a man with guts. Everyone, don't you think so? Ling Xiao spoke with emotion and sincerity, and many elders couldn't help but agree with Ling Zhao's words and nod their heads. They looked at the Li clan's patriarch with obvious resentment. After all, they were elders of the number 1 clan in Meteor City, and they were insulted by a junior as cowards. How could they endure this? They could only transfer their resentment to Li Zhongqian. One-sided words. You can say whatever you want, Li Zhongqian said snappily. Whether it's one-sided words or not, you'll know later. Third uncle, have you brought the person? Ling Xiao replied with certainty, and then called out to the door. I've brought the person, Ling Tao responded, and then walked in with 4 people. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in confusion, and no one knew what Ling Xiao wanted to do. This is the shopkeeper of the cloth shop. Do you remember her? Ling Xiao said, pointing to an old man around 50 years old. He was the shopkeeper of the cloth shop yesterday. The shopkeeper glanced at Bai Yushi, who was beside him, and hurriedly nodded. I recognize her. Yesterday, she came to my shop to buy cloth, and when she went out, she accidentally bumped into young Miss Qing. She was then beaten up by young Miss Qing, and in the end, young Miss Qing and the Lan clan's young master took her away. The shopkeeper felt bitter in his heart. Whether it was the Ling clan or the Li clan, he didn't dare to offend either of them. If they wanted to destroy him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. However, he had no choice but to come out and testify. Fortunately, this young master had promised to have the Ling clan's protection in the future, so he believed that his business would be much better. Afterwards, Xiao Mei, Bai Yushi, and Solitary Eagle all came out to testify that it was indeed Li Qingqing who had committed evil deeds first, and that was why she had suffered Ling Zhao's revenge. All of this was caused by Li Qingqing. After listening to everyone's testimony, Li Zhongqian was so angry that his beard was blown up high, while Lan Jinfeng's expression was extremely ugly. Patriarch Li, Patriarch Lan, now the truth is out, right? Young Master Lan is an accomplice, and young Miss Li is the main culprit. Tell me, do you think our Ling clan's people should be bullied by them? Do you want me to watch helplessly as my sworn sister is raped like a prostitute? Ling Xiao took 2 steps forward and looked at Li Zhongqian and Lan Jinfeng as he questioned. The 2 of them just coldly snorted and didn't say anything else. Ling Xiao then turned his gaze to the 2nd elder and the 5th elder. Elders, do you still think that I'm wrong to kill people? Do you still think that I'm harming the Ling clan's interests? The 2nd elder and the 5th elder's expressions were very ugly, but they didn't answer. They really didn't understand the whole story at the beginning. They thought that after Ling Xiao became the great elder's successor disciple, he would do whatever he wanted, offending both the Li and Lan clan at the same time. They wanted to take down Ling Xiao and, at the same time, attack Ling Tsang's faction. Unfortunately, no matter how much they calculated, they didn't expect that the great elder would directly come to the cabinet to protect Ling Xiao. Moreover, the matter was just as Ling Xiao said. The Li clan's people were in the wrong first, and the Lan clan's people were accomplices. As members of the Ling clan, at this point, of course, they couldn't help outsiders to bully their own clan. Even if they had 100 guts, they still wouldn't dare. If they lost the support of the other elders, it would be even more difficult for them to seize the throne. Since the matter has been explained clearly, Clan Leader Li, Clan Leader Lan, do you have anything else to say? Ling Tsang asked. Clan Leader Ling, sorry to disturb you. Clan Leader Lan, let's go. Li Zhongxian knew that Tianchong was no longer on their side, and he had already prepared himself for the possibility of failure today. He just wanted to see the Ling clan's attitude. Now that the Ling clan's internal strife had been solved, as long as he made use of it, it was only a matter of time before he got rid of Ling Xiao and destroyed the Ling clan. Li Zhongxian and Lan Jinfeng were just about to leave when Ling Xiao spoke again. "You too. Don't you plan on giving my sworn sister a gift as compensation? She was scared to death yesterday." Ling Xiao's words almost made the two of them fall down together. He had already been killed by him, and he still dared to ask for a gift. This bastard was too shameless. "Before tomorrow, each of you have to send over an item no lower than mid-second level. Otherwise, this old man will personally come and ask for it," the great elder, who had been silent all this time, said indifferently. Hiss! The Ling clan's elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. This great elder really doted on Ling Xiao too much. This time, Ling Xiao had simultaneously offended two great clans, and had also caused the second elder and fifth elder to lose face. His future path would be even more difficult. However, would he treat them as roadblocks? The answer was no. Chapter 47. After struggling for half a day, the Li family patriarch and the Lan family patriarch left the Ling family dejectedly. "Brother Li, are we just going to let this matter go?" Lan Jinfeng asked Li Zhongqian. "Then what do you think? As long as that old fellow from the Ling family hasn't died, we won't be able to go against the Ling family." Li Zhongqian was also unwilling to give up. After a pause, he continued, "That fellow might have already broken through. If that's the case, no one will dare to provoke the Ling family for at least 20 years. You're saying that old fellow from the Ling family has already broken through?" Lan Jinfeng's heart trembled. If that wasn't the case, how could he force both of us back at the same time? Li Zhongqian's expression was solemn. Lan Jinfeng thought back to when they were in the Ling family's inner cabinet. They had indeed been shaken by that old fellow's aura. That strength was truly unfathomable, and he couldn't help but nod in agreement. But this trip wasn't in vain. I've long heard that the Ling family's internal strife is endless, and it seems that it wasn't just a rumor. As long as we take advantage of this point and further intensify the internal strife within the Ling family, they will naturally collapse. Then the Ling family will naturally not be a threat. Li Zhongqian's eyes flashed with pride. Brother Li's words are correct. Then in the future, the Lan family will follow the Li family's lead. I hope Brother Li won't mind. Lan Jinfeng took the opportunity to express his thoughts to Li Zhongqian. At this moment, it was a good opportunity to curry favor with the Li family. Lan Jinfeng naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. If he could form an alliance with the Li family, then in the future when the Li family's power grew, they would also be able to benefit from it. Li Zhongqian laughed. "Ha ha, with Brotherland's help, I naturally welcome it." After the two heads of the Li and Lan families left, the Ling family's inner cabinet held a meeting for more than 2 hours. After the meeting ended, the second and fifth elders returned to the secret room with ugly expressions. "Big brother, I can't bear it anymore. I want to personally get rid of that little bastard." The fifth elder immediately complained to the second elder. "Last time, we failed to assassinate that little bastard and already alerted him. Now that he rarely leaves the family, it won't be so easy to get rid of him," the second elder lightly said. "Are we going to let him continue to be so arrogant? If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, once he grows up in the future, it will be even more difficult for us to deal with him," said the fifth elder in a bad mood. "In a year's time, he won't be able to grow much. But if there's an opportunity, it's best to get rid of him first. Without him, the Grand Elder might not necessarily stand on Ling Song's side. Who knows, he might even take a liking to Kuang. That way, we'll have a much better chance of victory," the second elder said. "Big brother is wise, but who should we send to kill that bastard? I heard that he can even kill low-level mystic cultivators, and he has 2 Tiger Guard by his side. Why don't I send him on his way myself?" Fifth elder suggested. "There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Furthermore, there are people who want to kill that bastard even more than we do. As long as we send people to keep an eye on that little bastard's movements, then we'll spread the news, and naturally, there will be people who will take his life. A sinister killing intent flashed through the second elder's eyes. After hearing this, the fifth elder thought for a moment and couldn't help but nod. Good plan. Unless that bastard doesn't leave the house, he's dead for sure. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. How's the progress on Old Devil's side? The second elder changed the topic. At this point, the fifth elder became slightly angry. I don't know what the Azure Wolf Regiment has been up to recently, but they haven't been supplying us with any more. That old devil has been saying all day that if we don't have any more poisonous herbs, he won't be able to refine them. It's so infuriating. Don't be angry, second brother. That old devil's temper is just like that. Furthermore, it's true that there's no need for poisonous herbs. You can have people spread the news and have high-leveled cultivators purchase those herbs. I'm sure that there will be quite a few mercenaries and adventurers who will be able to temporarily solve our problem. In any case, it's not like those herbs are difficult to find. I know, but that old devil's success rate is just too low. We've already supplied 50 sets of herbs, but only 5 have succeeded. If this continues, I'm afraid that we won't be able to last more than half a year. What can we do? In the entire Meteor City, only that old devil can refine them. We'll just have to endure it for now. Once we have enough medicinal pills, it'll be time for us to take back our family business, the second elder said faintly. Ling Xiao left the inner courtyard and returned home. Originally, Ling Cong had something he wanted to tell him, but Luo Qingxuang was still in his home. He had to greet her first. She was a guest, and since she was so concerned about him, he had to thank her. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to her. Ling Xiao had already thought it through. He didn't have anything to give her, so he could only repay her with his body. He didn't care how she dealt with him. As long as she didn't do it too harshly, he would endure it. When he entered the main hall, he saw Luo Qingxuang and his mother, Meng Xiyun, chatting happily. Xiao, you're back. I was so worried about you. Meng Xiyun immediately went up to Ling Xiao. Her hands were constantly touching Ling Xiao's body, as if she was afraid that Ling Xiao would be hurt. Ling Xiao's heart warmed, and he immediately comforted her. Mother, I'm fine. They're all reasonable people. I explained the matter clearly, and they went back. They even promised to give Yuxi a gift as an apology tomorrow. Don't worry. If Li Zhongxian and Lan Jinfeng, who had just left, heard these words, they would probably vomit blood on the spot from anger. They had already killed them, yet they still wanted them to apologize. How could this be called reasonable? Even Bai Yuxi on the side couldn't help but burst into laughter when she heard this. It's good that you're fine. Miss Luo has been sitting here for a long time. You can accompany her and chat. Yuxi and I will go get something to eat. Meng Xian calmed down and gave Ling Xiao a look before pulling Bai Yuxi out. Only Ling Xiao and Luo Qingxuang were left in the main hall. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He sat down and brewed a cup of tea. As he tasted the tea, he quietly looked at Luo Qingxuang. He praised in his heart. This girl's body is even more voluptuous than Yuxi's. Her face isn't as white and tender as Bai Yuxi's, but it's healthy and elastic. It's not bad to let her and Yuxi be my personal maid. Luo Qingxuang was stared at by Ling Xiao. She blushed and turned her head away. Her tender hands kept pinching the corner of her clothes. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, Luo Qingxuang couldn't help but spit. Why are you looking at me like that? Looking at Luo Qingxuang's bashful appearance, Ling Xiao thought that this girl was 80% interested in him. He couldn't help but feel happy. He immediately coughed and said, Little fat girl, thank you for coming all the way to see me. I'm very touched. At this point, Luo Qingxuang felt a sweetness in her heart, but she refused to admit it. I just happened to pass by. Ling Xiao knew that girls always didn't mean what they said. Of course, he wouldn't believe her, but he didn't expose her and continued. Qingxuang, can I call you that? Luo Qingxuang used a mosquito-like voice to reply, and a blush on her cheeks deepened. Ling Xiao was ecstatic. There's a chance. Qingxuang, we've known each other since we were young. We can be considered childhood sweethearts, right? Ling Xiao began to tempt Luo Qingxuang. Luo Qingxuang didn't refute, which was a tacit agreement. Generally speaking, childhood sweethearts are good friends who can talk about anything, right? Yes. They often hang out together and talk about life, right? Yes. Look, why don't we go to the room first and discuss life so that we can improve our friendship? Ling Xiao had already walked to Luo Qingxuang's side and stared at her delicate face. He rubbed his hands together, and saliva seemed to be flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Luo Qingxuang reflected on Ling Xiao's words. She raised her beautiful eyes and saw Ling Xiao's hungry wolf expression. She immediately threw a punch at him. Go to hell. A heavy blow landed squarely on Ling Xiao's handsome face, causing him to scream in pain. Ah, why didn't you dodge? Luo Qingxuang cried out softly. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to not dodge, and she couldn't help but feel sorry for Ling Xiao. Haha, my mouth is cheap, so I deserve to be hit. Ling Xiao touched his face and smiled apologetically. He had already cultivated the first transformation of the Vajra's 5 transformation technique, so how could such an ordinary punch hurt him? Luo Qingxuang was still inexperienced, so she didn't know Ling Xiao's trick. She immediately lowered her delicate face and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, but please don't say such frivolous words to me anymore, okay? Okay, I won't say it anymore. It seems like I was thinking too much, Ling Xiao said sadly. No. As long as you don't say those things to me, I won't hit you, Luo Qingxuang hurriedly explained. But, seeing how beautiful you are, I can't help but say a few words. Sigh, forget it, don't come looking for me anymore, I'm afraid Ling Xiao's handsome face gradually twisted, and he looked very uncomfortable. Luo Qingxuang didn't know why she felt very uncomfortable, so uncomfortable that she almost couldn't breathe. She didn't want to see Ling Xiao like this, so she immediately grabbed Ling Xiao's hand boldly and said, If you can win first place in the Great Clans tournament, I'll be with you. Luo Qingxuang was forced by Ling Xiao to loosen the reins only to grasp them better, and finally, she couldn't help but reveal her true feelings. Since the last time she was defeated by Ling Xiao at Savory Fragrance House, a shadow gradually appeared in her mind, and she couldn't get rid of it every time. Ever since she was young, he had been her goal. Originally, when he became a cripple, she only felt depressed, but she didn't feel uncomfortable. However, after so many years, she met him again, and he was able to recover his Xianxia and defeat her as a martial disciple, which made her start to have feelings for him. Yesterday, when she heard that he went to the Li family's territory to kill people, she was really worried for him. She knew that she had fallen hopelessly in love with Ling Xiao, so she came to visit Ling Xiao early in the morning. She didn't think that she would confess her love to Ling Xiao today. She planned to confess her love to Ling Xiao when the competition between all the influential families started. If Ling Xiao was strong enough to win the championship, she would confess her love to him. Now, she had unknowingly fallen into Ling Xiao's trap, and she felt that Ling Xiao seemed to have fallen in love with her. Now that she had said what was in her heart, she felt nervous and shy. Are you serious? Ling Xiao asked as he held Luo Qingxuang's delicate hand. Luo Qingxuang blushed and nodded. She wanted to struggle out of his grasp, but unfortunately, Ling Xiao refused to let go, so she could only let him take advantage of her. All right, just you wait. On the day of the Great Clans tournament, I will definitely win first place. When that time comes, you just wait to be my maid, haha. Ling Xiao laughed proudly. Go to hell. Luo Qingxuang scolded, broke free from Ling Xiao's hand, and turned to run out of Ling Xiao's house, feeling wronged. Just be a maid? Chapter 48. There was no need to wait for the next day. On the afternoon of the same day, the Li and Lan families sent people to apologize. The Li family sent a second-tier mid-tier soft armor, and the Lan family sent a stock of second-tier mid-tier spirit herb. After receiving the gifts, Ling Xiao stuffed the soft armor into Bai Yushi's arms without a second word, and told her to put it on quickly. Bai Yushi refused at first, saying that she had no use for it and wanted to give it to Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao had no choice but to show his authority as a young master before she accepted it obediently. As for the second-tier, mid-tier spirit herb, Ling Xiao naturally couldn't give it to Bai Yushi. Firstly, she had no use for it, and secondly, she didn't have the ability to maintain it. Hence, Ling Xiao accepted it on behalf of her. Currently, he had quite a lot of good stock, and when he broke through to the Mystic Knight rank in the future, these stocks would be of use. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. At night, after a day of torment, Ling Xiao once again soaked in the medicinal tub. The medicinal effects of the large medicinal tub were absorbed cleanly by Ling Xiao in just a moment. These medicinal effects weren't enough for Ling Xiao's body to recover. Immediately after, the two types of Xianxia began to circulate within his body, and the Xian energy flowed in reverse, continuously nourishing his limbs and organs. The injuries all over his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half the night passed, and Ling Xiao woke up from his meditation. His naked body was emitting a faint golden light, and his originally white skin had been replaced by a pale yellow. This pale yellow radiance circulated, appearing extremely glossy and flawless, constantly emitting a divine luster. Ling Xiao looked at the changes in his body's skin color in disbelief. His mouth was wide open, and he muttered to himself, "This is the sign of the second transformation." Just as he finished speaking, the pale yellow halo disappeared, and his skin once again returned to its fair and delicate appearance. "Damn, I've become a chameleon this time," Ling Xiao lightly shouted, his face full of joy. After more than half a month of torture, the second transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation secret art, refining tendons, had finally reached minor success. This speed was truly astonishing. His own strength as a mid-level profound practitioner had also improved greatly, and he was gradually striding toward the peak of the mid-level. He believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to become a high-level profound practitioner within a few months. This was all brought about by the miraculous 3 parts restoration energy. Other than increasing the speed of cultivation, it could also absorb the medicinal power like the Vajra 5 transformation secret art and convert the medicinal power into profound energy. This was why he had such a significant improvement in such a short period of time. Old Master said that after I've reached minor success in the second transformation, I can end the first stage of training. I'll wait for Dawn to find Old Master and tell him to let me rest for a month. It's time to go to the desolate mountain range. Ling Xiao made up his mind and finally decided to go to the desolate mountain range to experience the mystical birds and beasts of this continent. At the same time, he also wanted to see what kind of treasures were hidden on the map that Wei Dyer had memorized and why the 2 great mercenary groups would fight. There was still some time before dawn. Ling Xiao took out the brocade box that he had obtained from Lone Eagle, opened it, and looked at the gray spirit grass inside. In his heart, he kept searching for the catalog of spirit grass that he had memorized in his mind. Regardless of whether it was common or rare, he recalled every single one of them, but he still couldn't find a matching spirit grass. Strange, could it be that the catalog of spirit grass also didn't have any records? Ling Xiao looked at the spirit grass that was emitting a faint gray light, and he was puzzled. Wait, this can't be the shady wind grass, right? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's pupils dilated, and he finally remembered what spirit grass this was. The shady wind grass mostly grew in places of extreme ease. It was an extremely rare high-level 3 spirit grass and belonged to the wind attribute spirit grass. For wind attribute martial artists, this was comparable to a level 4 or higher spirit grass. This was because the shady wind grass was an extremely rare spirit grass for wind attribute martial artists. Not only could it increase the attribute ratio of wind attribute martial artists, but could also be used to cultivate the shady wind evil chi, which would greatly increase the lethality of their Xian skills. It was practically an invincible existence among martial artists of the same level. Ling Xiao really couldn't understand how Lone Eagle had obtained such a high-level spirit grass. The shady wind grass grew in places of extreme ease. Aside from its own rarity, it was also because there would be a shady wind beast that was at least level 3 guarding it. Even a powerful spirit master wouldn't be the shady wind beast's opponent. Only those with the strength of King Stage or above would have a chance of winning. Lone Eagle was only a middle-stage mystic realm martial artist, yet he was able to obtain such a shady wind grass. If others recognized it, he would instantly suffer a fatal disaster. Ling Xiao carefully put away the shady wind grass. At this moment, his mood was abnormally surging. A high-level 3 spirit grass was comparable to a level 4 spirit grass in value. If he took it to an auction, he would probably be able to sell it for a sky-high price. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to take it to an auction. Such an unusual treasure would naturally be left for himself to use. If he broke through to the mystic realm and was of the wind attribute, then he would have profited greatly. However, according to Ling Xiao's previous memories, when he broke through to the mystic realm before his meridians were crippled, he was of the metal attribute. Now that he broke through to the mystic realm again, would he also be of the metal attribute? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao became vexed again. If it was of the metal attribute, then he wouldn't be able to enjoy this shady wind grass. Forget it, a person can't be too greedy. If it really can't be done, then I'll just reward it to Lone Eagle in the future. Even though he's mainly of the fire attribute, he also has some wind attribute. Using the shady wind grass can greatly increase his wind attribute and balance the 2 attributes. However, I'll have to wait until I brainwash that fellow. If his loyalty to me remains unchanged, then I'll forge him into the strongest bodyguard. Ling Xiao made up his mind and put away the brocade box. Very quickly, the rising sun rose from the east. Ling Xiao didn't continue to cultivate and instead went to find the Grand Elder. When he had nothing to do, the Grand Elder would keep watch over the profound skill pavilion. When Ling Xiao arrived at the inner court, he went straight to the 2nd floor of the profound skill pavilion without any obstructions. He saw the old man lying on the armchair with his eyes narrowed, as if he didn't care about what was going on outside. "Brat, you ran out again?" The Grand Elder didn't even need to open his eyes. It was as if he already knew that it was Ling Xiao. "Old master, I wouldn't have come here even if I wanted to." Ling Xiao chuckled. "Then what are you doing here? Could it be that yesterday's matter hasn't been resolved?" "No, I'm here to ask for a leave of absence from you." "Leave of absence? What do you mean?" The Grand Elder had never heard of such a new word before and immediately asked. Ling Xiao was speechless and then said, "I want to make a trip to the desolate mountain range to train myself." "No, you can't take half a step out of the clan before you reach the small success stage of the 2nd transformation. Furthermore, there are many people who want to kill you right now. Don't you know that?" The Grand Elder finally opened his eyes and rejected him. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. I've already reached the small success stage of the 2nd transformation. He had been cultivating all day, and he was almost bored out of his mind. If he didn't go out and get some fresh air, he would go crazy. The Grand Elder sighed, stroked his white beard, and smiled benevolently. "You little fellow, stop joking. If you were to reach the small success stage, then my old bones wouldn't need to live anymore. Back then, I spent more than a year to reach the small success stage." No matter how talented you are, coupled with the unbearable torture of ordinary people, it would take at least half a year to reach the small success stage. Don't even think about lying to me. Could it be that I haven't reached the small success stage yet? Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be puzzled. He then tore off his shirt and asked, "Old master, what do you think is going on?" Ling Xiao activated the Vajra 5 transformation technique, and the white skin on his chest instantly turned light yellow. Furthermore, his entire body emitted a faint halo of light, making him look extremely divine. The Grand Elder looked at Ling Xiao, his old mouth open wide, his old eyes emitting an inconceivable light. How was this possible? Ling Xiao withdrew his profound energy, and his skin returned to its fair appearance. "Old master, does this count as a small success?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "According to the signs, it is a small success, but we have to try to know." After the Grand Elder finished speaking, he immediately grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and gently squeezed it. Before Ling Xiao could react, he felt a pain in his hand. He couldn't help but let out a soft hiss. "I broke a few of your tendons. Immediately use the Vajra 5 transformation technique to repair them," the Grand Elder said seriously. Ling Xiao didn't dare to think too much and immediately activated the Vajra 5 transformation technique. A ball of profound energy immediately rushed towards his wrist and unblocked the tendons. The tendons began to slowly recover their vitality, and the broken tendons gradually connected together. After a while, Ling Xiao could no longer feel any abnormalities in his arm. The tendons had already been restored. Through the practice of the Vajra 5 transformation technique, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh that this profound art had its own unique way. It actually had the ability to repair itself. This seemed too magical. If this kind of cultivation technique were to be spread out, it was unknown how many people would fight for it. He also didn't know where the Grand Elder got it from. Sure enough, it has already been cultivated to the small success. The Grand Elder sighed. He finally saw the abnormal cultivation ability of Ling Xiao. He really couldn't believe that someone could cultivate to the small success in such a short time. Originally, he thought highly of Ling Xiao's outstanding talent, perception, and tenacity, so he accepted him as a disciple. But now he realized that Ling Xiao's talent was already beyond his imagination. In fact, even Ling Xiao didn't know that the reason why he could cultivate to the Vajra 5 transformation technique so quickly, besides his own talent, the most important point was the 3-part return to Yuan Shi. If it wasn't for the help of the 3-part return to Yuan Shi, he definitely wouldn't be able to cultivate so quickly. Regarding this point, he would only gradually discover it when he became stronger in the future. "Grand Elder, then can I go to the desolate mountain range?" Ling Xiao asked again. "You have cultivated to the small success, but this is all the more reason why I can't let you go. The Li and Lan families won't let you go. Once you go out, you will certainly encounter the crazy retaliation of the 2 families. Wait until you are strong enough, then you can go," the Grand Elder bitterly said. It was rare to receive such an outstanding disciple. How could he feel at ease letting him go out now? If he was killed by the revenge of the enemies, then all his efforts would be wasted. The Grand Elder decided that before Ling Xiao became a powerful warrior, he absolutely couldn't let Ling Xiao leave Meteorite City. Of course, Ling Xiao could feel the Grand Elder's concern for him. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Grand Elder, I know you care about Xiao, but an eagle will eventually spread its wings and become an overlord in the sky. If I don't have the courage to fight in the sky, how can I achieve anything? I don't want to hide in the family shelter and grow up. It won't do me any good in the future. Of course I know what you're saying, but what is your current strength? If you go out, people will want to kill you like an ant. If you die before you can achieve anything, isn't that just empty? I've decided that before you become a high-level Xian cultivator, you absolutely can't step out of the Ling family." The Grand Elder politely but firmly said, "Grand Elder, if you really don't feel at ease, then let the 5 elements envoy, Hu Lu, and Hu Qi accompany me. It's not a good way to continue cultivating like this all day. We have to pay attention to the balance of work and rest. What if I continue to cultivate and become possessed by the devil?" Ling Xiao said incessantly. Unfortunately, the Grand Elder had already closed his old eyes and seemed to have fainted. He was completely unmoved. In the end, Ling Xiao could only walk out of the mysterious skill pavilion with a shrug. However, he quickly thought of a plan to get out. Chapter 49. At night, in Ling Xiao's cave, Ling Xiao's clothes had changed. He had changed from a handsome man to a beautiful woman. "Young master, are you really going to leave the family for a period of time?" Bai Yushi's beautiful eyes flashed with reluctance as she asked. At this moment, Ling Xiao was dressed as a woman, and his appearance was very comical. He was only doing this because he wanted to sneak out of the family overnight. It had to be known that the Supreme Elder had given the 5 Elements envoys a strict order to watch Ling Xiao, in turn to prevent him from escaping. Ling Xiao had already failed to escape several times, and only then did he think of a clever plan to replace a flower with a tree. Yes, young master, you must properly cultivate the Water Moon Divine Art during this period of time, understand? When I return, I will definitely see you become a profound practitioner. Good luck. Ling Xiao patted Bai Yushi's white and tender cheeks as he encouraged her. Bai Yushi nodded heavily and said, "Young master, don't worry, I will definitely work hard." Bai Yushi made up her mind to properly cultivate. After what happened a few days ago, she knew that she had to become stronger. She definitely couldn't be a burden to her young master, and she definitely couldn't let her young master worry about her injuries again. That's good. Ling Xiao stretched his head out and kissed Bai Yushi's jade lips as he said. Although Bai Yushi was already Ling Xiao's woman, she was thin-skinned and instantly blushed after being kissed like this. When Ling Xiao was ready, Bai Yushi went up and hugged Ling Xiao and said, "Young master, come back quickly. Yushi will miss you." Ling Xiao gently stroked Bai Yushi's beautiful hair and said, "Don't worry, young master will definitely come back in a month, at most in 3 months." Ling Xiao disguised himself as Bai Yushi, walking out of the back mountain step by step from the cave. As expected, the 5 Elements envoys, who had been secretly observing him, didn't recognize him. It wasn't until Ling Xiao left the clan that the guards occasionally glanced at him that none of them recognized him as their young master Ling Xiao. They were just curious why young master Ling Xiao's maidservant would go out at night. Although they were puzzled, they didn't go up to question him. They had all heard of young master Ling Xiao's actions. They couldn't afford to offend a young master who dared to kill a Miss Li in front of the Li family. Moreover, he was the successor disciple of the Grand Elder and enjoyed unparalleled privileges in the Ling family. After leaving the clan, Ling Xiao stepped out of the Cloud Phantom and instantly left the Ling family's territory. When Hu Lu and Hu Qi noticed, Ling Xiao had already disappeared. In a desolate and uninhabited area of weeds, a silhouette flickered, seemingly changing clothes. Haha, this young master has finally escaped. This person was none other than Ling Xiao. He had been longing to go to the desolate mountain range for a long time. He couldn't wait to see those high-level spirit beasts and spirit herbs. Maybe he would be lucky enough to catch 1 or 2 spirit beasts to play with. Ling Xiao was like a child who had never seen the world. He was abnormally excited. He raised his head and looked at the round moon in the sky. The faint halo was very soft and looked very beautiful. Ling Xiao's mood was very good. He was like a bird released from its cage as he walked towards the place he had agreed with Lone Eagle. Not far away, he saw Lone Eagle sitting on a horse not far away. Beside him was another handsome white horse. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. It was really good to have a servant. He decided in his heart that no matter what, he would brainwash Lone Eagle or truly conquer him. He would make him forever serve him and be his servant for a lifetime. "Young master, you're here." Lone Eagle dismounted and bowed towards Ling Xiao. Lone Eagle was already 33 years old. There were 3 main reasons why he chose to follow Ling Xiao. First, it was because Ling Xiao was the young master of the number 1 clan in Meteor City. Following Ling Xiao was equivalent to entering the protection of the Ling clan. Second, it was because he saw Ling Xiao's potential. At the Intoxicated Fragrance Building, he had seen Ling Xiao's decisive killing methods, as well as the astonishing Xian skill that could kill people of a higher level. Such a young master with such strength and astonishing means would definitely have more prospects than following an ordinary expert. Third, it was because Ling Xiao was the only successor disciple of the Ling clan's Grand Elder. This identity was enough to make many people look up to him. To be able to become someone else's servant was Lone Eagle's honor. After all, the Ling clan did not lack Mystic Realm guards. These 3 reasons were the reason why Lone Eagle followed Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao disappointed him one day and he couldn't get what he wanted, he would choose to leave. In any case, there was no loss. Ling Xiao patted Lone Eagle's shoulder and said, "You've worked hard. Let's go." "It's my honor to be able to help young master," Lone Eagle said sincerely. "Come on, don't give me that. This young master isn't someone who is used to shouting. If you come and rely on me, you will definitely get what you want in the future. What I need is your absolute loyalty to me, not an enemy who can stab me in the back at any time. Let's go. One day, you will truly submit to me," Ling Xiao said very confidently. The two of them flipped onto their horses and galloped away. Ling Xiao didn't know that behind him, a black shadow was watching the direction he left in. In his hand was a dead man, and he muttered to himself, "This little guy is too willful. I hope he can come back safely." The desolate mountain range was a 3-day journey from Meteor City. Ling Xiao and Solitary Eagle rode their horses all the way to Meteor City. Along the way, they ate some dried meat to kill time. At the same time, Solitary Eagle told Ling Xiao many things about the desolate mountain range. Only now did Ling Xiao know that the desolate mountain range was filled with danger. If one wasn't careful, they could lose their life at any time. Not only would spirit beasts attack humans, but humans would also kill each other. This was a common occurrence. If one didn't have enough strength or went in with a group, they would most likely die in the desolate mountain range. After rushing for 2 days, there was only one more day until they arrived at the desolate mountain range. At night, the two of them rushed to a relay station that Lone Eagle had pointed out. This relay station was built for mercenary groups, adventurers, and merchants to rest. The facilities provided here were very good. There was food, drink, and play. As long as one had enough gold, one's life here wouldn't be any worse than in the intoxicated fragrance pavilion. Just as Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle walked into the relay station, they immediately heard the noise coming from inside. Some people were eating and drinking, some were talking loudly, and some were hugging women intimately. This really is heaven on earth. Ling Xiao couldn't help but inwardly praise when he saw these uncivilized men chatting and having fun here. As soon as the two of them walked in, 2 sexy women wearing animal skins came to greet them. "Please come inside," one of the women called out to Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes constantly throwing flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at the woman beside him. Her appearance was ordinary, but her figure was extremely alluring. Her towering breasts bulged out of her leopard skin coat, and her waist revealed exquisite skin without the slightest bit of excess flesh. She truly had the capital to captivate men. Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle walked into the hall with the 2 women, immediately attracting many gazes. "Hey, isn't that Lord Lone Eagle? Who's the youth beside him? I heard that Lord Lone Eagle killed a lot of spirit beasts and obtained a lot of spirit herbs. You should have brought them back to the city to sell. Why did he come out to look for prey so soon? How can we guess the thoughts of a big shot? It's better not to talk too much." Many of the mercenaries and adventurers in the hall recognized Lone Eagle's identity and discussed in private. Many of them even stood up to greet Lone Eagle respectfully. "I didn't expect you to be so famous." Ling Xiao couldn't help but tease. Lone Eagle said, "Young master, you must be joking. I've been out since I was 18, so naturally many people know my name." The two of them chose a place to sit down, then ordered a few jeans of wine and some braised meat, and began to eat. As Ling Xiao ate, he paid attention to the nearly 100 people in the hall. These people were at least low-level profound practitioners, and most of them were mid-level or high-level profound practitioners. He didn't find any martial disciples, and all of them were filled with killing intent, giving off a very valiant feeling. Sitting here, he looked like a woman a little out of place. Just when the two of them were almost done eating, a coquettish woman, who was twisting her waist and wearing very revealing clothes, walked over to them and said in a loud voice, "Yo, Lord Lone Eagle, why didn't you call me out to accompany you when you came here? Are you looking down on me?" Before he even got close, a strong smell of marriage entered his nostrils. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "How coquettish." Lone Eagle looked at the woman and shouted, "You slut, I don't have time to fuck you tonight. First, arrange a first-class guest room for my young master. My young master wants to stay tonight." As soon as Lone Eagle finished speaking, the coquettish woman was startled for a moment. She then turned her gaze to Ling Xiao and immediately said, "Yo, this young master is really handsome. Looking at him makes my heart itch. Why don't you let me serve you tonight?" As the coquettish woman said that, she gently stroked her chest with one hand and kept throwing flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao. This kind of woman was too coquettish, and the air of prostitution was too heavy. How could Ling Xiao be interested in her? Slut, even if you're in love, you should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Are you worthy of my young master? If there's a new job, then that's more like it. Lone Eagle didn't give her any face and directly said to the coquettish woman. The coquettish woman didn't mind. She took the opportunity to sit next to Lone Eagle and pressed her soft breasts on Lone Eagle's shoulder. She said, "Of course there is. Yesterday, a fresh girl was sent over. She hasn't been unsealed yet, but she's a bit stubborn. I don't know if this young master is interested." Then, Lone Eagle's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, waiting for Ling Xiao's instructions. "Forget it. I still have to hurry on my way tomorrow. I'll enjoy it when I get back." This time, Ling Xiao didn't come out to play. His main goal was the desolate mountain range. He didn't want to indulge in pleasure before he even reached his destination. "You heard my young master's words. Hurry up and arrange a room for my young master to rest," Lone Eagle said as he patted the coquettish woman's plump buttocks. The coquettish woman somewhat reluctantly stood up and went to arrange a room for the two of them. As soon as the coquettish woman left, two adventurers walked towards them. "Greetings, Lord Lone Eagle." The two adventurers came to Lone Eagle's side and respectfully greeted him. Lone Eagle frowned and lightly asked, "What's the matter? Can't you see that my young master is having a meal?" The two adventurers were shocked and immediately bowed to Ling Xiao. "Young master." They really didn't expect that Lone Eagle, who had always been a loner, would actually become someone else's servant. "What's the matter? Just say it. I'll drink my wine." Ling Xiao tore a piece of meat and drank a mouthful of wine. Seeing that Ling Xiao had spoken, Lone Eagle immediately said, "If you have something to say, spit it out." The two adventurers nodded, and one of them lowered his voice and said to Lone Eagle, "Lord Lone Eagle, are you going to the mountain range tomorrow?" Lone Eagle didn't answer, which could be considered as a tacit agreement. "I wonder if Lord Lone Eagle could hunt a Class 2 Spectre leopard with us. After we're done, Lord Lone Eagle can take 50% of the profits, and we'll take the other 50%. The adventurer rubbed his hands together as he spoke, as if he was afraid that Lone Eagle wouldn't agree. "You found a Class 2 Spectre leopard?" Lone Eagle was obviously a little tempted, but after taking a look at Ling Xiao, he immediately said coldly, "You better find someone else. I still have to accompany my young master. I'm not free." Chapter 50. The second-level mid-tier Phantom Leopard was a spirit beast of the wind attribute that was comparable to a mid-tier Mystic Warrior. It was known for its speed, so even a mid-tier Mystic Warrior would find it hard to kill it. Only a high-level Mystic Warrior would be able to kill it. The most valuable parts of the nether-patterned leopard were its skin and fangs, which could be sold for thousands of gold coins. The other bones could also be sold for a good price. However, the tranquil patterned leopard's whereabouts were erratic, and it was often difficult to find its tracks. Moreover, it was best not to provoke it without sufficient strength, or else one could lose their life at any time. Ling Xiao raised his eyes and looked at the two adventurers. One of them was a middle-ranked profound practitioner, while the other was a high-ranked profound practitioner. Yet, they actually dared to target a mid-ranked second-ranked spirit beast. He could not help but ask, Solitary Eagle's strength is not bad, but he alone is not enough to kill the Serenity Leopard. Do you want to die? The two adventurers waved their hands and said, "It's not like that, young master. The Spectre Leopard is already injured, so it shouldn't be difficult for Lord Solitary Eagle to injure it." "Injured?" Lone Eagle exclaimed. He had roamed the desolate mountains for many years, but he had never killed a nether-striped leopard. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he could not help but be tempted. "You want to go?" Ling Xiao asked Lone Eagle. Only then did Solitary Eagle remember his identity. He immediately said with some embarrassment, "Solitary Eagle does not dare. I will listen to young master's instructions." When the adventurers saw Solitary Eagle's respectful attitude towards this youth, they couldn't help but guess at Ling Zhao's identity. Which family's young master is this for Solitary Eagle to follow him? Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not blaming you. Tomorrow, I'll follow them to see the Serenity Leopard. Ling Xiao had originally come out to broaden his horizons. Naturally, he would not let go of this opportunity. Thank you, young master. The two adventurers hurriedly thanked him, and then made an appointment with Lone Eagle to set off the next day. After the meal, Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle returned to their room. Ling Xiao didn't have the habit of living with a man, so he asked Lone Eagle to get another room. Of course, Lone Eagle was very willing. He was still thinking about that slut. As soon as Ling Xiao returned to his room, he could hear the sounds of two people flirting outside. What took you so long? I missed you so much. What's the hurry? Watch how I CK you to death tonight. I'm just anxious. By the way, which family's young master was that? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. She's my master, so you better be respectful when you see her in the future. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you. As the two of them walked further and further away, Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse softly, "A pair of bitches." Back in his room, Ling Xiao had nothing to sit on, so he immediately sat down cross-legged to meditate. The 3 parts restoration qi continued to circulate, and the dark force in his body surged endlessly. The first stage of the 3 parts origin returning technique, internalization of qi, was to use one's own profound energy to pour into the dantian, causing the dantian to gradually expand and saturate. Once it reached a certain degree, one would be able to use sufficient profound energy to expand the meridians. At that time, one would break through the first stage and enter the second stage, channel opening. According to Ling Zhao's current profound energy, it was estimated that he would need to reach a high level before he could use the 3 parts origin returning technique to break through the second stage. However, Ling Xiao wasn't anxious at all. Cultivation wasn't something that could be achieved in a short period of time. To become a true expert, other than having a courageous and diligent will, one must also have patience that wasn't arrogant or rash. Only then could one reach the peak of martial arts. After a few cycles of profound energy cleansing, Ling Zhao's exhaustion was dispelled. Instead, he seemed to be even more spirited and energetic. Just as Ling Xiao was about to lie down and relax, he faintly heard the sounds of conversation coming from next door. Originally, he had no intention of eavesdropping on the conversation, but he heard 3 words that made him pay 120% of his attention. He quietly walked to the wooden wall and eavesdropped. Have you heard? The Green Wolves mercenary group and the Cold Snake mercenary group are fighting in the mountain range. One person whispered to the other. The other person replied, "Who doesn't know about this?" There were many casualties in the battle between the two groups. However, the Cold Snake mercenary group's strength is still a level lower than the Green Wolves mercenary groups, and they are almost destroyed. Yes, it seems that the Snake Beauty stole something from the Green Wolves mercenary group and even killed the Green Wolves mercenary group's brother, Black Wolf. That's why they are fighting to the death. TSK, Snake Beauty Wei Dyer is the sexiest flower in Meteorite City. Many people want to conquer her, but I'm afraid that she's going to fall. How pitiful. Shoo, lower your voice. There are many mercenaries who like Wei Dyer. If they hear us, we won't be able to keep our lives. Let's go to sleep. Tomorrow, we'll bring this month's harvest back to sell and have some fun before coming out. It's so damn tiring. After listening to the conversation between the two, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel worried for his beautiful sister. Even though the two of them had only met by chance, it couldn't be denied that Wei Dyer was more attractive than Bai Yushi and Luo Qingxuan. After all, Ling Xiao had a fetish for mature women. I'll go into the mountains tomorrow. If there's a chance, I'll save her once. Maybe she'll be so touched that she'll marry me. Ling Xiao smiled as he muttered to himself. In his mind, he was already imagining the scene of Wei Dyer kneeling at his feet. The night passed uneventfully, and the sky gradually brightened. After replenishing their dried meat and water at the relay station, Ling Xiao, Lone Eagle, and the two adventurers called Fu Ning and Fu Wei set off towards the desolate mountain range. Very quickly, the day passed. In the evening, the sun was setting in the west, and the sky was filled with red clouds of various shapes and sizes. It was an extremely enchanting and beautiful sight. In front of them was a continuous stretch of mountain range. The forest was lush green, and weeds were everywhere. Countless unknown wildflowers could be seen everywhere. Under the setting sun, it was as beautiful as a fairyland. Ling Xiao allowed the horse to forage for grass nearby, while he stared at the beautiful scenery in front of him in a daze. His heart couldn't help but race. Is this the desolate mountain range? I've heard that there are many powerful spirit beasts here, and they eat humans. But it doesn't seem to be as terrifying as I imagined. Oh, whoa. Suddenly, the roar of a beast dragged Ling Xiao back to reality. It seems that the more beautiful a place is, the more dangerous it is. But I like it. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with a sincere light. Young master, let's rest for the night. We'll enter the mountain range tomorrow. Lone Eagle respectfully came to Ling Xiao's side and said. Ling Xiao nodded and found a place to sit down with Lone Eagle. Fu Ning and Fu Wei went to pick up some wood to start fire. In the mountain range, regardless of whether it was the periphery or the depths, the temperature difference between day and night was relatively large. If they didn't start a fire, ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to withstand it. The four of them started a fire and sat together, drinking wine and eating meat. Fu Ning and Fu Wei constantly tried to curry favor with Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle. After all, Lone Eagle's reputation over the years was not for nothing. Since Lone Eagle was serving Ling Xiao as the young master, it was obvious that Ling Xiao's identity was not simple. Come, young master, Lord Lone Eagle, have a taste of my monkey wine. It's definitely an excellent brew. Fu Ning passed a bottle of wine to the two. Ling Xiao accepted it without hesitation and took a sip. Hey, it's really good wine. Lone Eagle, have a taste. Lone Eagle wouldn't dare. Lone Eagle knew that there was a difference between master and servant, so he naturally didn't dare to drink with Ling Xiao. If I tell you to drink, then drink. Don't be so wishy-washy. Ling Xiao forcefully stuffed the bottle into Lone Eagle's hands. Lone Eagle was slightly touched. This young master of the Ling family is still a little humane. After drinking, Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask about the situation of the specter leopard. When did you guys discover the specter leopard? Ling Xiao asked Fu Ning and Fu Wei as he raised his head. Fu Ning answered, 2 days ago when we came out of the mountain range. We found it while we were washing our faces in a pool. If we hadn't escaped quickly, we would have died on the spot. That fellow was fighting with a white ape. It killed the white ape, but it was injured by the white ape. Ling Xiao stared into Fu Ning's eyes, trying to discern whether she was speaking the truth or not. Hearing Fu Ning say it all in one breath, other than the greed in her eyes, there was no other abnormality. A mid-tier second stage white ape has boundless strength and is almost invincible among those of the same level. For the specter leopard to be able to kill it, it seems that this specter leopard is about to advance to a high-tier one. Who knows, it might even be a high-tier specter leopard. Lone Eagle guessed. A high-tier specter leopard. What should we do? Fu Wei said disappointedly. A high-tier second-stage specter leopard was an existence comparable to a high-tier mystic martial artist. Lone Eagle was only a mid-tier mystic martial artist. Even if the specter leopard was injured, Lone Eagle and a few of them together might not be able to defeat it. It seemed that their plan to capture the specter leopard was going to fail. There's no need to be pessimistic. If the specter leopard is really injured, it definitely won't recover in such a short period of time. As long as we can exhaust its energy, it will die when it is exhausted, Lone Eagle said confidently. Then we'll have to trouble Lord Lone Eagle. Fu Ning and Fu Wei quickly said respectfully. Ling Xiao said, exhausting its energy is just a bad idea. Spirit beasts have intelligence too. If it senses danger, it will definitely escape. With its speed, How can we catch up to it? This. Fu Ning and Fu Wei suddenly didn't know what to say, because what Ling Xiao said was indeed true. Young master is wise. Lone Eagle was startled for a moment before he quickly agreed. Actually, he didn't quite agree with Ling Xiao's words. According to his past experience, once a spirit beast was angered, it would usually not escape until it was dead. I have a good idea, Ling Xiao said after some thought. The three of them looked at Ling Xiao, waiting for his next words. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I'll attract the Spectre Leopard's attack, and Lone Eagle will take the opportunity to strike at its old wounds. This way, it won't be able to escape. Fu Ning and Fu Wei heard Ling Xiao's words and couldn't help but droop. They thought, this young master seems to be inexperienced. He's only a mid-tier mystic martial artist. How could he attract the Spectre Leopard's attack? I'm afraid he'll be killed by the Spectre Leopard's claws. Lone Eagle was very tempted by Ling Xiao's suggestion. He had seen Ling Xiao's methods before, and it should be fine if he just attracted the Spectre Leopard's attack. However, he still pretended to be concerned and asked, Young master, isn't this too risky? Ling Xiao didn't answer Lone Eagle, but looked at Fu Ning and Fu Wei playfully and said, You two, lead the way, and we'll kill it. The leopard's skin and fangs will belong to us, and the rest will belong to you. How about it? Everyone knew that the Spectre Leopard's most valuable items were its skin and fangs. If it was someone else, they might not agree to Ling Xiao's request, but Fu Ning and Fu Wei had no other choice. The other items could be sold for a lot of gold coins, and it was a good deal since they didn't have to do anything anyway. The night passed quickly, and Ling Xiao finally stepped into the outskirts of the desolate mountain range. Chapter 51. The desolate mountain range stretched on for thousands of miles. The trees were lush, and the weeds crisscrossed like sickles. Unknown wildflowers bloomed, and their fragrance filled the air, refreshing people's spirits. Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle followed Fu Ning and Fu Wei as they walked. Occasionally, a few wild beasts would run into them. These beasts were not even at a certain level, so they posed no threat to them. Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle were too lazy to kill these worthless beasts. They had been walking for more than 2 hours since their starting point. Ling Xiao asked somewhat impatiently, How much longer until we arrive? Fu Ning replied, There's still an hour. That place is a little hidden, and there's only one small path that people rarely use. Last time, we entered it by mistake, and when we finally escaped, there were signs along the way. After listening to Fu Ning's explanation, Ling Xiao did not say anything else. Instead, he vigilantly observed his surroundings. He felt that the journey had been too peaceful. Didn't they say that there were often spirit beasts in the desolate mountain range? Why hadn't they seen a single one? This was a little strange. Even Solitary Eagle sensed that something was wrong, and he gave Ling Xiao a look. Only Fu Ning and Fu Wei continued to lead the way, oblivious to what was happening. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly shouted, Something's wrong. Everyone was on high alert. Roar! A bestial roar rang out, and a saber-toothed tiger leaped out from the grass. And here I was wondering what it was, but it's just a wild beast, Fu Wei said disdainfully, slashing at the saber-toothed tiger with his heavy saber. Who would have thought that the saber-toothed tiger would not pounce at them? It only turned around and ran, looking extremely pathetic. Damn, what a cowardly beast, Fu Wei cursed unhappily. Hiss! Another hiss rang out, and a black shadow pounced at Fu Wei. Be careful, Ling Xiao cried out once again. At this moment, Solitary Eagle's long sword stabbed out in that direction. Its speed was peerless, and the long sword was still flashing with a fiery light. Hiss! A nearly 8-meter-long snake leapt out from the grass. The snake's entire body was silvery white, and its skin was densely packed with snake scales. It glowed with a faint silver light, and its bucket-sized body seemed to contain boundless power. It straightened a third of its body and opened its blood-filled mouth to bite Fu Wei. Fortunately, Solitary Eagle acted in time and stabbed the snake with his sword, causing the snake to give up its attack on Fu Wei. "It's a silver python." Fu Ning of the side cried out and also drew her sword. The python silver snake was a rank 1 high-level spirit beast, and its strength was comparable to a high-level human profound practitioner. However, at the same level, a human martial artist was simply not a match for a spirit beast. After all, a spirit beast had a tough body, and this was something that a human martial artist would never be able to match. The silver snake was stabbed by the sword, and a bloody hole appeared on its body. Suddenly, its bestial nature erupted. It gave up on Fu Wei and swept its huge snake tail towards Lone Eagle. At the same time, it spat a mouthful of venom towards Fu Ning. Solitary Eagle was a mid-level mystic cultivator, and his strength was much higher than that of high-level silver python of the first level. He easily blocked the snake's sweep, and the fire sword in his hand slashed out dozens of times, and each slash landed on the snake's body like a hot knife through butter. Hiss! The silver python was in pain and kept hissing as its body kept rolling. Die! Solitary Eagle's entire body emitted a murderous aura, and his longsword condensed a powerful mystic force. His body flashed quickly, and the longsword directly slashed across the snake's neck. The snake's blood splattered everywhere, and an unpleasant smell of blood spread out. Fu Wei looked at the silver python that had been split in half and wiped away a cold sweat in his heart. He immediately thanked Solitary Eagle. "Hurry up and go," Ling Xiao, who did not make a move, urged. As he had expected, some spirit beasts were very cunning. They were better at ambushing than humans, and as long as they saw the right opportunity, they would give a fatal blow to a human. If it wasn't for a frightened saber-toothed tiger running out, Fu Wei would have died in the snake's stomach. "Why aren't we moving?" Ling Xiao walked 2 steps, and when he realized that no one was following him, he couldn't help but frown. "Young master, we can first collect the materials of this snake. It's worth at least a few hundred gold coins," Solitary Eagle replied. He was originally an adventurer, and naturally knew that the skin and tendons of a high-level silver python of the first level could be sold for a lot of money. There was also the most valuable part, the gallbladder. It was said that eating it had the effect of replenishing blood and strengthening yang. Ling Xiao looked at the dead silver python and suddenly thought of a plan. He immediately nodded and said, "The gallbladder belongs to me, and you guys can divide the rest." "All right, remember to leave a piece of snake meat. I have a use for it." Fu Ning and Fu Wei were overjoyed, and Fu Ning rubbed her hands and said, "This was killed by Lord Solitary Eagle, so it should belong to Lord Solitary Eagle." "I said it's yours, so it's yours. Don't be so long-winded," Ling Xiao said unhappily. Fu Ning and Fu Wei glanced at Solitary Eagle, and when they saw him nod, they immediately began to divide the silver python. The two of them were very nimble, and it was obvious that they were already very good at this. The two of them took out the gallbladder and gave it to Ling Xiao, and then carefully packed up the rest. This was a good income for them. After packing everything, the 4 of them continued forward, but Fu Ning and Fu Wei now had a piece of bloody snake meat in their hands. They didn't know why Ling Xiao wanted this piece of snake meat. Could it be that he was going to roast it later? However, there were many birds and beasts in this mountain range, so why would he want to eat snake meat? They didn't understand, but they didn't dare to ask Ling Xiao, so they could only follow Ling Xiao's instructions. After another hour, the 4 of them passed through a narrow ravine and finally arrived at a quiet and dense forest. In the dense forest, there was a huge, quiet pond. The pond water was dark green and clear, and there were all kinds of plants growing around it. The flowers and plants were lush, and there were bees and butterflies flying everywhere. The scenery was extremely beautiful, and it did not seem like a place filled with killing intent. "Young master, Lord Solitary Eagle, last time we found a specter leopard not far from here," Fu Ning said timidly as she pointed to a place where there were collapsed trees and weeds. After hearing Fu Ning's words, Ling Xiao and Solitary Eagle began to be on guard. Their senses were raised to the maximum, and even the slightest movement of grass would not escape their ears. "Young master, The specter leopard usually only appears in the evening. Should we wait? Solitary Eagle suggested. His adventuring life in the wild was much richer than the others, and he was also very familiar with the habits of ordinary spirit beasts. No need, we can just lure out, Ling Xiao said, shaking his head. He then said to Fu Ning and Fu Wei, cut up the snake meat and throw it out. Young master, you want to lure it out? Solitary Eagle seemed to have thought of Ling Xiao's idea and asked, oh, it's injured, so it can't move easily. It will definitely be inconvenient for it to look for food. As long as it smells the blood, it will come out, and we can just wait at the side. Ling Xiao nodded and admitted. At this moment, Solitary Eagle couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao with admiration. Fu Ning and Fu Wei followed Ling Xiao's instructions and brought the snake meat to an empty space. They mashed up the snake meat, and fresh blood flowed out, which could be easily smelled from a few hundred meters away. The four of them chose a bush not far away to hide, and quietly waited for the specter leopard to appear. Later, I will go out and tie up the specter leopard. Solitary Eagle, look for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to its old wound, and the two of you will prevent it from escaping with serious injuries. You must get rid of it in the shortest time possible, Ling Xiao instructed in a low voice. The three of them nodded in unison, indicating that they would follow Ling Xiao's instructions. As time passed, there was still no sign of the leopard. Fu Ning and Fu Wei's expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. If the specter leopard didn't appear in the end, what would they do? If this young master and Solitary Eagle thought that they were lying to them, they would be in trouble. An hour had already passed, and Solitary Eagle had already revealed an impatient expression. Only Ling Xiao was still resting with his eyes closed, as if he had already fallen asleep. Just as Solitary Eagle was about to speak, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and said, "It's here." Everyone tensed up and even held their breaths. Sure enough, a 3-meter-long nether-stripe leopard slowly emerged from the bushes. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "What a majestic leopard!" The specter leopard slowly walked forward, its eyes revealing a vigilant expression. It bared its fangs, making it look sinister and terrifying. There was an obvious wound on its body that was covered in black and white spots. It was obviously caused by the white ape that Fu Ning had mentioned. The spectral-patterned leopard walked very slowly. Its eyes constantly scanned its surroundings. Only when it realized that there were no abnormalities did it walk towards the snake meat. It vigilantly sniffed the snake meat before biting it and preparing to leave. "You want to leave? Not so easy." Ling Xiao roared and jumped out of the bush with his sword in hand. He waved the blue crystal sword in his hand and attacked the specter leopard. Roar! The specter leopard suddenly saw a human, and its eyes became even more ferocious. It roared and its strong body leaped, instantly dodging Ling Xiao's attack. What a fast reaction! Ling Xiao praised. He turned the blue crystal sword in his hand and slashed towards the leopard's head. The specter leopard was completely enraged by Ling Xiao. It opened its bloody mouth and a wind blade flew towards Ling Xiao. Damn, it even knows how to release energy. Ling Xiao clearly didn't expect the specter leopard to have such an attack. He couldn't help but shout and quickly use Cloud Phantom to dodge. However, the specter leopard didn't intend to let Ling Xiao go. After roaring, its huge body pounced towards Ling Xiao and its front claws fiercely clawed at him. If he was caught by those sharp claws, he would probably die on the spot. So fast, Ling Xiao lightly exclaimed and immediately retreated. He didn't dare to face the specter leopard at all. Fu Ning and Fu Wei, who were hiding in the bushes not far away, couldn't help but be moved by Ling Xiao's courage. If they were to face the specter leopard, their legs would probably turn to jelly. Lone Eagle looked at Ling Xiao, who didn't fear death, and admired Ling Xiao even more. Such courage wasn't something an ordinary person could have. Sword trace. Ling Xiao was forced into a corner by the specter leopard. He didn't dare to be careless anymore and used his full strength. Countless sword rays swept towards the specter leopard, cutting down the weeds and trees in the vicinity. The specter leopard continuously spat out wind blades to neutralize Ling Xiao's sword rays. It was completely enraged by this lowly human. Disregarding its injuries, it pounced with all its strength and bit towards Ling Xiao. It had to eat this damned human in one bite. Lone Eagle, what are you waiting for? Ling Xiao was forced into a corner by the wind ninja, and the specter leopard was already in front of him. Its aura had already locked onto him, and the threat of death made his hair stand on end. Die, evil creature. Lone Eagle, who was not far away, had been waiting for a long time. He circulated all the Xian energy in his body and became dazzling. With a wave of his long sword, a ray of fire shot towards the specter leopard's old wound like a snake. The specter leopard seemed to be especially alert. It suddenly gave up on Ling Xiao's attack and turned around. At the same time, it spat out 2 wind blades towards Lone Eagle's fire snake. Boom! Chapter 52. Ling Xiao grasped the critical moment and unsheathed the silver, ghostly blood blade from his back. Chilling glare. A blade ray that gathered all of Ling Xiao's dark force slashed towards the phantom leopard's body from top to bottom. The blade pierced into its flesh and could no longer penetrate further. Roar! The phantom leopard let out an earth-shattering roar as its tail lashed out like a snake whip. Pop! Ah! Ling Xiao's body was ruthlessly whipped, and he flew out like a kite with a broken string. Young master. Lone Eagle was enraged and cried out in fear. He waved his long sword, and a few flaming rays shot towards the phantom leopard in an overbearing manner. The nearby weeds were burnt to ashes by the flaming rays, and many trees were set ablaze. The phantom leopard's old injuries had not healed yet, and it had suffered another blow from Ling Xiao. It could be said that the wind and snow were intertwined, adding injuries on top of injuries. Its movements were much slower, and it managed to avoid 2 flaming rays, but 3 more landed on its body. With another roar, more than half of its fur was burnt. The phantom leopard leaped into the air and pounced towards Lone Eagle at lightning speed. Lone Eagle's wind attribute was not strong, and he could not escape fast enough, so he could only brandish his sword to meet the attack. The phantom leopard seemed to be determined to kill this damned human. It clawed at Lone Eagle's chest while Lone Eagle stabbed his sword towards its throat. Lone Eagle's chest was scratched by a claw, and a large piece of flesh was ripped off his chest. Fortunately, he dodged quickly and did not injure his bones. His sword only managed to pierce half an inch into the neck of the spectral-patterned leopard. The strength of a spirit beast's body was truly terrifying. He had long known about this. The phantom leopard retreated to the side in pain. Its body was bleeding profusely, and its eyes were still darting around, as if it was afraid and wanted to escape. At this moment, Ling Xiao climbed up and shouted to Fu Ning and Fu Wei, "Quick, stop it! Don't let it escape!" Hearing Ling Xiao's instructions, Fu Ning was the first to jump out. However, Fu Wei was so frightened by the ferocity of the phantom leopard that he did not dare to come out. Fu Ning scolded her brother, "Coward," and raised her sword towards the phantom leopard. Unfortunately, she was blown away by the phantom leopard's wind blade. However, this short period of time was enough for Ling Xiao to attack again. Chilling glare was another slash that gathered all the dark force in his body. This slash was aimed at the phantom leopard's old wound. This time, the phantom leopard didn't have a chance to fight back. It took a solid hit from Ling Xiao. The saber did not meet any resistance and directly cut into the leopard's belly. The leopard's blood splattered all over Ling Xiao's face. The phantom leopard let out a deafening roar. It twisted its body and shook off the silver ghost blood knife. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Ling Xiao. The phantom leopard let out an earth-shattering roar and twisted its body. It shook off the silver ghost blood sword and bit towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, the phantom leopard did not care about its own life. No matter how Ling Xiao attacked, it still bit towards Ling Xiao. "It's over." Ling Xiao looked at the bloody mouth in despair. At this moment, a fiery red sword light struck the leopard. Boom! The phantom leopard was blown away by the fiery light. Not far away, Du Ying waved his sword with both hands and panted. It was obvious that he had saved Ling Xiao's life. Who? Ling Xiao looked at the phantom leopard that was blown away and could not help but let out a sigh of relief. His palms and back were covered in cold sweat. It was only his first day in a mountain range, but he had already felt the call of death. This kind of exciting scene did not make Ling Xiao afraid. Instead, it made him even more confident. It's finally dead. Fu Ning, who was not far away, wiped her cold sweat and looked at the motionless phantom leopard in horror. At this moment, Fu Wei popped his head out and asked, "The phantom leopard is dead, right?" "Oomph." At this moment, Ling Xiao looked at Fu Wei with displeasure and snorted. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with Fu Wei's cowardice to stop the phantom leopard. Fu Wei was also so ashamed that he did not dare to look at Ling Xiao and Du Ying. He looked at his big brother, but his big brother was also looking at him with disdain, which made his face feel hot. Ling Xiao dragged his exhausted body to Du Ying's side and threw him a returning pill. He also swallowed one and sat down to recover his profound energy. The slap from a nether-patterned leopard was excruciating, if not for the fact that he cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation technique. He would have lost his life. Du Ying swallowed the returning pill and took out some medicine to bandage the wound on his chest. Then, he sat down to recover his profound energy. Fu Ning and Fu Wei were not far away from them, protecting them. At this moment, Fu Wei secretly said to his big brother, "Big brother, are we going to—" As he spoke, he made a kill gesture. It was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of the situation and reap the benefits. Fu Ning glared at him and lightly scolded, "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Fu Wei shrunk his head and looked back at Ling Xiao and Du Ying, not daring to say anything. At this moment, a series of footsteps was suddenly heard. A voice was heard, "Captain, the injured phantom leopard is in front." "Lower your voice. Do you want to startle it?" Someone scolded. Then, 5 figures appeared from the entrance of the ravine. There's someone there. Did someone beat us to it?" Someone said in surprise. "Not good. Someone's coming." Fu Ning softly exclaimed and immediately moved behind Ling Xiao and Du Ying. "That's a phantom leopard," one of the newcomers exclaimed after discovering the carcass of the phantom leopard. "Let's go take a look." The 5 people approached from afar. They were all wearing green martial attire with a sinister wolf head embroidered on their chests. "It's the Green Wolf Regiment," Fu Wei said to Fu Ning with an ugly expression. "Calm down. With Lord Du Ying here, they won't dare to do anything," Fu Ning softly said. "Did you guys kill the phantom leopard?" The person with the most imposing aura asked Fu Ning and Fu Wei with disdain. "We were lucky enough to kill it. How should I address you, Lord of the Green Wolf Regiment?" Fu Ning respectfully asked. Someone from the Green Wolf Regiment stood up and pointed at the two arrogantly. "You don't even recognize our captain, Golden Wolf? Are you courting death? So it's Lord Golden Wolf. This lowly one, Fu Ning, greets you." Fu Ning's heart trembled, and she hurriedly greeted him again. Fu Wei, who was beside her, also respectfully greeted him. Other than Green Wolf, the strongest person in the Green Wolf Regiment was the vice-captain, Guo Lang. Next to him was the leader of the 5 captains, Golden Wolf. As for the dead He Lang, he could only be ranked 5th. He had only become the vice-captain because of Green Wolf. Otherwise, his position would have been Golden Wolf's. "We'll take the phantom leopard. Scram immediately," Golden Wolf shouted in contempt. "This!" The two broke out in a cold sweat, but they did not dare to reply Golden Wolf. The phantom leopard was not killed by them, so they could not make the decision. "Golden Wolf, you're still so arrogant. This phantom leopard was killed by me. Are you going to snatch what belongs to me?" Du Ying, who was behind Fu Ning, stood up and turned around. "It's you, Du Ying." Golden Wolf looked at Du Ying in astonishment. "Leave. I'll treat you to a drink the next time we return to the city. Don't even think about touching this phantom leopard," Du Ying said indifferently. He had taken the rejuvenation pill and recovered half of his injuries. However, he had lost too much blood and his body was still weak. His face was extremely pale, and he did not dare to provoke Golden Wolf. If he angered him, he would not be Golden Wolf's opponent with his current strength. Golden Wolf's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the bloodstain on Du Ying's chest. When he heard how polite Du Ying was, he immediately guessed that Du Ying was heavily injured. He smiled and said, "Du Ying, I only want the leopard's skin and fangs. You can have the rest." "How about it?" The most precious parts of the phantom leopard were the leopard's skin and its fangs. The leopard's skin could be used as a cushion, and it could also be made into armor through a special method. Level 1 weapons could not be damaged in the slightest. The fangs were the best materials for refining weapons. They could be refined with the wind attribute of the phantom leopard, increasing its grade and increasing the lethality of the weapon. Since Golden Wolf had asked for these two items, it was obvious that he did not intend to give Du Ying any face. "Golden Wolf, always leave a way out. Even if your team's Green Wolf met me, he would not dare to ask for an exorbitant price. For Green Wolf's sake, I will not haggle with you. Hurry up and scram, or else don't blame me for being impolite," Du Ying snorted coldly. "Haha, if it was any other day, I would naturally be polite to you. But today, I want to see just how impolite you can be. This Serenity Leopard is mine." The Golden Wolf laughed heartily and then took out a golden sword, preparing to fight Solitary Eagle. The Golden Wolf had just advanced to the mid-level Mystic Cultivator. In terms of strength, he was naturally not Lone Eagle's opponent. However, Lone Eagle was injured now, and the Golden Wolf was full of mystic energy. Since he dared to clamor, of course, he was not afraid of Lone Eagle. Du Ying's expression changed a few times, and he could not help but look at Ling Xiao. Finally, he made up his mind and said, "I admit defeat this time. The Phantom Leopard is yours." "Haha, that's more like it. I'll treat you to a drink later. Thanks." Golden Wolf laughed proudly. He did not want to fight to the death with Du Ying. If Du Ying were to fight with his life on the line, even if he could kill Du Ying, he was afraid that he would have to pay a painful price. Since Du Ying was being tactful, he could only stop while he was ahead. Just as Golden Wolf instructed his two subordinates to split up the Phantom Leopard, Ling Xiao finally opened his mouth and said, "Whoever dares to touch the Phantom Leopard, I will chop off their claws." Ling Xiao slowly stood up and coldly stared at Golden Wolf. After absorbing the Du returning pill, his Xian energy had already recovered by 80%. He already had the strength to protect himself, so of course he could not watch as the spoils of war that he risked his life to be harvested by someone else. Golden Wolf looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. So it turned out that he was only a 17 or 18-year-old youth. He could not help but laugh and said, "Haha, a mere mid-level Xian cultivator dares to speak so arrogantly. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way." "Young master, don't be rash," Du Ying whispered to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not reply, but his gaze fell on the two subordinates of Golden Wolf who were about to attack the Phantom Leopard. His figure flashed, and his speed was as fast as a ghost. "Be careful." Golden Wolf's reaction was extremely fast. Sensing Ling Xiao's movement, he immediately cried out to his companions and swung the gold sword in his hand at Ling Xiao. Seeing that Ling Xiao had already made his move, Du Ying could only endure the pain and wave his fire sword to meet Golden Wolf's gold sword. Without any worries, Ling Xiao swung his blue crystal sword at the two mercenaries who had just reacted. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two couldn't defend in time, and their bodies were immediately pierced with a few bloody holes. They died on the spot. Chapter 53. Solitary Eagle. Do you really want to become enemies with our mercenary group? Seeing that his two companions had been killed, Golden Wolf angrily roared at Solitary Eagle. Lone Eagle looked coldly at Golden Wolf and said, "My young master has already spoken. You guys are courting death." Ling Xiao was the most outstanding youth of the Ling family and was under the protection of the Ling family. Even if the leader of the Green Wolves mercenary group, Green Wolf, knew Ling Xiao's identity, he would still be afraid. With this relationship, Lone Eagle was no longer afraid. Moreover, With the current situation, he was not necessarily afraid of the Golden Wolf, because he believed that he and Ling Xiao could definitely kill the Golden Wolf. Leave or die, it's your choice. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the two dead people and said coldly to Golden Wolf. Golden Wolf narrowed his eyes at Ling Xiao and couldn't make up his mind. Right now, he only had 3 people left. He was a middle-level mystic cultivator and 2 high-level mystic cultivators. The other side was a middle-level mystic cultivator, 1 high-level mystic cultivator, and 2 middle-level mystic cultivators. Golden Wolf couldn't see through the youth in front of him. He could actually make Lone Eagle, who had always been a loner, submit to him and instantly kill his 2 middle-level mystic cultivators. It was extremely strange. At this time, a high-level mystic cultivator approached Golden Wolf and whispered something to him. Golden Wolf's face lit up. "Kid, you killed my Green Wolves mercenary group's people. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice for my brothers." Golden Wolf was determined to kill Ling Xiao and the others because he was now confident. "Golden Wolf, are you sure you want to turn against us?" Lone Eagle held his sword in his hand and circulated his Xian energy. He was ready to fight. "Cut the crap, kill them." Golden Wolf shouted and slashed at Lone Eagle with his golden sword. 2 high-level mystic cultivators from Golden Wolf's group immediately went to find Fu Ning and Fu Wei. Ling shouted to make a move, but became vigilant. He was sure that Golden Wolf had some tricks up his sleeves. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought them so decisively. Sure enough, Ling Xiao saw figures appear at the entrance, not far away. 1, 2, 3, a total of 15 people appeared. Ling Xiao quietly counted the number of people. There were actually 15 of them. No wonder Jin Lang dared to turn hostile immediately. Lone Eagle and Golden Wolf clashed head-on. Lone Eagle retreated more than 10 steps, while Golden Wolf only retreated 3 steps. "Not good, young master, someone's coming." Only now did Solitary Eagle realize that something was amiss. At this moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out. When Fu Wei heard Lone Eagle say that someone was coming, he panicked and was beheaded by Golden Wolf's subordinate. "Brother!" Fu Ning let out a heart-rending roar as a powerful killing intent burst forth from her body. She actually ignored her opponent and slashed towards the high-level, profound practitioner who had killed her younger brother. Powerful sword lights rained down on that high-level, profound practitioner. I'll send you on your way with me." That high-level profounder wasn't afraid at all. All of them had experienced life and death battles, so they wouldn't be frightened by a mere sword light. Not to mention that he and Fu Ning were both in the same realm of cultivation. The swords and sabers clashed, emitting bursts of starlight. At this moment, the high-level profound practitioner who was fighting with Fu Ning just now took the opportunity to sneak attack Fu Ning from behind. Just when Fu Ning thought that he was going to die, someone blocked his back with a sword and saved his life. The dead can't come back to life. Those who come out to make a living have already predicted life and death, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't feel any pity for Fu Wei's death, because a coward like Fu Wei would sooner or later die in the hands of others if he didn't die now. Fu Ning acted as if she didn't hear Ling Xiao's words and continued to attack that high-level profound practitioner. The two fought fiercely, raising a cloud of dust. At this moment, the 15 people finally arrived at Golden Wolf's side. These 15 people were dressed the same as Golden Wolf's group, so they were obviously from the Green Wolves mercenary group. "Captain Jean, this is..." The only low-level mystic cultivator among the group asked Golden Wolf. "Kill them, and a nethermark leopard will be ours." Golden Wolf stared at Lone Eagle and said. He almost forgot that there was a team behind him just now. If it wasn't for his subordinate's reminder, he might have let go of this harvest. Now that his subordinates were all here, he didn't care about anything else and directly ordered to kill. Nethermark leopard? The low-level mystic cultivator looked over and saw a huge leopard's carcass. It was obviously dead, and his eyes were filled with greed. Lone Eagle retreated to Ling Xiao's side and said with a stern face, "Young master, let's retreat first. They have the advantage in numbers." Ling Xiao didn't speak, but instead took out 2 chi replenishing pills, which he had obtained from the Great Elder. He swallowed one himself and gave the other to Solitary Hawk, saying, "There's no reason for me to give up my prey. You hold off the other party's leader, the rest is mine." Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. He liked this kind of training. Not only could it enrich his fighting experience, but it could also speed up his understanding of the essence of powerful moves. It would make it easier for him to break through in his cultivation. So what if they had the advantage in numbers? He wasn't afraid of them. The main thing was that they weren't strong enough to make him afraid. One of the middle-level mystic cultivators was being held off by Lone Eagle, and the other low-level mystic cultivator Ling Xiao was confident in killing. The rest of the low-level and high-level mystic cultivators were just small fries and nothing to be afraid of. Lone Eagle, today is the day you die. Kill them. Golden Wolf shouted with high fighting spirit. He took the lead and waved his golden sword towards Lone Eagle. The low-level mystic cultivator walked towards Ling Xiao. He saw that Ling Xiao was only a middle-level mystic cultivator and couldn't help but feel disdain. He didn't want to make a move and pointed to another high-level mystic cultivator's comrade to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression was impassioned. With a sword and a blade in his hands, his eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. That warlike heart in his heart was shouting, "Let me fight to my heart's content." Using Cloud Trail Phantom, he took the lead and slashed at the high-level profound practitioner who was attacking him with an incomparably courageous slash. That high-level mystic cultivator couldn't help but shiver when he saw Ling Zhao's powerful move. He really couldn't understand how a middle-level mystic cultivator could make him so cowardly. He immediately raised the long dagger axe in his hand to meet the attack. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Ling Xiao was holding a second-tier middle-level silver ghost bloodblade. His long dagger axe was directly cut in half. He could only watch as the blade continued to slash toward his face. "No!" He widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. He was holding a first-tier, high-level weapon. How could it be cut in half so easily? That high-level mystic cultivator didn't even have time to react. His whole body was directly cut in half by Ling Xiao. That low-level mystic cultivator was startled. Then, he revealed an even more greedy desire. In his heart, he thought, "It's definitely a second-tier middle-level weapon. Brat, put down that blade, and I'll leave your corpse intact." The low-level mystic cultivator said faintly. He thought that his comrade was just careless and underestimated the enemy. Moreover, the opponent had a high-level weapon, which was why he was killed. He didn't think that Ling Zhao's own strength could be that strong. "Idiot!" Ling Xiao scolded disdainfully. At the same time, he glanced at Fu Ning from the corner of his eyes. At this moment, Fu Ning was already surrounded by a few people. Her death was already decided. Looking at Lone Eagle, who was barely able to fight Golden Wolf, he had to finish the battle quickly. "Arrogant! I'll let you die without a complete corpse," the low-level mystic cultivator shouted. He finally chose to attack himself. A second-tier, low-level heavy blade swung out. A ball of yellow light shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't dare to meet force with force. He used Cloud Track Phantom and charged towards those mercenaries who didn't attack. Those low-level mystic cultivators couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's blade and sword at all. In a single exchange, 2 low-level mystic cultivators died under his blade and sword. "Careful, he's holding a second-tier sword. Split up and attack him," the low-level mystic cultivator immediately ordered. In a moment, more than 10 people split up and formed an encirclement. Rays of sword light, blade shadows, spear balls. All of them were thrown towards Ling Xiao in the middle. Facing so many sword techniques, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be slow. The special cloak on his back immediately wrapped around his body. His body flew up like a screw, blocking all the attacks. At the same time, he used sword trace toward the weakest few people. Countless sword rays, each and every one of them terrifying, drowned those few people. A few screams rang out. A few people flew out, and an opening was made in the encirclement. "Go away, let me do it!" The low-level mystic cultivator was furious. He waved a blade shadow that contained the earth attribute and smashed it towards Ling Xiao at an incomparably fast speed. How would Ling Xiao dare to meet force with force? He immediately used Cloud Track Phantom to the extreme. At the same time that he dodged the low-level mystic cultivator's blade, he attacked another mystic cultivator. All of the mystic cultivators knew how terrifying Ling Xiao's mystic techniques were. Furthermore, he had a second-tier weapon. All of them fled in all directions as if they had seen a ghost. However, this suited Ling Xiao even more. In terms of speed, who here could compare to him? At the very least, it had to be a middle-level mystic cultivator to be able to catch up to him. Ling Xiao quickly caught up to a middle-level mystic cultivator. That middle-level mystic cultivator was obviously someone who wasn't afraid of death. He shouted, "I'll fight it out with you." The long sword in his hand waved out 3 overlapping sword shadows. The power was extraordinary. Probably even a normal high-level mystic cultivator wouldn't dare to take it head-on. A trace of a smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. The silver ghost blood blade in his hand, as usual, made a simple and clumsy slash towards the opponent's sword shadow. Boom! Without any surprise, that person was killed in one slash. A cloud of blood mist burst out, and the smell of blood made people feel very disgusted. Despicable bastard! Fight me for 100 rounds if you can. That low-level mystic cultivator's lungs were about to explode. Damn it! This brat was like a mudworm, slippery and impossible to catch. Instead, his companions were being killed one by him, and he couldn't do anything about it. Catch up to me if you can. Ling Xiao smiled proudly and chased after another person. Everyone retreat behind me. That low-level mystic cultivator had no choice but to order his people to hide behind him. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao defeated them one by one, it would be a huge loss. Out of the 15 people that came, 5 were already dead. It was a huge loss for a nether-patterned panther. Hide? Can you hide? Ling Xiao sneered. For the first time, he waved his sword and saber at the same time, sweeping up a sky full of saber light and sword shadows. Saber or shadowless, sword mark, was a move that Ling Xiao had created in his previous life by combining the martial arts of wind and cloud. Its power was extremely terrifying. Only a mass of blue and silver light could be seen intertwining, and an incomparably powerful aura could make one's heart tremble. The saber and sword shadows flickered incessantly, smashing towards that low-level mystic cultivator and the people behind him. That low-level mystic cultivator instantly felt the threat of death. Without any hesitation, he gritted his teeth and quickly circulated the earth element mystic energy in his body. He shouted, "Earthblade Chop." Condensing all his mystic energy, he smashed towards Ling Xiao's strong move. Boom! In an instant, the two moves collided, and the explosion created a huge pit in the ground. Chapter 54. Although that low-level mystic cultivator had blocked Ling Xiao's powerful attack, his martial attire had been shredded into countless pieces, and he looked extremely battered and exhausted. "Brat, I'll make you die a horrible death." That low-level mystic cultivator roared angrily. Unfortunately, he had already disappeared without a trace of Ling Xiao. Just as he was about to look for Ling Xiao's figure, he heard a series of screams coming from behind him. He turned around and saw that Ling Xiao was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Wherever he went, people were killed with one slash or one sword. It was all because those people had already been frightened by Ling Xiao's strength to the point that they no longer had any will to fight. The low-level mystic cultivator was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He finally used his ultimate killing move, Earthen Blade Strangulation. Streaks of earthen yellow blades spread out in all directions like snakes, gradually surrounding Ling Xiao. Not good. Ling Xiao's profound energy was almost exhausted. If he hadn't taken a few qi nourishing pills after using that sword move, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the strength to kill the opponent's profound practitioner. This time, Ling Xiao couldn't escape anymore. All the earthen yellow sword chi immediately closed in and smashed towards his body. Ah! Ling Xiao was hit and let out a shocking scream as he flew backwards. Young master! Lone Eagle, who was not far away, cried out in alarm. However, he was distracted by Golden Wolf taking the opportunity to stab him. Fortunately, it wasn't a vital point, otherwise he would have died on the spot. Phew! He's finally dead. What a troublesome brat. The low-level, profound practitioner heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He had already used up 80% of his profound energy. If he still couldn't kill that brat, then he would be out of luck. He had never thought that a mid-level, profound practitioner would be able to force them into such a difficult situation. Out of the 15 people he brought, in addition to the 4 people Jean Lang originally brought, there was a total of 19 profound practitioners. Only 4 pitiful high-level profound practitioners were left, and 15 of them were killed by Ling Xiao alone. That low-level mystic cultivator walked towards Ling Xiao. He had said that even if he had to die, he wanted Ling Xiao to die without a complete corpse. Moreover, he was finally going to get that saber and sword. Middle stage, second level, was worth close to 10,000 gold coins. In the group, only their group leader Green Wolf and vice leader Fire Wolf could afford it. Kid, it's not an injustice for you to die in my hands. That low-level mystic cultivator came in front of Ling Xiao and said faintly. Then, he raised his heavy blade and was about to dismember Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes. The blue crystal sword in his hand stabbed the throat of the low-level mystic cultivator. The low-level mystic cultivator's eyes widened. Even in death, he still couldn't believe that the brat wasn't dead yet. Instead, he gave him a fatal blow. He died with everlasting regret. Ling Xiao crawled up with difficulty and gave the low-level mystic cultivator another blow, cutting off his head. Team Leader 2 is killed. A high-level, profound practitioner saw Ling Xiao cut off the low-level mystic cultivator's head and was instantly scared out of his wits. He couldn't help but cry out. The other 3 high-level profound practitioners also saw the head in Ling Xiao's hand. His entire body was covered in blood. He walked towards them step by step like a god of death, crushing their last line of defense. The 4 high-level profound practitioners didn't even think and turned to flee in all directions. Ling Xiao threw the low-level mystic cultivator towards where Lone Eagle and Jean Lang were fighting. The 2 of them immediately separated. Jean Lang looked at Ling Xiao as if he had seen a ghost and said in shock, You actually killed Ardwolf. He looked around again and saw the corpses of his companions lying in the grass. There was not a single one of his own left. He was the only one left. Lone Eagle, let's get rid of him together, Ling Xiao said faintly. At the same time, he raised his sword and saber, preparing for another fierce move. Jean Lang didn't dare to hesitate and immediately turned to flee. His speed was shockingly fast. However, he still left behind some harsh words. Stinking brat. I don't care who you are. Our Green Wolf group won't let you go. And you, Lone Eagle, just you wait. Young master, should we chase? Lone Eagle asked. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Instead, he took out dew-returning pills and chi-nourishing pills and threw them into his mouth. At the same time, he threw a few to Lone Eagle. After a while, he found that Jean Lang had indeed escaped far away. Ling Xiao's mind relaxed, and his whole body went limp and collapsed. Young master, Lone Eagle immediately rushed forward to support Ling Xiao. I'm fine. I'm just exhausted. Quickly sit down and recover your profound chi. Ling Xiao said weakly and immediately sat down. Lone Eagle looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression and also sat down to recover his profound chi. A light breeze blew past, and the blood-stained grass looked like deadly scythes. Only 2 people sat cross-legged like statues. In another dense forest in the mountain range, nearly 100 people were searching for something. A few ferocious beasts and low-level spirit beasts were frightened by this group of people's murderous aura and fled in all directions. In the end, this group of people stopped in front of a clear stream to rest. These people were all filled with the aura of the wilderness. They were all wearing the same mercenary martial attire, with a sinister wolf head on their chest. It was obvious that they were from the Green Wolf group. The burly leader asked the person beside him, "Where did Jean Lang and Ardwolf go? Didn't you say to gather here before noon? Why are they nowhere to be seen?" The person beside him said indifferently, "Don't worry, Captain. Captain Jean and Captain Ardwolf might have encountered some spirit beasts and were delayed. Let's rest first. There's a mark left by the vice captain in front of us. Even if they haven't arrived yet, they will follow after seeing the mark." The burly leader frowned, obviously dissatisfied, but he did not say anything else. He immediately changed the topic and said, "Yesterday, Firewolf sent a message saying that he found traces of Lung Shi and Wei Dai. He chased them all the way, but I don't know if he caught up with them. This road clearly leads to the depths of the mountain range. Could it be that Lung Shi and Wei Dai want to find the secret realm?" The person beside him pondered for a moment and said, "We have already killed most of the Cold Snake group. The Cold Snake siblings have nowhere to run. It is indeed possible that they are in danger. If the secret realm really exists and they get it, I'm afraid." Before that person could finish, the burly leader interrupted, "The secret realm belongs to our Green Wolf mercenary group. No one could get their hands on it." After saying that, he punched a huge tree, and the huge tree broke with a loud sound. In the direction of the mountain range, there was a man and a woman looking for something with a rag in their hands. The man was cold and handsome, but his clothes were torn in many places, and his hair was messy. He looked a little embarrassed, and there was a hint of grief and indignation on his face. The woman, on the other hand, had a charming face, and her chest was moving up and down, looking magnificent and very attractive. She had a slender waist like a snake, and every part of her body was full of temptation to men. "Big brother, do you want to continue?" the woman asked the man. If Ling Xiao was here at this moment, he would definitely recognize this woman as his good sister, Wei Dai. The man beside her, who was about 35 years old, was Wei Dai's big brother, Lung Shi. He was also the leader of the second largest mercenary group in Meteorite City, the Cold Snake Mercenary Group. It was a pity that the Cold Snake Mercenary Group only existed in name now. More than half of their 200 brothers had been killed by the Green Wolf Mercenary Group, and some of them could not stand the killing and left the group. Now, only the two of them were left in the group. Enter why not? Since we've already come this far, our brothers can't die in vain. We must obtain everything in the secret realm, and when we become stronger, we must slaughter the Green Wolf Mercenary Group. Lung Shi clenched his fists and shouted. It was obvious that the fire of vengeance in his heart was burning fiercely. Wei Dai also revealed a sorrowful expression and said, "Big brother, I'm sorry. If I had handed over the secret realm map, perhaps it wouldn't be like this." Lung Shi patted Wei Dai's shoulder and said, "You don't have to blame yourself. This map was originally obtained by our people first, and it was the Green Wolf Mercenary Group who unscrupulously snatched it from us. We're just taking it back. Moreover, the Green Wolf Mercenary Group has long wanted to eliminate us, and we're just doing this with a good reason. Let's go. There's no point in thinking too much." Wei Dai nodded, and the two of them continued to walk deeper into the mountain range. What they did not know was that there was a black shadow quietly following them not far away. At night, a cold wind blew, and Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle had already woken up from their meditation. Ling Xiao had overexerted himself, and even though he had absorbed the dew-returning pill and the qi-nourishing pill, it was not enough for him to recover his profound energy, and his body was still very weak. He had escaped from death this time, and he was extremely glad that he had cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation technique. Otherwise, he would not have survived under Ardwolf's final attack, and it was precisely because of this that Ling Xiao was able to kill Ardwolf by surprise. This Ardwolf strength was obviously much stronger than Lan Quanxing from the Lan family, and it seemed that he was an expert who had advanced to the mystic realm for a long time. Otherwise, he would not have been able to force Ling Xiao into such a sorry state. Lone Eagle was not as strong as Ling Xiao, but he had experienced many life and death situations over the years, which made him very resilient. Furthermore, he had consumed the dew-returning pill and the qi-nourishing pill, and now that he had recovered 50% of his profound energy, it was not a problem for him to protect himself. Ling Xiao ordered Lone Eagle to cut up the phantom leopard, and took the leopard's skin, fangs, tendons, and some other valuable things to pack up. Then, he started a fire and roasted the leopard's meat. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to collect the spoils of war. There were a dozen or so corpses of the Cyan Wolf Regiment's mercenaries, and every one of them had at least a few healing pills, valuable weapons, and gold coins. He couldn't let these go to waste. After an hour, Ling Xiao took off his exhausted body and piled all the spoils of war together. There was a pile of mid-grade to high-grade weapons, a low-grade second-grade heavy blade, thousands of gold coins, dozens of dew-returning pills, and qi-nourishing pills. On top of that, Ling Xiao also found a cold arrow holster on the low-grade Mystic Realm cultivator. Lone Eagle, what's this? Ling Xiao asked Lone Eagle as he wore the cold arrow holster on his hand. Lone Eagle turned around and found that Ling Xiao had pointed the cold arrow holster at him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Young master, don't play around with this, you'll die." Ling Xiao put down the cold arrow holster and said, "Are these little things that scary?" Lone Eagle wiped his cold sweat and said, "I didn't think that this Aardwolf would have something like this on him. Fortunately, he didn't use this against you, or else we would have died." "Is it really that powerful?" Ling Xiao didn't understand. "This is a hidden sleeve holster. It's a type of hidden weapon that contains poison. It's extremely fast and kills without leaving a trace. If caught off guard, even a high-grade Mystic Realm cultivator could be hit and die from the poison. I just don't know where this Aardwolf got it. Fortunately, he didn't use it just now." Lone Eagle clearly had a certain understanding of this item. So vicious. If every mercenary had one, then wouldn't their Azure Wolf Regiment be invincible? Ling Xiao said with lingering fear. How could it be that simple? There are only 3 or 4 sets of this hidden sleeve holster in Meteor City, and they were all made by our city's highest-grade master refiner, Masterly. The workmanship is extremely meticulous, and the difficulty is extremely high. This hidden sleeve holster is rated as a high-grade second-grade cold weapon. It's that easy to use, but Masterly feels that this cold weapon is too vicious, so he swore that he would never make this kind of cold weapon again. 2 of the sets have already been destroyed by Masterly, and the other 2 that were lost have fallen into unknown hands, Lone Eagle explained. So that's how it is. This thing is really not bad. I like it, Ling Xiao said as he put on the cold arrow holster. This hidden sleeve holster had even saved Ling Xiao's life in the future. Chapter 55. The quiet lake shone brightly, and the moon in the sky was reflected in it. The two echoed each other, appearing gentle and beautiful. The surroundings were dark, and from time to time, the roars of spirit beasts could be heard. There were 2 figures beside the lake. They had a fire beside them, and they were holding barbecued meat in their hands, eating it in big mouthfuls. Eating the meat of these spirit beasts all year round can also improve the body a lot. It is not inferior to those precious tonics. Solitary Eagle said as he ate. Ling Xiao ate a few mouthfuls, and sure enough, there was a small ball of heat spreading in his lower abdomen. This small ball of heat was impressively a trace of profound energy, but in an instant, it was split by the 3 parts returning to Origin Technique and the Vajra 5 transformation technique at the same time. One part was led to the Dantian and the other to the tendons. Ling Xiao couldn't help but say, "It's really of the highest quality. If we eat the meat of these spirit beasts all year round, I'm afraid that ordinary people can become profound practitioners." When Solitary Eagle heard this, he couldn't help but have a black line appear on his face. It was obvious that he didn't agree with Ling Xiao's words. Can spirit beasts be hunted by just anyone? Moreover, high-level spirit beasts are even more difficult to hunt. Moreover, every time a spirit beast is killed, the meat will quickly rot and become inedible. Only those mercenaries and adventurers can often eat it, but eating this meat can only strengthen the physique and can't transform it into profound energy, so how can it increase profound energy? If this is the case, who knows how many people will come to hunt spirit beasts and eat spirit beast meat to increase their strength. Ling Xiao didn't know about this at all. He continued to eat the leopard meat in big mouthfuls. Strands of profound energy were constantly being dissolved and then absorbed by the two kinds of profound energy in an instant. After eating a few kilograms of leopard meat, Ling Xiao's profound energy actually received a lot of replenishment. Solitary Eagle also discovered that Ling Xiao's profound energy was actually gradually recovering. He was very surprised, but he was too embarrassed to ask. He could only secretly praise in his heart. As expected of the young master, even when eating, he doesn't forget to cultivate and recover his profound energy. If Lone Eagle knew that Ling Xiao's profound strength had increased from eating leopard meat, he would have been so shocked that his jaw would have dropped. He had been eating spiritual beast meat for more than 10 years, and this had never happened. Furthermore, he had never heard anyone say that eating spiritual beast meat could increase one's profound strength. After eating more than 10 kilograms of meat, Ling Xiao's stomach was full. Now, not only had his profound energy been greatly replenished, even his skin and flesh had been replenished and restored. This was the mystery of the three-part origin returning technique and the Vajra 5 transformation secret art. As the night gradually deepened, Lone Eagle dug a 30-foot deep hole in the mountain wall. He blocked 2/3 of the hole with a few stones and covered it with weeds. After that, he took out some insect repellent powder and sprinkled it over the hole. Only then did the two of them sit down and meditate in peace. In the middle of the night, circles of ripples appeared on the calm surface of the lake. The ripples constantly expanded, and the lake water sparkled under the moonlight. It was an extremely magical sight. After a while, a snake-like head appeared in the middle of the lake. The head was dark blue and black, and its two bell-sized eyes blinked, making it look extremely ferocious and terrifying. Gradually, the entire head was completely out of the water, and the neck was also revealed. Finally, a small hill that looked like profound iron floated on the surface of the water. It turned out to be a spirit turtle that took up a quarter of the lake. The turtle's back was filled with mysterious and profound turtle patterns that looked like countless lively spirit snakes. The spirit turtle raised its head and looked at the beautiful moon. It opened its mouth and seemed to be breathing out something. After a while, a crystal ball the size of a head was spat out from the turtle's mouth. After a while, it was sucked into its stomach, and after a while, it was spat out again. This process repeated endlessly until the beautiful moon hid in the clouds and no longer appeared. Only then did it stop and submerged into the lake again. The surface of the lake became calm again, and none of the miraculous phenomenon that had just occurred could be seen. If a powerful martial practitioner was here, he would definitely be surprised. This was a spirit beast breathing out to the moon, cultivating and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. This was a cultivation that only spirit beasts that had reached the 3rd rank and above and had developed spiritual intelligence could cultivate. If Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle knew that there was such a powerful spirit beast under the lake, they would probably be scared out of their wits. The sun was already high up in the sky, and the mist around the lake gradually dispersed. After a night of meditation, Ling Xiao had already recovered to his full state. This was all thanks to the 3-part origin restoration technique and the Vajra 5 transformation technique. These two profound arts absorbed the medicinal power extremely quickly and could also quickly return it to his limbs and internal organs to recover from their injuries. When he woke up early in the morning, Ling Xiao felt that his profound strength seemed to have increased a lot. He couldn't help but think of eating leopard meat last night and increasing his profound strength by a lot. If this was the case, eating spirit beast meat every day would definitely allow him to break through to a high-level, profound practitioner in less than a month. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but want to hunt spirit beasts. He came to the desolate mountain range to cultivate and increase his experience. If he could subdue 1 or 2 spirit beasts as mounts, it would be even better. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be happy. At this time, Lone Eagle also woke up from his meditation. His cultivation had recovered by 80%. Although it wasn't as fast as Ling Xiao's recovery, it was still very rare. This was inseparable from his many years of life and death experience in the desolate mountain range. "How is your recovery?" Ling Xiao asked with concern. Lone Eagle replied, "Almost. If Golden Wolf was here, he definitely wouldn't be so arrogant." "That's good. I don't think he thought that we would dare to spend the night here. If we come again, he definitely won't be able to bear the consequences," Ling Xiao said confidently. Lone Eagle wasn't as relaxed as Ling Xiao. Instead, he said worriedly, "It's better to be careful. If Green Wolf or Fire Wolf personally comes, then we..." Ling Xiao interrupted Lone Eagle. "I know what you're worried about, but don't think too much about it. Right now, the Green Wolf group doesn't have the energy to make a move against us. They should have more important things to do. By the time they're done, we might have already returned to Meteorite City. At that time, it's hard to say who will make a move against him." Lone Eagle's heart trembled. He looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated gaze and couldn't help but admire Ling Xiao even more. After these days of contact, he had an indescribable feeling towards Ling Xiao's character. Sometimes, he felt that he was refined and courteous. Other times, he felt that he was extremely wise and farsighted. Other times, he felt that he was extremely curious about many things. Other times, he felt that he was extremely kind, and other times, he felt that he was extremely ruthless. He really couldn't understand what kind of person Ling Xiao was. In short, his evaluation of Ling Xiao was only one word: ambitious and ruthless. In the future, when Ling Xiao matured, he would definitely become an ambitious and ruthless person. Lone Eagle couldn't help but feel glad that he had chosen to follow Ling Xiao, but he was worried that Ling Xiao would be too radical. He was afraid that he would die young. "Let's go. Take me to see the spirit beasts of the desolate mountain range." Ling Xiao blew away the rocks in the cave with a single palm and took the lead. Taking in a breath of fresh air, he felt much more refreshed. Just as Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle were about to leave the lake, a unique fragrance wafted over. Ling Xiao's nose twitched, and he asked, "What flower is this?" Lone Eagle disapprovingly said, "It's just an ordinary flower." "Young master, you're worrying too much. Something's not right." Ling Xiao felt that this flower's fragrance was extremely special, and he followed it. When he reached the edge of the lake, Ling Xiao looked around, but he didn't see any flowers. Strange. Ling Xiao was extremely puzzled. Just as he was about to give up on his search, he saw a small green flower on one of the floating leaves. This flower was only the size of a pinky finger, and it was also inky blue. It seemed to be one with the water, making it almost impossible to notice. "This is an aqua flower," Ling Xiao cried out in shock. "What?" Lone Eagle's heart trembled, and he followed Ling Xiao's gaze. He immediately cried out, It really is an aqua flower." The aqua flower was a high-tier, second-tier water attribute spirit herb. It had the effect of strengthening muscles and bones, and it was extremely beneficial to water attribute cultivators. It could allow water attribute cultivators to comprehend water attribute techniques at a faster rate, and it was an extremely rare spirit herb. Didn't they say that it could only grow in a 1,000-year-old lake? Could it be that this lake is already 1,000 years old? Ling Xiao had long since memorized the catalog of spirit herbs, and he was filled with disbelief as he muttered to himself, "Young master, don't just stare blankly. Let's first pick the aqua flower," Lone Eagle said, swallowing hard. This type of high-tier, second-tier spirit herb was almost impossible to find on the outskirts of the desolate mountain range. He hadn't expected to find one in a lake like this. If he sold it, it would be worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins. That would be a very generous income. Ling Xiao nodded and carefully picked the aqua flower. Lone Eagle hurriedly opened the box and had Ling Xiao place the aqua flower down for safekeeping. It seems that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Not bad, Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's the young master's great fortune, Lone Eagle immediately said respectfully. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. This Lone Eagle is becoming more and more like a servant. Not bad, not bad. Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle left the lake and the valley and walked towards the nearby mountain range. According to Lone Eagle's many years of experience, he knew that there were many first-tier spirit beasts in these mountain ranges. There were fewer second-tier spirit beasts, so the danger to them was very low unless they encountered a group of spirit beasts. There were also many first-tier spirit herbs, but there were fewer second-tier ones. Most of them grew on the cliffs and were difficult to pick, or they were guarded by spirit beasts. As Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle walked, they encountered many first-tier spirit beasts. Ling Xiao was too lazy to kill them, and he only wanted to tame a first-tier saber-toothed tiger as a mount. However, it was difficult to tame them, and there was no way they would obediently let him ride them. This made Ling Xiao extremely puzzled. After Ling Xiao released a high-grade first-tier wild boar, he was speechless and asked Lone Eagle, "Why do you think these spirit beasts are so difficult to tame?" Lone Eagle smiled and said, "Young master, these spirit beasts were originally evolved from wild beasts, so their wild nature is difficult to tame. It is impossible to tame them unless young master can obtain a spirit beast egg or raise a small spirit beast from a young age. That way, they will definitely be of use to young master in the future. Or perhaps young master can tame third-tier spirit beasts. They have just gained intelligence and already know what fear is. That way, they will know that taming them is the best choice. However, third-tier spirit beasts are as powerful as spirit masters, so young master shouldn't think about it for now." Hearing Lone Eagle's words, Ling Xiao's entire face fell. It seemed that his wish was going to be shattered. However, because of Lone Eagle's words, he had a flash of inspiration. He could catch a baby spirit beast and give it to Yuxi. He could raise it as a pet and use it as a mount in the future, killing two birds with one stone. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao changed his strategy and looked at the baby spirit beasts. "Lone Eagle, what's the highest grade spirit beast in this area?" Ling Xiao asked. There are 3 types of spirit beasts in this area. One is the Mountain Piercer, a high-grade second-tier spirit beast. It can pierce through mountains and crack rocks, and its hide is comparable to a second-tier weapon. The other is the Venomous Blood Scorpion, also a high-grade second-tier spirit beast. It's incomparably vicious, and its venom can kill anything within a 1-kilometer radius. The last is the Black Wind Eagle, a high-grade second-tier spirit beast. It's the tyrant of the sky in this area. Ling Xiao was vexed. None of these 3 spirit beasts were suitable for a girl's pet. Chapter 56. The mountain range was endless, and the trees towered into the sky to block out the sun. It was verdant and lush, overgrown with weeds and flowers, and the cries of birds and beasts filled the air. Within a lush mountain forest, a youth and a one-eyed man were carefully walking, seemingly on guard against some sort of danger. Suddenly, a beast roar rang out, and a 3-meter-tall black bear ran out from the depths of the forest. Its eyes shone with a vicious light as it charged at them. "Not good. We've been discovered," the one-eyed man cried out. "What's the rush? You go attract its attention. I'll go find the spirit grass." The youth beside him wasn't the slightest bit afraid as he instructed the man to deal with the situation. The black bear roared and slapped its chest with its paws, seeming to be extremely angry that some damnable human had dared to step into its territory. Then it smashed apart the huge tree beside it, grabbed it, and smashed it towards the youth and the man. "This big fellow really is ruthless," the youth cried out and hastily dodged. The one-eyed man also dodged to the side, stabbing his flaming sword at the black bear. The black bear didn't dodge, and with a wave of its huge paw, a ball of earthen yellow light slapped the flaming sword away. Then its other paw mercilessly smashed towards the one-eyed man's waist. If the man was hit by this attack, he would probably die on the spot. The man was also quite skilled, and with a twist of his body, he moved like a gust of wind and retreated to the side, avoiding being hit. Then he stabbed his sword 5 times, each one like a fire serpent as it attacked the black bear. The black bear was furious. It kept waving its palms, and the fire snakes were scattered before they could even get close to its body. Then it roared and spat out a yellow light from its mouth. The light was like a cannonball as it sped towards the strong man. "A mid-second-tier black bear really is fierce," the one-eyed man cried out. He didn't dare take it head-on and used his speed to dodge. On the other side, the youth had already run in another direction. When he arrived in front of a huge cave, he ran in without any hesitation. The pitch-black cave almost caused the youth to vomit. After entering 2 meters, the youth seemed to have discovered something and said in surprise, "Ha, found it." He saw 2 mushroom-like spirit herbs growing on the walls of the cave. These 2 spirit herbs were about the size of a bowl and were as black as ink with a few white spots seeping through them. This was the middle-rank 2 spirit herb black racer mushroom. The effect of the black Anaderma was similar to that of the king crow ginseng, but it was more effective than the king crow ginseng. They both had the effect of relaxing the meridians and activating the meridians, increasing one's profound strength and prolonging one's lifespan. It was worth close to 10,000 gold coins. These 2 black Anaderma were at least 500 years old. The youth rubbed his hands together and was about to pluck them when he suddenly felt something staring at him. He glanced sideways, only to see a pair of huge eyes staring at him like copper bells. "No way, there's a black bear here." The youth's forehead darkened, and he didn't even dare to touch the black Ganoderma. He quickly waved his hand at the black bear inside and said, "Big guy, don't stare at us like that. We're just passing by. We're just soy sauce. Let's go out now, don't be angry." Roar. A roar came from inside the cave. "Oh my God." Following that, there was another scream, only to see a figure scurrying out of the cave in a sorry state. "It can't be. There's a black bear inside?" The one-eyed man was speechless. The youth and the one-eyed man were none other than Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle. Ling Xiao originally wanted to catch a cub, but he couldn't find one. He could only pick some spirit herbs and bring them back to the city to make a profit. It had been 5 days since the 2 of them entered the mountain range. Other than the high-ranked 2 aqua blue flower they had obtained from the lake, they had collected more than 100 level 1 spirit herbs. Most of them were low-rank spirit herbs that weren't very valuable. There were only a few middle-rank spirit herbs, and only 7 high-rank spirit herbs were found. Until now, when they arrived at the black bear's territory, they had heard from Lone Eagle that there would occasionally be black Ganoderma growing in the black bear's cave. So they had taken the risk to lure the black bear out and take the opportunity to search for black Ganoderma in the cave. However, they had never expected that there would be another black bear inside the cave. Ling Xiao used his cloud phantom to call out to Lone Eagle, "Let's go." Then he didn't stop and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Lone Eagle didn't dare to hesitate. If he had to deal with 2 black bears by himself, wouldn't that be courting death? His running speed wasn't much slower than Ling Xiao's. After running for an hour, they confirmed that the 2 black bears weren't chasing them. Only then did they stop and gasp for breath. "Damn, those 2 are probably a male and a female. Otherwise, they wouldn't be staying in the same cave." Ling Xiao unhappily cursed. Lone Eagle's forehead darkened, and he thought to himself, "Isn't that obvious? Don't tell me there are 2 males staying together. What a pity, those 2 black Anaderma were almost mine." Ling Xiao bitterly sighed. "Young master, is there really a black Anaderma inside?" Lone Eagle's heart trembled. Ling Xiao nodded. "Yes, there are 2 black Ganoderma inside, and they're as big as bowls." Lone Eagle's eyes revealed a sincere look, as if he was especially excited. "What? You want it?" Ling Xiao looked at Lone Eagle's excited expression and asked in return. Lone Eagle obediently nodded. Then go ahead and snatch it. I won't stop you, Ling Xiao said very generously. All of a sudden, Lone Eagle deflated like a rubber ball. Do you really want that black Anaderma? Ling Xiao asked again. This time, Lone Eagle earnestly said, yes, if there's a chance, I must obtain that black Anaderma. Why? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Ling Xiao knew about the effects of the black Anaderma, but he didn't understand why Lone Eagle needed it so urgently. Lone Eagle said, young master, you don't know this, but I've already advanced to the mid-stage mystic realm for 3 years. I feel that I might be able to break through to the high-stage mystic realm in the near future. If there's a second-stage spirit herb that matches my attribute, I can absorb it and help me break through. But second-stage and above spirit herbs aren't easy to find, not to mention I have a fire attribute and some wind attribute. It's even harder to find 2 second-stage spirit herbs at the same time. Black Anaderma is a non-attribute spirit herb, and any martial artist of any attribute can absorb it. I was thinking if young master can obtain these 2 black Anaderma, could you give them to me and let me try to break through? After Lone Eagle finished speaking, he looked at Ling Xiao expectantly. Second-stage spirit herbs and above were worth thousands of gold, and black Anaderma was a second-stage spirit herb that could only be found by luck. Not everyone was willing to give it up. Ling Xiao glanced at Lone Eagle, stood up, and said, let's go back. Go back where? Lone Eagle couldn't react for a moment and asked. Ling Xiao didn't reply and walked back in the direction of the black bear. Lone Eagle looked at Ling Xiao's figure excitedly, and his heart was inexplicably filled with gratitude. The two once again came to the vicinity of the black bear's cave. One of the black bears was very alert and quickly appeared in front of Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle. Lone Eagle, step back and let me fight it. When I can't hold on any longer, then you can save me, Ling Xiao said to stop Lone Eagle. Lone Eagle first hesitated, and then said nervously, young master can't take the risk. However, by the time Lone Eagle finished speaking, Ling Xiao was already fighting with the black bear with his bare hands. Ling Xiao didn't plan to use weapons. He was most proficient not only with weapons, but also with palms, fists, and kicks. Ling Xiao instantly arrived in front of the huge black bear and used the fourth style of the pushing cloud's palm, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Countless palm shadows swirled in the air, and each palm contained all of his Xian energy. Pa pa pa! The black bear's reaction was a little slow, and its abdomen was hit repeatedly. Ling Xiao originally thought that the black bear would at least be a little injured, but unfortunately, the black bear was like a towering mountain, not moving an inch. The black bear raised its paw, and like swatting a fly, it slapped the dazed Ling Xiao away. Young master! Lone Eagle cried out and hurriedly ran over to check on Ling Xiao. Who knew? Before he ran over, Ling Xiao had already bounced up again and attacked the black bear. Damn, I don't believe you don't have a weakness. Ling Xiao jumped up in the air, and his feet kicked out countless footprints towards the black bear. A burst of painful footprints fell on the black bear's face. The black bear was furious and grabbed Ling Xiao's feet with both hands. With a swing, Ling Xiao flew out like a cannonball. Ling Xiao's body crashed into a number of trees before stopping. F***CK, I am an unkillable cockroach, come on. Ling Xiao actually stood up again and attacked the black bear again. Palm, fist, and kick were all used up, but still could not shake the black bear. The difference between the two was too big. Ling Xiao was sent flying again and again, and his whole body was covered in blood. The black bear seemed to be addicted to playing, and every time, it only smashed Ling Xiao away and did not take the opportunity to chase and attack, or else Ling Xiao would have been long dead. Half a day passed, and Ling Xiao no longer had the ability to fight. Lone Eagle carried him away from the black bear's range. Lone Eagle really did not understand why Ling Xiao did not use weapons. If he used weapons, even if he could not kill the black bear, he could at least injure it. Ling Xiao did not explain to Lone Eagle, but swallowed a few healing elixirs and meditated. Balls of dark force kept flowing, and the elixirs nourished his limbs and organs along with the dark force. After 2 hours, Ling Xiao's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lone Eagle, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded and could not believe everything in front of him. After one night, Ling Xiao's injuries had actually recovered. Then, he ate a few pieces of dried spirit beast meat, and his body produced a slight heat, and a few strands of dark force were absorbed into his dantian, and his whole person became fierce like a dragon and a tiger. Let's go find that black bear again. Ling Xiao patted his chest in high fighting spirit. Lone Eagle was speechless. Did the young master like to be abused? This time, there was no accident, and Ling Xiao was beaten half to death by the black bear again. However, he could miraculously recover every 2 days. Lone Eagle really did not understand how he could recover so quickly with just a few dew returning elixirs and chi nourishing elixirs. Lone Eagle could not understand, so he did not continue thinking about it. For the next few days, Ling Xiao fought with the black bear like this, and every day he returned in defeat. This time, Ling Xiao returned to the resting place, and especially emphasized that Lone Eagle should guard him and not let any spirit beast disturb him. He was going to break through tonight. Chapter 57. The night was hazy and the shadows of the trees danced. A youth of about 17 or 18 years of age was sitting cross-legged on a large rock. He was wearing a tattered martial robe and was stained with blood. He should have been heavily injured, but his expression was calm and focused. He gave off a faintly discernible feeling that his spirit, and chi were all rising. He didn't look like he was heavily injured at all. His body was surrounded by a pale yellow light, and there was a faint white mist on top of his head. Everything seemed so sacred and untouchable. This youth was Ling Xiao, who was about to break through the first stage of the 3 parts origin returning chi internalization. The 3 parts origin returning chi was divided into 3 stages and 9 stages. The first stage was essence formation, which was further divided into 3 stages. The first stage was internalization, the second stage was vein opening, and the third stage was wide acupoint. Now Ling Xiao had reached the critical point of the first stage, internalization. As long as he successfully conducted his chi this time, he could break through the first stage and enter the second stage, vein opening. Ling Xiao had been ravaged by the black bear for several days. Every time, his profound chi was exhausted. His external injuries were especially serious, and many of his tendons were broken. However, every night, he used the 3 parts origin returning chi and the Vajra 5 transformation secrets, took elixirs to restore his body, and then went to challenge the black bear. Time and time again, he cultivated painstakingly. Time and time again, he absorbed elixirs and spirit beast meat. His dantian began to change. Originally, it was only the size of half a fist, but it was gradually condensing. His dantian was like a sponge, absorbing all the profound chi in his body. Wisps of milky, profound chi were like thin streams of water converging towards the sea, constantly filling his dantian. The chi in his dantian was 1/3 larger than before, forming a medium-sized chi mass around him. It was extremely magical. Ling Xiao's face alternated between red, blue, and finally white. This repeated endlessly, but his face was as calm as ever. There was no fluctuation in the slightest because of the changes. Not far away, Solitary Eagle was constantly vigilant of his surroundings. Occasionally, he would turn back to glance at the cultivating Ling Xiao. In his heart, he especially admired Ling Xiao's undying spirit. With such a tenacious character, it would be difficult for a young master not to become a great person. He couldn't help but think of the young master's rumors in Meteorite City, a genius of a century and the fastest to fall trash. Comparing the two, it was now clear which title was more appropriate. Soon, 6 hours passed. Ling Xiao couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The profound energy in his body had already gathered in his dantian, and it was the time for the profound energy to flow back to his meridians, entering the second stage of channel opening. An endless stream of profound energy once again spread out from his dantian, rushing towards those unknown blocked meridians. In an instant, a few small meridians were immediately opened up, while the other meridians remained motionless. Ling Xiao did not force it. He let out a long roar and leaped in the air, his face full of joy. I've entered the second level. How refreshing. Ling Xiao was full of pride. He could feel the incomparably powerful energy around him, and his five senses had become exceptionally sensitive. It was as if even the slightest movement in the surroundings could not escape his senses. This was the benefit of breaking through to the three parts returning to origin technique. Although he did not break through to a high-level profound practitioner, because of this, he believed that he was not far from that step. As long as he reached the consolidated realm, it would be the day he would break through to a high-level profound practitioner. At this moment, Solitary Eagle looked at Ling Xiao and felt that he had become even more handsome. That tattered clothes could not conceal that elegant and quick-witted temperament. Solitary Eagle, bring me the meat. After Ling Xiao landed, he felt that his abdomen was empty. He immediately asked Solitary Eagle to bring out the dried spirit beast meat. He wanted to have a meal. Solitary Eagle did not say anything else and immediately offered up the meat. He really could not understand why the young master's appetite was so big. Every time, he could eat more than 10 kilograms of spirit beast meat. Could it be because he had used up too much energy? How could he have known that Ling Xiao's 3 parts returning to origin technique and Vajra, 5 changes secret, could absorb profound energy from the spirit beast meat? Even if Ling Xiao said it himself, no one would believe it. However, it was true, and Ling Xiao himself believed that everyone could absorb profound energy by eating spirit beast meat. That was why he only found out later that this miraculous ability was not something everyone possessed. Ling Xiao ate his midnight snack and yawned. Then he said to Solitary Eagle, "Tomorrow, I'll help you get the black Ganoderma so that you can break through." After saying that, he lay down and fell asleep. Solitary Eagle was left alone there, inexplicably laughing to himself. The sun rose, the sun shone brightly, and the blue sky was as if it had been washed. Ling Xiao was in high spirits as he charged towards the black bear's cave. When he arrived near the cave, the black bear did not come out again. Ling Xiao and Solitary Eagle couldn't help but feel that it was strange. Ling Xiao put his hands on his waist and shouted towards the cave entrance, "Damn black bear, your uncle Ling Xiao is here. Quickly come out and accept your death." Sure enough, after Ling Xiao's shout, the cave entrance began to shake. Not long later, the black bear appeared in front of the cave entrance. However, it was very unusual. It did not attack Ling Xiao and Solitary Eagle. Instead, it constantly roared in front of the cave entrance, its arms constantly beating its chest, as if it was very patient. "What's going on? Come and fight with your uncle for 300 rounds. This time, I'll definitely beat you until you piss your pants." Ling Xiao put one hand on his waist and pointed at the black bear. Who would have thought that the black bear still did not attack? "Are you afraid of this young master? If you don't come, this young master will kill his way over." Ling Xiao thought that the black bear was tired of fighting with him and did not want to fight with him anymore. So he chose to take the initiative to attack. But who would have thought that as soon as Ling Xiao took a step forward, the black bear would open its mouth and spit out an earthen yellow ball of light? "Fuck! Didn't you say you were going to fight with your bare hands? How can you be serious?" Cursed Ling Xiao and quickly slipped away. These past few days, Ling Xiao and the black bear had been fighting barehanded. They hadn't used any weapons, and the black bear had never used any of its attributes to attack. It had only used its powerful physical body to beat Ling Xiao half to death. But today, it had used its attributes to attack Ling Xiao, which made Ling Xiao feel that it was strange. "All right, it's time to end this." Ling Xiao unsheathed the silver ghost blood blade on his back. He decided to first get rid of this black bear and then work together to kill the female bear inside. That way, he would obtain the black Ganoderma for Solitary Eagle. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao felt a bit reluctant. These past few days, he had been fighting with the black bear every day, and he couldn't bear to kill it. Ling Xiao shook his head and threw away that soft-hearted thought. How could someone who achieved great things be soft-hearted? That wasn't his usual style. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack, Solitary Eagle stopped Ling Xiao and said, "Young master, don't be in such a hurry. Listen, there seems to be some movement inside. Isn't it just a bear's cry? What's there to be surprised about?" asked Ling Xiao, puzzled. "No, the female bear inside might be giving birth." Solitary Eagle's brows relaxed as he smiled. "Giving birth? You're saying that the female inside is giving birth to bear cubs?" asked Ling Xiao after a moment of surprise. "That's right. From the cries coming from inside, it's clearly giving birth to bear cubs. Otherwise, the black bear wouldn't be guarding the cave entrance. But it seems that something has happened inside." Solitary Eagle nodded with certainty. Ling Xiao firmly believed Solitary Eagle's words. After all, Solitary Eagle had roamed the desolate mountains for many years, so he naturally knew more than him. "Young master, let's work together to kill this black bear. Right now, the one inside doesn't have the ability to fight with us anymore. Once it gives birth to Yue, it'll be even better. For pairs of bear paws, black Ganoderma, and Yue, then we'll be rich." Solitary Eagle thought for a moment before speaking excitedly. At the same time, he drew his fire sword from his back, wanting to join forces with Ling Xiao. When the black bear guarding the cave saw Solitary Eagle's killing intent, its eyes turned red, and its entire body emitted a faint earthen yellow light. It seemed to be preparing for a battle to the death. This time, Ling Xiao hesitated. Did he really have to kill this black bear? "Young master, what's wrong? There's a Yue here. If we capture it and raise it in the future, it'll definitely be a great help." Solitary Eagle looked at the silent Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao raised his head to look at the vigilant black bear. At the same time, he thought of his miserable life as an orphan in his previous life. If it wasn't for old Ghost Master taking him in, he probably would have starved to death on the streets. In his previous life, he didn't enjoy the love of his parents, and this life had given him compensation. Now, did he really have the heart to kill these two black bears? "Forget it, I can't do this kind of behavior." He couldn't help but feel his heart soften. He sighed heavily. "Alas, forget it, let's call it a day." Young master?" Solitary Eagle looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. In Solitary Eagle's opinion, this was a heaven-sent opportunity, so why would Ling Xiao give it up? He was unwilling. He wanted to obtain the black Ganoderma to break through to the high-level mystic realm. Even if he had to risk his life, he was willing. After all, this kind of opportunity was extremely rare. "Young master, if you don't kill them now, others will discover their existence in the future. They won't be able to escape death. Why don't we?" Solitary Eagle still tried to persuade him. "I've made up my mind. Let's go. I'll think of a way for you to break through." Ling Xiao saw the strong unwillingness in Solitary Eagle's eyes and had no choice but to comfort him. Alas, Solitary Eagle sighed and shook his head. He sheathed his sword again and planned to leave with Ling Xiao. Roar! Another shocking roar came from the cave entrance. The black bear guarding the cave entrance looked a little anxious. It immediately turned its head and hurriedly ran back into the cave. "It can't be a difficult birth, right?" Ling Xiao looked at the anxious black bear returning to the cave and couldn't help but mutter to himself. "It's indeed a difficult birth. Otherwise, it wouldn't cry out so miserably." Normally, this kind of situation rarely happens when spirit beasts give birth, but there are occasional exceptions. Perhaps the cub is too big, and it's difficult for the mother bear to give birth. Solitary Eagle's many years of life in the forest clearly explained. Ling Xiao held his chin with one hand, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Let's go in and see." "What?" Solitary Eagle looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Then, he guessed Ling Xiao's intentions and immediately said, "Young master, don't be impulsive. Right now, the male bear will definitely protect the female bear with his life. He definitely won't let us get close. Let's go." However, Ling Xiao didn't listen to Solitary Eagle and directly walked toward the bear cave. Solitary Eagle really couldn't understand this young master's thoughts. He thought to himself, "I really don't know what the young master is thinking." Since he had already chosen to follow Ling Xiao, Solitary Eagle could only bite the bullet and chase after him. This time, Ling Xiao went directly to the cave entrance. The male bear didn't come out again, but the roar inside was even more miserable. "Solitary Eagle, you guard outside. Unless you hear my call for help, don't go in," Ling Xiao ordered, and then walked into the cave without hesitation. After walking in for a while, Solitary Eagle heard the black bear's hostile roar. He couldn't help but feel worried for Ling Xiao, but he still followed Ling Xiao's instructions and was ready to rescue at any time. Inside the cave, Ling Xiao waved his hand at the male bear, who was glaring like a tiger, and said, "Boss bear, don't misunderstand. We're here to help your wife." As Ling Xiao spoke, he pointed at the female bear who was moaning in pain. Roar. How could the male bear understand Ling Xiao's words? It immediately waved its paw and smashed it towards Ling Xiao. "Hey bro, why are you so unreasonable?" Ling Xiao had to step forward to avoid the male bear's attack. Unexpectedly, the male bear's bestial nature erupted, and it smashed its paw towards Ling Xiao again. "Damn, I made the first move." Ling Xiao raised his speed to the extreme, avoiding the male bear's attack at the side of the cave, and rushed to the female bear's side. The male bear was even more furious. It turned its huge body, vowing to kill this damned human. However, when it was about to attack, it saw Ling Xiao place a knife in front of the female bear. It had no choice but to stop its attack. Its eyes were filled with a strong killing intent, and with a roar, the entire cave shook a few times. Chapter 58. Roars of beasts could be heard from the dense forest, frightening the beasts within 100 miles and causing the low-level spirit beasts to be terrified. Solitary Eagle anxiously stood outside the cave with a long sword in his hand as he paced back and forth as if he wanted to rush into the cave. However, he didn't dare to act on his own since there were no instructions from the cave. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and the cave had become strangely quiet. Solitary Eagle was puzzled and muttered to himself, "Could it be that young master was?" Sigh. Young people are still immature and let their emotions affect their decisions. Forget it, there's nothing wrong with being free. Seeing that there was no response from the cave, Solitary Eagle guessed that Ling Xiao had met with misfortune. After all, it was a berserk black bear, and he didn't think that he was its match, let alone Ling Xiao. After another 2 hours, Solitary Eagle turned around and was about to leave when he stopped. He looked into the cave and gritted his teeth, planning to rush in. There was a black racier mushroom inside, and, as long as he obtained it, he would have a chance to break through to the high-level mystic realm. At that time, as long as he didn't offend his family, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in Meteorite City. Just as he was about to enter the cave, a figure walked out. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao? Young master, are you all right?" Solitary Eagle asked in surprise. One had to know that there was a mid-stage, second-rank black bear inside. Even if Ling Xiao didn't die, he couldn't have come out unscathed. Ling Xiao smiled. "Do you really want something to happen to me?" Solitary Eagle hurriedly waved his hand. "Of course not. I saw that young master didn't come out for so long, so I was just about to rush in and save you." Solitary Eagle wiped off his cold sweat guiltily. At this moment, his admiration for Ling Xiao was growing. He was actually able to enter the Black Bear Cave without any injuries. If it was him, he might not have been able to do it as easily as Ling Xiao. "Oh, take it." Ling Xiao took out something and threw it to Solitary Eagle. Solitary Eagle caught it and looked at it, his eyes glowing. This is a black racier mushroom." Lone Eagle was very excited. He didn't expect that the young master would really help him obtain the black Ganoderma. This was a mid-tier rank 2 spirit grass. It was very valuable, and he risked his life to obtain it. The young master actually gave it to him. Let's go. Let's find a place, and I'll protect you. Hurry up and break through, said Ling Xiao without the slightest heartache. He had never been stingy towards the people around him. Thank you, young master. Lone Eagle knelt down on one knee and thanked him sincerely. This time, he willingly knelt to express his gratitude. His loyalty to Ling Xiao skyrocketed. All right, in the future, as long as you follow me loyally, the Mystic Knight rank isn't your limit, Ling Xiao said to Solitary Eagle confidently after receiving his bow. At this moment, Lone Eagle was 100% convinced by Ling Xiao's words. The Mystic Knight rank wasn't the end? Could it be that there would really be a day when he broke through to the Spirit Master level? Just as Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle were about to leave, a tremor came from the Black Bear Cave. Lone Eagle immediately went on guard and wondered, could it be that the Black Bear is still alive? Don't be nervous. Ling Xiao patted Lone Eagle's shoulder. At this time, 2 huge black bears walked out of the cave, and one of them was carrying a small black bear in its arms. The small black bear was only the size of a large black bear's paw. It was curled up in a mother bear's embrace, looking extremely cute with its fluffy appearance. The 2 black bears arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Lone Eagle couldn't help but take 2 steps back and say to Ling Xiao, "Young master, hurry up and leave." Ling Xiao ignored Lone Eagle and cupped his hands towards the black bear. He smiled, "Boss Black Bear, I'll be leaving. Please forgive me if I offended you." The male bear and the female bear roared a few times in response. The female bear very humanely patted the male bear's shoulder. The male bear understood and stepped forward. He opened his paw and placed a few stalks of black Ganoderma in front of Ling Xiao. So many black Ganoderma. There's even 1,000-year black Ganoderma. Not far away, Lone Eagle's eyes widened as he looked at the spirit grass in the male bear's hand. Even Ling Xiao was stunned. He had clearly only found 2 black Ganoderma in the cave. He had picked one before leaving and left the other behind. But this male bear had 5 black Ganoderma in his hand. This was too unexpected. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't take it, the male bear used his paw to push Ling Xiao and shook the black Ganoderma in his hand. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the male bear. He pointed at himself and said, "This is for me?" The male bear seemed to be able to understand human speech and nodded in a friendly manner. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before taking the 5 black Ganoderma in the male bear's hand. He then walked over to the mother bear's side and said, "Let me see the little guy." The mother bear lowered her body and let Ling Xiao touch the cub in her arms. The cub drowsily opened its eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. It actually managed to stand up and stick out its tongue to lick Ling Xiao's face before falling back into the mother bear's embrace. Ling Xiao rubbed the cub's head and smiled in satisfaction. He then took out a black Ganoderma and placed it in front of the cub. "Come, little black. This is your name from now on. Hurry up and eat. You'll grow up quickly." Ling Xiao gave the cub a name. The cub didn't stand on ceremony and snatched the black Ganoderma from Ling Xiao's hand and started chewing. Solitary Eagle, who wasn't too far away, felt his heart ache. That was close to 10,000 gold coins. "All right, let's go. I'll come back to see you guys later." Ling Xiao patted the 2 bears before turning around and leaving with Solitary Eagle. The 2 black bears carried the cub and followed him for a while before returning. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 huge figures that had gone back and felt an indescribable sense of melancholy. "Young master, they've gone back," Solitary Eagle said indifferently. His eyes were filled with admiration for Ling Xiao. He had roamed the desolate mountains for many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a miraculous scene. The young master was actually so friendly with the black bear family. If word got out, no one would believe it. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "All right, let's find a quiet place. I'll protect you while you break through." The 2 arrived at a quiet and secluded place. Solitary Eagle opened a cave and prepared to enter to break through. At that moment, Ling Xiao called out to Solitary Eagle and took out the only 1,000-year black Ganoderma. Handing it to Solitary Eagle, he said, "Take this. It'll increase your chances of breaking through." Suddenly, Solitary Eagle felt a lump in his throat and his eyes became hot. Tears almost flowed out of his eyes, but he resisted the urge to take it and walked back into the cave. From this moment on, Solitary Eagle was absolutely loyal to Ling Xiao. 1,000-year black Ganoderma was a level higher than a black Ganoderma that was under 1,000 years old. It was already a high-tier, second-tier spirit herb, and its value was self-evident. But Ling Xiao hadn't even frowned when he had given such a precious black Ganoderma to Solitary Eagle. How could he not be moved? Ling Xiao didn't take this matter to heart. Although these precious spirit grasses were rare, it didn't mean that they couldn't be found. In the future, when he was strong enough, as long as he went into the depths of the mountain range, wouldn't he be able to catch a handful of high-level spirit grasses? Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't completely selfless. At the very least, if Solitary Eagle became stronger, it would be a great help to him. Solitary Eagle breaking through to the high-tier mystic realm wasn't something that could be done in a minute or two. Ling Xiao took out some dried meat to eat. In order to help the black bears, he had expended a lot of energy. Thinking back to the scene in the cave, it was indeed very thrilling. He had risked his life in exchange for the gratitude of the two black bears. At that time, Ling Xiao held a knife to the female bear's neck and threatened the male bear not to act recklessly. However, how could the male bear guess Ling Xiao's intention? It instantly went berserk. If it wasn't for the female bear as a shield, Ling Xiao would have already died under the male bear's attack. Because the female bear was giving birth, she lost her combat power. Also, because of the difficult birth, she couldn't pose a threat to Ling Xiao at all. All she knew was to keep roaring and try to give birth to the little bear. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't give birth to the little bear. It was in so much pain that she was hovering between life and death. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know how to deliver a baby, but he knew how to adapt to the situation. With one hand on the female bear's back, he transferred his profound energy into the female bear's body to help it smooth out the meridians and increase the strength of its exertion. Sure enough, with his full cooperation, the female bear finally gave birth to Little Black. Ling Xiao's profound energy was exhausted, and he sat on the ground weakly. The male bear seized the opportunity and ran to the front of Ling Xiao in an instant. A bear paw that contained great strength smashed towards Ling Xiao's head. At that time, Ling Xiao thought that he was already dead. Fortunately, good people always had good karma. The female bear managed to roar once, as if she was telling something to the male bear. Only then did Ling Xiao escape. Because of this, Ling Xiao and the black bear's family had good karma. The reason why a wild beast could become a spirit beast was because it had a certain spirituality. It was the sublimation of a wild beast and could already distinguish some simple consciousness. Although it was still a little worse than those spirit beasts with spiritual wisdom of the third rank and above, it also had a certain level of thinking. Ling Xiao helped the female bear to give birth to the little black bear. The female bear completely felt that Ling Xiao had no malice towards them. This made the black bear's family extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. At the same time, they very generously offered the black Ganoderma in the cave. Spirit beasts were different from humans. Once they recognized the existence of a friend, they would be very loyal and selfless to help their friend. And Ling Xiao was the first and only friend of the black bear's family. Ling Xiao had eaten his fill. Since he had nothing else to do, he began to meditate. Only by constantly cultivating would he be able to speed up his growth. Through this period of fighting with the black bear, Ling Xiao's Vajra 5 Changes secret second form had a clear improvement. The original small success stage was gradually moving towards the middle success stage. Now that he had suffered another injury, he believed that he didn't need any medicine to heal himself with the Vajra 5 Changes secret. Because of this, Ling Xiao felt that this Vajra 5 changes secret was the legendary immortal deity technique. Otherwise, how could it have the ability to repair itself? It was too powerful. He really didn't know where the Grand Elder had obtained this mysterious technique. Ling Xiao was immersed in cultivation. The 3 parts returning to Yuan Qi was circulating in his body, clearing away the obstacles to breaking through to a high-level cultivator. As long as his state of mind and state reached an optimal state, it would be the day he broke through. However, he wasn't in a hurry. First, he compressed the state of a middle-level cultivator. Once it was truly saturated, he would naturally break through smoothly. Just as Ling Xiao was meditating and standing guard for Solitary Eagle, he heard the conversation of several adventurers coming from the nearby forest. He immediately became vigilant. If he let them disturb Solitary Eagle's breakthrough this time, then he didn't know when the next time would be. Chapter 59. Not far from Ling Xiao, 7 figures appeared in the dense forest. These 7 people all looked somewhat similar, so it was obvious that they were brothers. The youngest was around 26 years old, and the oldest was in his 40s. If Lone Eagle was here, he would definitely recognize these 7 people. They were quite famous among the adventurers. Originally, they were known as the Peng 7 Wolves. However, after the Azure Wolves mercenary group learned of their existence, they threatened to change their titles if they didn't submit to the Azure Wolves mercenary group. Otherwise, they would definitely disappear from Meteor City. Therefore, the 7 of them had no choice but to change their titles to the Peng 7 Eagles. Big brother, can we really sell all these low-level poisonous plants for money? Eagle 7, who was the youngest among them, asked Eagle Big, who was the oldest. Old 7, you're so annoying. You've already asked this many times along the way. If we can't sell them for money, then why did I ask you guys to come here? Eagle 3 said to Eagle 7, Old 7, Big Brother definitely knows what he's doing. If he says we can sell them for money, then we definitely can. Eagle 7 still didn't understand, but these low-grade poisonous plants aren't worth much even if we sell them to the Spirit Herb Hall. It's better to find a few more spirit plants and sell them for a higher price. What do you know? These poisonous plants aren't going to be sold to the Spirit Herb Hall, Eagle 7 shouted. Eagle 7 didn't dare to say anything else, but he unwillingly swallowed his words. At this time, Eagle 2 said, Big brother, now that there are only 7 of us, you should just tell us who wants to buy these poisonous plants so we can have an idea. Eagle first hesitated for a moment and then looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, he quietly said, It's a mission from the Ling family's chief steward. Each poisonous plant is worth 50 gold coins, and the higher the grade, the higher the price. This is double the price of low-grade spirit plants. So do you think we should collect them? However, Chief Steward Ling said that this matter can't be leaked, or else the consequences will be. The other brothers all nodded when they saw how serious Eagle first was. Eagle 7 was obviously talkative and couldn't help but ask, What's the use of the Ling family collecting so many poisonous plants? Eagle 7 glared at Eagle 7 and said, You have too many questions. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Forget it, big brother. Little 7 is like this. Let's hurry and collect some poisonous plants, but we can't let any of them go. Eagle 3 tried to smooth things over. The 7 no longer spoke and began to search for poisonous plants nearby. Ling Xiao, who was not too far away, heard the conversation between the 7 of them. His expression turned serious as he thought to himself, What is Ling Chong trying to do by gathering so many poisonous grasses? Could it be that those 2 old geezers can't wait to fight for the throne? Ling Chong was the head steward of the Ling family that Big Eagle had mentioned. Ling Xiao knew that there was only one head steward Ling in Meteor City. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the more he worried about his grandfather. But now that Lone Eagle was in the middle of a breakthrough, he was afraid that if he left, spirit beasts or adventurers would disturb him. No, I have to get to the bottom of this. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable. Ling Xiao took some twigs and weeds to cover up the hole that lone eagle was in. Then, he dashed towards 7 eagles who were not far away. "Big brother, I found a snake-shaped plant." Eagle 7 happily picked up a snake-shaped plant. "Not good." Xianxia turned around and shouted, "Little 7, get out of the way. There's a 7-star viper next to the serpentine grass." Unfortunately, Xianxia's warning was too late. A small figure shot out from the bushes. Qi's arm was bitten, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. He immediately grabbed the 7-star viper with his other hand and fiercely smashed it to the ground. His feet didn't stop as he heavily stepped on the snake's head. The snake's head was immediately trampled into minced meat. "If you dare to bite me, I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse." Eagle 7 still didn't understand and stomped on the dead 7-star venomous snake several times. However, Xianxia came to Qi with a serious face and waved the hook in his hand at Qi's arm, which was bitten by the snake. Qi was caught off guard, and one of his arms was cut off. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Little 7, the other brothers cried out and hurriedly ran over to Qi. Qi covered his bleeding arm with one hand and rolled on the ground in pain. Xianxia took out a medicinal pill from his waist and forced it into Qi's mouth. The others helped Qi bandage his wound. Third brother, what are you doing?" Lu, who was 2 years older than Qi, angrily asked Xianxia. "What do you know? Your third brother is saving little 7. Don't look down on this 7-star viper. It's extremely poisonous, and even if we have antidotes, we can't save little 7. Your third brother cut off little 7's arm to prevent the snake's venom from spreading. This could be considered saving little 7's life," Ingda shouted as he looked at Qi, who was lying on the ground. Although his youngest brother was especially talkative and annoying, he was still his biological brother. Now that he had lost an arm, how could he not feel sad for him? Hearing Ingda's words, Lu froze for a moment before sighing and turning his face away. "Who is it?" Ingda shouted in a certain direction. Who else could it be other than Ling Xiao? "Brothers, I'm just passing by," Ling Xiao said with a friendly smile. Ingda could see through Ling Xiao's cultivation, so he lowered his guard. But when he saw that Ling Xiao was handsome, but his clothes were tattered and bloodstained, he couldn't help but be puzzled. This brat is actually at the middle realm, and his strength isn't bad. But he really has some guts to come here alone. Ling Xiao glanced at Qi, who was lying on the ground in pain, and thought of a plan. He immediately said, "If we don't stop the bleeding, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on if he loses too much blood." In truth, it wasn't that no one wanted to stop the bleeding, but that the wound on Qi's arm was too big. Although it had been bandaged, the blood vessels were still flowing out, and there was nothing they could do. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you don't leave, I'll kill you," Lu roared at Ling Xiao. The others also had ugly expressions as they glared at Ling Xiao, as if blaming Ling Xiao for saying such unlucky words. Ling Xiao didn't mind, and lightly said, "If you trust this little brother, I can stop his bleeding." The 7 eagles were stunned, and in the end, Xianxia said, "Does this little brother really have the confidence to stop the bleeding? Since you don't believe me, then I'll be leaving," Ling Xiao said and turned to leave. At that moment, Ingda stopped Ling Xiao and said, "As long as you can stop the bleeding, I'll give you 100 gold coins." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I don't need your gold coins. I just want to ask you a few simple questions, and I want you to answer them truthfully. Let alone a few, even 100 won't be a problem. Hurry up and stop the bleeding." Lu hurriedly agreed. Ling Xiao nodded and then reached down to the side of Qi's severed arm. He casually pressed a few acupoints and then stood up. He clapped his hands and said, "It's done." The 7 eagles didn't believe him, but when they saw that Qi was no longer groaning in pain, their expressions relaxed and they immediately fainted. The wound had indeed stopped bleeding. Although Ling Xiao didn't know any acupoint techniques, he still had some basic acupoint techniques from his previous life. He was quite confident in his ability to stop bleeding. "Many thanks for your help, little brother. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Ing cupped his hands in thanks to Ling Xiao, but his eyes flashed with doubt. He didn't know what this brat wanted to ask. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and then got straight to the point. I just want to know why you've gathered so many poisonous grasses. Ing Da's expression slightly changed. He was just about to answer when Ing San interrupted. Of course, we're going to sell them for some gold coins. Could it be that little brother is interested in poisonous grasses? Ling Xiao naturally knew that Ing San was just brushing him off, so he got straight to the point. I'm afraid you're not telling the truth. I just heard you say that you wanted to sell them to the Ling family's chief steward. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the 7 eagles all became alert. Ingda narrowed his eyes and said, Since little brother heard it, why bother asking? Don't be nervous. I'm just here to make some money. I just want to get some information from you. If there are poisonous grasses, how can I contact the chief steward? Ling Xiao explained. Little brother, it's best if you don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You should know that a loose tongue can cause trouble. Since you've helped my 7th brother stop his bleeding, you can leave, Ingda said bluntly. It seems that you don't want to answer my questions. Ling Xiao was gradually losing his patience. If they really didn't dare to answer, then he would have to use force to solve the problem. Humph. Hurry up and scram, or I'll chop you up. Don't think that just because you've helped us you can ask for favors. Ing Six shouted at Ling Xiao. Did you hear that? Hurry up and scram, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Ing Si, who had been silent this whole time, spoke up. Ling Xiao was infuriated. Helping spirit beasts could earn him favors, but now that he was being bullied while helping a human, he couldn't take it anymore. Since that's the case, then I'll have to take back what I owe, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then his figure flashed, and he once again appeared next to Ing 7, his finger quickly tapping a few times. Ing 7, who had just fainted, suddenly woke up and began to scream, it hurts so much. 7th brother, that damn bastard. Ing 6 cried out in alarm. Then he swung the 2 hooks in his hands at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with killing intent. Unfortunately, Ing 6 and Ling Xiao were only mid-level profound practitioners. How could he possibly be a match for Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao didn't even bother to use his weapon. He first dodged Ing 6's 2 hooks, and then punched Ing 6's lower ribs several times, causing Ing 6 to bounce back. You have some skills, but if you don't stop my brother's bleeding within 3 breaths, I'll immediately behead you. Ing Si glowered at Ling Xiao. I said that if I help him stop the bleeding, you'll answer a few questions. Unfortunately, you don't know how to treasure it, so I can only take back my words and let him bleed to death. Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest. A mere mid-level, profound practitioner dares to be so arrogant? Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. A sharp light flashed through Ing Si's eyes as he waved the 2 hooks in his hands a few times. Several streaks of light shot towards Ling Xiao. Ing Si was a high-level profound practitioner, so his moves were much fiercer than Ing 6. If it was any other mid-level profound practitioner, it would have been difficult for them to dodge, but unfortunately for him, his opponent was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's Cloud Track Phantom footwork was unique on this continent. His speed was peerlessly fast, and his movements were erratic. In an instant, he had dodged Ing Si's attack and appeared behind him. Old 4, watch out behind you. Ing Da and Ing San shouted in unison as they caught sight of Ling Xiao's figure. Too late. Ling Xiao's killing intent surged as he unsheathed the blue crystal sword on his back. The sword flashed. Someone was beheaded. Unfortunately, it wasn't Ling Xiao, but Ing Si. Chapter 60. Old 4, 4th brother. The other eagles cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, number 4 was already dead. Originally, Ling Xiao hadn't wanted to start a slaughter, but he could clearly feel the killing intent coming from number 6 and number 4, so he decided to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Otherwise, they would think he was easy to bully. You bastard, I'll bury you with my brother. Number 6's eyes were bloodshot as he swung his hooks at Ling Xiao. The raging flames were like a dragon, extremely terrifying. Even high-level cultivators would be killed by this attack. Ling Xiao looked at the ferocious attack coming at him in an instant, and a strange smile appeared on his face. His body did not move, and he allowed the fire to hit him. Boom! That damned bastard. I can't believe I let him kill number 4. Number 6 thought that Ling Xiao had already died and cursed. Big brother, look. Number 3 looked as if he had seen a ghost as he pointed forward. Inga looked in the direction he was pointing and saw Ling Xiao smiling at him. He rubbed his eyes and thought that he was seeing things, but when he confirmed that Ling Xiao was completely unharmed, he couldn't help but jump in fright. That's impossible. He's fine after taking one of my attacks. Ling Xiao twisted his neck and laughed. That move of yours isn't even enough to tickle me. Ling Xiao had already been bombarded by the 5 Elements envoys for over half a month, and his Vajra 5 transformation art's second transformation, Tendon Refinement, was already at the initial stage. Furthermore, he had also exchanged blows with the Black Bear for a few days, so he wasn't too far from reaching the grand completion stage. I don't believe you're made of steel. Eat this. Number 6 waved his hooks once more, this time using all of his power. The fire dragon was twice as large as before, and it shot toward Ling Xiao with incredible speed. Do you think I'm stupid? I've already let you take a bit of my advantage, and you still want to come at me? Ling Xiao shouted and took a step forward, dodging number 6's attack. The blue crystal sword in his hand shot out, and countless rays of sword light shot toward number 6. Eagle 2 and Eagle 3 exclaimed at the same time, "Watch out, big brother!" Both of them attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Among the 7 eagles, Ingda and Ingsan were low-level mystic cultivators. Ing'er was only a high-level mystic cultivator. However, when he and Ingsan attacked at the same time, they were not much weaker than Ingda instantly. It turned into a sea of fire. Eagle 5 and Eagle 6 carried Eagle 7 and moved far away. Ling Xiao was attacked at the same time. He had no choice but to give up on attacking Eagle 1. He dodged Eagle 3's powerful attack and attacked Eagle 2, who was slightly weaker. Ing'er was 1 rank higher than Ling Xiao, so he wasn't afraid of fighting Ling Xiao head-on. Unfortunately, he had overlooked his fatal weakness. His dual hooks were only high-tier 1 weapons, while his opponents were 2 tiers higher than his. The 2 hooks were chopped off by the long sword, exposing the middle part of the body. The long sword pierced through. Ing'er looked at the long sword that pierced through his chest and said in disbelief, "It's 2. Level 2 sword." But before he could finish, he lost his breath and died on the spot. Second brother. The other eagles cried out in alarm. They didn't expect that this weak-looking man would be able to kill 2 of their brothers in a row. This was simply too inconceivable. "Big brother, let's work together and kill this bastard." Ingsan shouted at Ingda with red eyes. Ingda didn't dare to be careless. He nodded and gathered all the mystic energy in his body. He and Ingsan each attacked Ling Xiao from a different direction. Instantly, the hooks flew around and the flames grew brighter. Facing the full attack of 2 low-level mystic cultivators, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He unsheathed the silver ghost blood saber behind his back and leaped into the air. He used Shadowless Saber, Scar Sword at the same time. The saber and sword split into 2 directions and parried the attacks of Ingda and Ingsan. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Xiao was blown away by the momentum of the 2 low-level mystic cultivators, while Ingda and Ingsan were injured by Ling Xiao's strong moves. The 2 looked very embarrassed, but the 2 didn't have time to pay attention to this. They didn't stop and continued to attack Ling Xiao. "Damn it, I'm still not strong enough." Ling Xiao cursed as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he dashed toward Ing Wu, Ing Si, and Ing Qi. "Not good. 5th brother, 6th brother, take 7th brother and run. That bastard is going over." Ing San reminded his brothers as he chased after them. Ingda and Ing San finally realized Ling Xiao's strange footwork. They were shocked. This is at least a green-level footwork. Otherwise, how could he run faster than them? Greed began to grow in their hearts. Not only did they want to take revenge, but they also wanted to force the opponent to spit out the footwork cultivation method. However, although the two of them had planned well, before they could catch the other party, they once again saw the other party kill their own brother. "Didn't you want to kill me? I'll give it to you now," Ling Xiao said faintly as he ran toward Ying Lu. The blue crystal sword was no longer merciful. He had already decided that only one of the seven would be left to interrogate. The others were unnecessary. Ying Lu resisted with all his might, but he met the same fate as his second brother. Ying Wu was scared out of his wits. He abandoned the half-dead Ying Qi and ran away. When Ling Xiao was about to chase after him, Ying De and Ying San had already caught up from behind. The two used their ultimate moves at the same time. In an instant, a sea of fire burned the surrounding trees and grass. "He's going to become a roasted pig," Ling Xiao exclaimed. He picked up the half-dead Eagle 7 and threw him at the two. This move was indeed effective. Ying De and Ying San cried out in alarm, immediately withdrawing their moves. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to counterattack. The silver ghost blood saber condensed its power and smashed out a saber shadow. Chilling glance. Ying San's reaction was very fast. He had a second-tier, low-tier hook weapon in his hand. He blocked Ling Xiao's sword. The hook was broken, and he was pushed back a few steps. Ling Xiao wasn't going to let his opponent off easily. He brandished his sword and saber again. Ying San struggled to defend himself. He barely protected the vital parts of his body so that he would not die under the sword. "Bastard, don't be so arrogant." Ying De settled Ying Qi. Seeing that Ying San was in danger, he waved his hook to help. Ling Xiao saw that he could not take down Ying San in one move. His Xian energy was almost used up. It seemed that he would have to return without any results. Ling Xiao wanted to ask Ying De why Ling Chong wanted to buy the poisonous grass. Unfortunately, Ying San and the others were too insensible. That made him want to kill them. He thought that he had the ability to kill these 7 people. Unfortunately, 2 of them were low-level Xian cultivators. Even though he had the ability to fight above his level, he did not have the ability to kill 2 low-level Xian cultivators at the same time. He had overestimated his strength. There was no point in fighting now. On the contrary, when he was exhausted, he might be bitten by the other side. Ling Xiao gave up on attacking Ying San. At the same time, he dodged Ying Da's attack. He could not help but think, if only Lone Eagle could break through now. "Big brother, stop him. He wants to escape." Ying San was very vigilant. He immediately warned Ying De waved his hooks in front of Ling Xiao. Flashes of fire forced Ling Xiao to dodge left and right. He could not leave quickly. On the other side, Ying San was finally willing to use his strongest forbidden technique. A small, mid-level Xian cultivator can force us 7 brothers to this point. You can die without regret. Ying San's face became frighteningly pale after finishing his move. He waved his hooks. Flashes of fire interweaved to form an incomparably huge fire net. He attacked Ling Xiao. Oh no! Ling Xiao was tired of dealing with Ying De. He did not notice that Ying San had such a strong move. He could not help but cry out. This time, Ling Xiao could not dodge. He could only use the Vajra 5 transformation art. He decided to take this move head-on. However, whether he could escape after this move was still unknown. "Bastard, you can't escape this time." Ying De gritted his teeth and scolded. Just as the fiery net was about to engulf Ling Xiao, an even more dazzling fiery light rushed over. The fiery net was instantly split in half, and the fiery light scattered in all directions. "Who dares to hurt my family's young master?" A cry came as a figure rushed to Ling Xiao's side. It was Solitary Eagle, who had just broken through to the high-level Xian realm. At this moment, Solitary Eagle's whole body was emitting a powerful aura. His body was surrounded by a faint red light. It was obvious that his cultivation had reached a higher level. His single eye was shining with a sharp light. It seemed that a single glance could shock everyone present. Lord Solitary Eagle." Ying De could not help but cry out when he saw who it was. Not far away, Ying San also saw who it was. His body went limp and fell to the ground. "Young master, are you all right?" Solitary Eagle did not have time to pay attention to Ingda. Instead, he asked Ling Xiao with concern. Ling Xiao felt Solitary Eagle's powerful aura. He knew that Solitary Eagle had successfully broken through. He immediately smiled and said, "This young master is fine. You came at the right time. It seems that you have successfully broken through." Solitary Eagle bowed 90 degrees to Ling Xiao and said sincerely, "Many thanks to young master's help." Right now, Solitary Eagle was wholeheartedly loyal to Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's strength was not as good as his, he had astonishing potential. He also had a wise and far-sighted mind and a decisive determination to kill. Most importantly, he had incomparable trust and generosity towards his subordinates. All of this was enough for Solitary Eagle to truly follow him. He felt that following the young master would be the most honorable decision of his life. This was because the young master had said that the Xian realm was not the end of his life. Ling Xiao patted Solitary Eagle's shoulder and said, "Since you are following me, I will not treat you unfairly. All right, first help me get rid of these two small fries. Damn, these idiots who repay kindness with enmity." Solitary Eagle heard Ling Xiao's words and immediately walked towards Ingda and Ingsan. Ingda knew of Solitary Eagle's reputation. He never thought that Solitary Eagle, who had always been a loner, would be the servant of this youth. His legs went limp, and he immediately knelt down and begged Solitary Eagle for mercy. "Lord Solitary Eagle, please spare me. So it's you little eagles. You dare offend my young master? Then go repent to the king of hell." Solitary Eagle raised a sword with one hand and chopped towards Ingda's head. Ingda's face was ashen as he closed his eyes and waited for death. He knew that he was not Solitary Eagle's opponent, and that resistance would be futile. He might as well just accept his fate. This way, he would be able to have a quick death. Wait, spare his dog life first. I have something to ask him. Just as Solitary Eagle's sword was about to land on Ingda's head, Ling Xiao spoke up to stop him. When Ingda heard this, he felt that it was like the voice of the heavens. Chapter 61. Young Master, if you have anything to ask, I'll tell you everything I know. Ingda finally collapsed in front of the call of death and knelt before Ling Xiao and begged for mercy. Ling Xiao looked at Ingda with a sneer. "If you had been so polite, your brothers wouldn't have lost their lives." He paused for a moment and then said, "Let me ask you, why does the Ling family's chief steward want to buy poisonous grass?" Ingda hurriedly said, "I really don't know." "You really don't know?" Ling Xiao looked straight at Ingda and asked again. Ingda's heart trembled, and he quickly waved his hand. "I really don't know. I only know that Chief Steward Ling has been secretly buying poisonous grass recently, and the price is 2 or 3 times higher than normal low-level spirit herbs. That's why we came to find poisonous grass." Ling Xiao looked at Ingda's expression and thought that he didn't seem to be lying. He thought for a moment and then said, "Then how did you make a deal with the Ling family's chief steward?" Ingda said, "On the 15th of every month, as long as you bring the poisonous grass to Lu Ting Xian outside the city, there will naturally be someone there to receive you. That's all I know." Lu Ting Xian outside the city? Ling Xiao thought for a moment and then asked, "How did you know that the Ling family's chief steward was buying it?" Ingda wiped the cold sweat off his face and replied, "I was following a brother on a mission and accidentally heard it." Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "All right, you can go now. Thank you, young master, for sparing my life." "Thank you, young master, for sparing my life." Ingda knelt down and thanked him. He picked up Ing Chi, who was not far away, and ran away with Ing San. At this time, Ling Xiao made a kill gesture towards Lone Eagle. Lone Eagle understood tacitly. His figure flashed, and he instantly caught up with Big Eagle and Third Eagle. Then, he swung his fire sword downwards. By the time Ingda sensed the danger, he and Ing San had already been decapitated. Lone Eagle acted as if nothing had happened and immediately returned to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao said to Solitary Eagle, "Take their weapons and see if they have anything good." Take them all, and remember to take their poisonous grass as well. Lone Eagle nodded and began to search the corpses on the ground according to Ling Xiao's instructions. Ling Xiao raised his head to look at the sky, his thoughts whirling. Ling Chong would not buy poisonous plants for no reason. Could it be that he wanted to poison his grandfather to death? This was obviously impossible. Ordinary poisons would not cause too much harm to powerful martial artists. Even if the poison was very strong, people like his grandfather should be able to detect it or have antidote pills. Then why did Ling Chong want to purchase these low-grade poisonous herbs? Ling Xiao was puzzled, but he had a vague feeling that there was a conspiracy behind all this. "You two old fellows, I don't know what you're planning, but I won't let you get what you want," muttered Ling Xiao. When Lone Eagle finished collecting the spoils of war, Ling Xiao returned to the cave, where Lone Eagle broke through to the high-level mystic realm and closed it. He wanted to break through now. Through the battle, just now, Ling Xiao's Xian energy had been drained and regenerated. It was obvious that his Xian energy had reached a bottleneck, and he knew that this was the best time to break through. After instructing Lone Eagle, Ling Xiao entered the cave and sat down cross-legged. He retracted all of his aura and focused on guiding his Xian energy so that his condition was at its peak. That was the time to break through. The night passed quickly. At the break of dawn, a powerful aura came from the cave. Lone Eagle, who was guarding outside the cave, was stunned for a moment. Then, he respectfully said to the cave entrance, "Congratulations on your breakthrough, young master." Ling Xiao slowly walked out of the cave. His entire body was flowing with an invisible aura that made people feel oppressed. His pair of tiger eyes were even brighter, and his temperament had also risen to a higher level. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and looked himself up and down. He felt his powerful strength and thought to himself, "Now, low-level mystic realm should not be a threat. Even if I meet a mid-level mystic realm, I can still fight." After eating some air-dried spirit beast meat, Ling Xiao said to Lone Eagle, "Lone Eagle, go back to Meteorite City and help me with something." "What about you, young master?" Lone Eagle asked in confusion. "I still need to stay in the mountains for a while," replied Ling Xiao. Lone Eagle looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Ling Xiao seemed to see through Lone Eagle's thoughts and waved his hand. "Don't worry about me. There aren't many spirit beasts that can stop this young master here. Just help me with this matter." Lone Eagle knew that his young master was very capable. Now that he had broken through to a high-level Xian cultivator, protecting himself shouldn't be a problem. He immediately nodded and said, "Please instruct me, young master." Then Ling Xiao said solemnly, "Take my deacon token to the inner courtyard to find my grandfather and tell him about Ling Chong buying poisonous plants. Also, ask him to send people to investigate Lu Tingshuan's movements. Tell him to be wary of those two old fellows who want to seize the position. Also, help me tell the old master that I will be back soon and that he doesn't need to worry. Help me give these two black Ganoderma to my father and sell off the weapons and low-level spirit herbs. There's no use keeping them." "Yes, young master. Lone Eagle will definitely pass on the message," Lone Eagle replied. "Also, help me protect Yushi's safety. That's all. Go back quickly and remember, don't let anyone know about this," Ling Xiao said before letting Lone Eagle leave. Lone Eagle bowed and was about to leave when Ling Xiao suddenly called out to him, "Young master, do you have any other instructions?" "Where's Wolf Fong Valley?" Ling Xiao asked. Lone Eagle didn't even think before pointing in a direction and saying, "It'll take about half a day to get there from here. Wolf packs often appear there. Young master, if you want to go there, you must be careful." "All right, you can go back now," Ling Xiao said with a nod. After Lone Eagle left, Ling Xiao changed into a set of martial attire that he had taken from Seven Eagles and rushed towards Wolfong Valley. Ling Xiao used his fastest speed and continuously swept through the weeds and forests, waking up many low-level spirit beasts. However, they only felt a gust of wind blow past them and didn't feel anything out of the ordinary, so they went back to sleep. This speed should be even faster than a mid-level mystic cultivator and comparable to a high-level mystic cultivator. As long as I don't meet a wind attribute martial artist, no one will be able to stop me, Ling Xiao said confidently as he ran. Half a day later, Ling Xiao arrived at a valley. Just as he approached, waves of wolf howls came from within the valley. Now that I'm here, I know how to go. However, before that, I'll get some wolf meat to taste first, Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the valley in front of him. Then he strode into the valley. Just as Ling Xiao entered, a few pairs of cold eyes appeared from the weeds. Ling Xiao was immediately alerted, but he wasn't in a hurry and continued forward. Before long, he saw some tattered clothes and a few broken human limbs on the ground. It seemed that someone had been attacked by a spirit beast. This kind of thing often happened in the mountain range. If it wasn't humans killing spirit beasts, then spirit beasts would eat humans. This was the law of survival in the forest. Just as Ling Xiao walked into the depths of the valley, there were already more than 10 cold eyes gathered behind him. A wolf howled and took the lead to pounce at Ling Xiao from the side. A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as he swung his sword. With a flash of blue light, the wolf that was pouncing at him was immediately cut in half. Following that, more than 10 mid-level, first-level wind wolves charged out from behind Ling Xiao. Each one of them was nearly 2 meters long, and their eyes were bloodthirsty and their fangs could be seen. Step by step, they advanced towards Ling Xiao, as if they didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright after their comrade had been killed. If it was a normal high-level profound practitioner that encountered so many wind wolves, it would indeed be difficult for them to escape death. However, since they were looking for Ling Xiao, they could only wait to be killed. Ling Xiao brandished his blade and sword as he licked his lips, just in time for me to practice. Following that, Ling Xiao didn't wait for the wind wolves to pounce at him, and instead brandished his blade and sword as he charged towards them. The wind wolves had also been enraged, and the ones at the very front opened their mouths wide as they bit towards Ling Xiao. "Come at me," Ling Xiao shouted as the blue crystal sword in his hand trembled, and countless rays of dazzling sword light shot out. In an instant, the wind wolves that had charged at him were killed in a single strike. Another few fearless wind wolves pounced towards Ling Xiao, their sharp claws flashing with a sinister aura. Anyone who was scratched would lose a large chunk of flesh or even lose their life. Ling Xiao's battle intent surged as he brandished his blade and sword, stirring up layers of dust as he charged towards the wind wolves. Not a single wind wolf was able to even touch Ling Xiao's clothes before their heads were chopped off or their bodies pierced by the sword light. In less than 15 minutes, the ground was littered with the corpses of more than 10 wind wolves, and only Ling Xiao was untainted by even a speck of dust as his clothes fluttered in the wind. Mid-level, first-level wind wolves weren't worth much overall, but to most adventurers, they could be considered a small fortune. Furthermore, with so many wind wolves, the total income would be quite considerable. However, Ling Xiao wasn't the slightest bit interested in this. His bag wasn't big, and there was a limit to what he could carry. Of course, he had to keep more valuable items. Ling Xiao carried a wind wolf and found a place that was easy to defend and hard to attack. He started a fire and prepared to roast the wolf's meat. After eating the wolf's meat, Ling Xiao was somewhat dissatisfied. Low-level spirit beast meat has so little Xian energy. I've already eaten a few kilograms, but I've only absorbed a few strands of Xian energy. How boring. Ever since entering the mountain range, Ling Xiao had been eating spirit beast meat. Based on his understanding during this period of time, he learned that the lower the rank of the spirit beast he ate, the less Xian energy he would absorb, while the higher the rank of the spirit beast he ate, the more Xian energy he would absorb. After resting for a while, Ling Xiao continued on his way, encountering a few more wind wolves along the way. Of course, they all died under his blade, but he only met 2 high-tier, first-level wind wolves. Before nightfall, Ling Xiao had already reached the belly of Wolfang Valley. After eating the high-tier wind wolf meat, Ling Xiao climbed up a large tree that required several people to wrap their arms around it to rest. This was to prevent spirit beasts from attacking him while he was resting, so it was safer on the tree than on the ground. Ling Xiao sat on the largest tree branch and began to meditate. He had just broken through to a high-tier, profound practitioner, so he needed to consolidate his cultivation as soon as possible. Awu! Awu! In the middle of the night, Ling Xiao was startled awake by the howls of wind wolves. Damn it! Did these wolves eat aphrodisiacs? They've been howling nonstop all night. Can't they let me sleep? Ling Xiao's mind was disturbed, and he could no longer meditate peacefully. He couldn't help but open his eyes and curse. Feeling bored and lazy, Ling Xiao took out some wolf meat and began to eat. After a few bites, Ling Xiao looked down the tree and couldn't help but widen his eyes, his expression becoming one of shock. Damn it, there's so many wind wolves, what's going on? You're tuning in to the Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.